It's been a long 3-year wait since 2018 and the rise of the Finnish Phenom and the Korean Terran who can't be stopped. We are finally here to the matchup everyone's been waiting for. Welcome, everyone, to the King of Battles International Championship, brought to you by Alpha X right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. My name is Rushy. I'm so excited to be able to join all of you today for our main event. It's been a big build-up as we've prepared over the course of this year to bring you this $30,000 prize pool event, and we're so happy to be able to host our first premiere event live for all of you. Of course, can't do it alone. Every man needs a teammate. Kozan, I'm so excited to be able to share this opportunity with you. How you doing today?
What's up, man? What's up? Yeah, I'm doing absolutely lovely. Having a grandiose time overall already here. I'm excited, man. I'm very excited. We're gonna start it off with Zero versus Maru. How does that even happen? We've been waiting for so long for Zero versus Maru, and then all of a sudden, you know what? This event just kicks off, and immediately the first match in the actual main event is going to be Maru versus Zero. You know what? I really hope that one of them goes into the winners match and loses the winners match so they can once again play it later on. But then again, at the same time, you're like, well, I do want both of them to advance as well. I suppose some Protoss fans may not completely agree with that statement. Fair enough. That is a good one as well. I mean, we have some pretty darn good talent over here overall, and
dude,
I'm hoping
even
we'll get to some more.
I can't even stress how good this Group A is. Like we spent a lot of time talking about Zero versus Maru, and of course it's a very good thing to talk about. But I'm gonna just show you the matchups here really quick. Just ignore the soon TM. We'll get that out of there. Our Group A is a really good stack here. It's Zero, Maru, and then we also have Trap and Mana, two outstanding Protoss players. I mean, this is a stacked group all the way top down. And I know the chatter on Twitter and Liquipedia this week has been, oh, poor Mana, he's going to get out and the last in the group. But I don't think that gives Mana enough credit. He is an outstanding player who has risen to the top here over the last couple of years. Sure, he doesn't have any major wins on these tournaments, but he always performs very well, and I don't think Trap should sleep on him at all.
Yeah, for sure, and definitely in a PvP, right? It is just the best of 3 as well in the first match that they play. So Mana can definitely make some waves over there. I believe in our European little Polish boy, and well, I'm hoping that we'll get to see a little bit of an upset there, perhaps. But then again, I mean, both Trap, Cyril, Maru, just all of those sort of players. It's going to be a rough one for him, right? I mean, you can make the case, right? There's probably people all over the world making the case. Cyril, best Zerg, or top 2 Zerg. Trap, best Protoss, or top 3 Protoss. Maru, best Terran, or probably best Terran, you know? Everybody just continuously hammering on about those players. And, well, Mana not quite making that list. He's always a player that does show up and does indeed, perform very well. Sometimes better than other times, which is why, he's always a little bit of a more of a gamble if you put your money on him. But anyway, Mana, you can't go sleeping on him. As you said, in the qualifiers, he showed up, and he showed up like an absolute mad lad. He took on some fantastic names overall. And yeah, I cannot wait to see what he has planned here for today.
Dude, do you remember in the qualifying match, it was Mana versus Neeb, and we saw the most bonkers game number 3 where we had kind of written Mana off a little bit, and he advances through off of that. So, and I know he's in the chat right now, which is really, really exciting. So I'm not just talking him up because I know he's listening, but it's real hype, folks. I mean, he is a very, very confident player. If we sleep on him, he will make us all look foolish. And I think it is very, very possible for any one of these 4 players to make it through. But you didn't come here to listen to us speculate about the second match first. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Cyril versus Maru. This has kind of been a build up for a very, very long amount of time. We haven't seen many matchups between them at all. And in fact, this might be the first non-best of one matchup, if not since like 2018, maybe ever. Talk to us about that, Kozan.
Yeah. Well, there's been a couple of times when these two met. It's never been like a massive match, but it's been a long time since they've really played, right? GSL versus the Worlds, I believe they had the best of one. Other than that, we've had some stuff in 2018 with the WESG, IEM Katowice as well, where they met. I believe they had the best of 3 and a best of 5 at those places. So, but yeah, after that, it's been quiet, and it is a very cool overall rivalry to have in StarCraft 2. You know, it is one of these greater rivalries, and yeah, I'm very excited that we're gonna get to see them again here. And you know what? Just for the hype, just for the overall hype, man, wouldn't it be absolutely fantastic to have both of these advance for the moment, for the time being, to keep a grand finals Maru versus Serral alive, the dream. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
some speculation still, of course.
It is theoretically possible to see both of these players advance out. I think that it is still a tall order. If we look at Ligulac here, our Lord and Savior, Serral right now, very good in his ZVT matchup, 68% win rate, 1%, just so close from being a nice win rate. Of course, Maru, very confident as well, as 64% win rate versus Zerg. But I know Maru's been kind of playing through some physical injury recently. I know that's been a lot of the talk, that Maru's been dealing with some wrist injury issues. It'll be interesting to see if he plays well. Of course, there's going to be the people. There's going to be the, but Rashi, Kozan, this isn't a real offline event. This isn't a home story cup, a cross server. You just can't trust the results here. I don't think we're going to have to worry about that today, folks. I think both players are going to be playing with a similar amount of ping. I believe we're somewhere on the North American server. I don't actually know for sure, but it's a mutually agreed upon location. I think we are going to get as good of a matchup as that we could hope for here in 2020. And of course, we are seeing the excitement start to pour in here. We're just getting set up for game number 1. We're going to be going on to Pillars of Gold for our best of 3. Today's format for our groups. Our first 2 matches are going to be best of 3s. The remainder will be best of 5s beyond that. So we will have some good StarCraft coming your way. We're so excited you guys could buckle on in here. Drop this link in the chat, in your chats of Discord, your Twitter. Get everyone in here. This is, again, one of the most hyped up matches since 2018. Twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. We have some great sponsors helping make today possible. We could not do it without them. You're going to hear more about them a little bit later on. But first, Kozan, toss me your prediction here. Serral versus Maru, best of 3. Who are you going to take for the first win?
I mean, we've already seen it, Terran, suddenly with an arm injury do suddenly very, very well, of course, the Dutchman. New Thermal also making it through. So you know what? I'm feeling under that motto. You know what? I feel like the other Korean Terran here, possibly with another arm injury, also gonna be doing well. So I'm gonna give it to Maru for now, because I'm just hoping he's gonna be able to get through here.
I respect that a lot. I know Maru's an outstanding player, and I think he's going to give us some good games. But I just don't think that he is in the same kind of form that Serral is right now. I mean, Serral is very consistently competing with the top pack of Raynor and Clem. And of course, he's staying right in that mix as well. Hero Marine is in there. And just watching Serral's ZVT, I feel really confident that Serral's going to be able to take this 2-1. I think Maru's going to pull out one game, but I think it's going to come off with some cheeky play. And I promise you, Chad, we are not talking because we like to hear ourselves talk. We are talking because the players are still getting ready. So as soon...
They're 10 minutes in the game right now, but you know what? We're still talking, so...
Yeah, we'll go ahead and introduce the player. Oh, wait, it's done already? What? How did that happen?
All right, we're going into game number 2 next, guys. But first, let's continue talking. Let's...
Oh, shoot. Bad news, chat. The game actually is already done. Mana beat both of them. He came in with the metal chair, bang, right over top of both of their heads. Mana wins.
Just
so
joined mid-series all of a sudden, came in and slapped them down. It was crazy. You should have seen it. We saw it. We just decided not to really talk about it because these statistics, they are quite interesting.
Yeah, it was very beautiful. So thanks so much for watching. We hope you have a great day. No, I'm kidding. Don't actually close out. So we are just being very patient. I know you guys are anxious. Believe us, we are too. So, it was an Archon match. Sero Maru versus Mana. Wasn't even close. Mana gets that proxy robo out there, and suddenly they're like, "Wait, what do we do? We've never played PvP before."
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy, man. The proxies, everything happens. Completely out controlled as well. Like it wasn't even a cheese or anything. It was just pure macro and micro that Mana managed to beat both of these guys at. But anyway. We even got some face cams showcasing. Like
yeah, we do.
I'm pretty sure Mana, he was like taking a drink in the middle of it all, and no problem. Anyway, yeah, we're getting closer and closer here, guys. We are seeing these two players. They are looking rather hyped. Cyril's looking at his hands right now. These are the hands. These are the hands that will be able to. Yes.
Yes. Don't worry, chat. The games will be starting very, very soon. If we had control, we would have started hours ago, but instead, we're just hanging out.
You were still sleeping hours ago.
That's true. It's currently 6 a.m. here from North America. It's a lot more reasonable time for you and the Koreans. Cyril and Maru playing in good time zones, but it's happening. It's Hold on. Get your poggers out in chat. Cyril versus Maru, a best of 3 right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. We're jumping into Pillars of Gold for game number 1. It's happening.
I can feel it in the air tonight. I'm sorry. I'm getting very excited.
All right. Folks, thanks so much for hanging out with us. I'm going to let you take the first stab at it here, Kozan, as we jump in to Pillars of Gold.
On that top right side, we have ourselves a blue Terran player fighting for the Jin Air Green Wings. He, of course, is the Korean phenom. He is Maru.
And spawning in the bottom left, the finished phenom himself, our Red Zerg player playing for NC Sports. Give it up for Cyril.
Oh, the legends themselves. Finally, the day has come. We've been looking forward to this one for quite a while, and we're even going to be able to see. Look at Maru just chilling. He's like, all right, well, let me get my jacket on here.
His hands aren't even on the keyboard. What's he playing with?
Is he actually playing? We don't know. This could just be video cams from another match that they played, and they bring them back at some later point, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so far standard openings, and you know what you said, Maru will have to try and take this one off of the back of a little bit of a sneaky play. So far we're not getting that sneaky play. We're just getting ourselves a bit of standard macro opening. Now, of course, that could still change a little bit here, but so far things are looking pretty darn regular, and I'm pretty sure that everybody was kind of hoping for that, right? Just the big old macro game.
Yeah,
so far looking good.
If Maru's going to pull out his normal cheeky shenanigans, it's going to not come on a game number 1. I think these players just respect each other a little bit too much. I think there's a lot of that mind game that goes on between the professionals, especially the top players between 2 different scenes. So, nope, we've got the gentleman's agreement right now. Okay, let's play at least one, and Malware Bites, I need you to just like chill out for like 5 seconds. We're going to play... We're going to play a normal standard game here, and we're just going to get ourselves loaded in. Just fun fact, we're not yet sponsored by Malware Bytes chat, but, you know, feel free to reach out to them. Let them know that they were live on stream here. So yeah, it's just going to be a normal start to this series here. We've got both players that are just going to move on out. Sarah going to drop down that early third hatch here, and I really like that. Just re-securing that this isn't going to be too crazy. But of course, Maru's done a lot with one Reaper in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? He is very, very good at that micro, of course, as we all know. It's kind of his bread and butter, what we all know him for. He has, by the way, been doing a lot less Proxy 2 Rex recently, right? It used to be like, in a best of 3, he would do it at least twice. And then, you know what? Sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. But the overall aggressiveness of Terrence has been decreasing overall already, not just in Europe, but also in the Korean scene. And we're seeing this as well now from Maru, right? He's getting himself a third command center. He's just kind of going with the regular flow of how TVC is kind of, you know, the regular matchup is being played right now. The cookie cutting TVZ. This is it. Cyril and Maru both getting that quick third base. And some Hellions, some Circlings with speed. Queens already getting a reasonable amount of creep spread. We'll have to see how much Maru will be able to deny of that, of course. As, you know what, it's always very impressive to see how much actually Maru can be active with these Hellions and stuff. Just continuously denying creep. Continuously.
Well, right now it's just rule of one for Cyril. Just staying on one gas for the majority of this opening. He's just going to be able to pump out tons and tons of drones to get his economy up and running. He's going to be able to get in here with the Overlord and start taking a look at what Maru's trying to do here. He's going to see that third base. He's going to need to deal with these Hellions, though, but not a lot of drone count at that third base, so not a lot of major issue. There's going to be one Liberator on the way, and he is going to spot that here. It's either going to be Liberator or Viking, and he should live long enough to see... No, so. It's gonna pop.
Go down. There he goes. Well, okay. Just in the nick of time. So that could have been a Viking, that could have been a Medevac as well, right? So stuff like this, but... Overall, Cyril, he's not going to be taking risks. He knows there's a potential for a Liberator. He knows there's a potential for a Medevac drop or something like that with the Hellion. So he's starting to prep for it, right? He's getting himself Spore Crawlers. No sense to take that risk right now, and that's exactly what he's doing. So should be prepared.
So it's going to be...
We'll start.
It's going to be Stim Bio to get started here. Sarah with some really good timing on that Spore Crawler is going to zone Maru out to just one or two of those mineral patches, and that's going to mitigate some of that damage. But here comes Maru with the Hellions on the top side. Not going to find a fourth base just yet, or a clear path into the natural without being aggressed. But he's got Zerglings sitting in the natural right here, so Maru's not going to want to overcommit. It's going to be the follow-up here. Okay, he will get that picked off. So Liberator will fall. 1-1 on the way as well for Maru. So he knows he doesn't need to overcommit here. He does have a lot of Hellions. So getting this creep spread is very important for the amount that he's invested into this. But it's going to be Bio Tank on the backside.
Yeah, for certain. He did lose that... that Liberator without getting pretty much anything, but ultimately, right, the creeps are, like you said, incredibly important here. Did you say Siege Tanks? He's building Siege Tanks? I'm not...
I imagine this is going to eventually turn into a tech lab, because we've got a tech... I guess it's a reactor on the way, so could still be Widow Mines as well. So we'll have to see what direction he actually wants to go with that. Armory on the way could get us into some bio Widow Mine play, which would really benefit Maru's playstyle, keeping him very agile on the map. But against an opponent like Cyril, who is also very good with his creep spread and his information, shouldn't be phased by that. Aspire goes down. We're going to see a little bit of Mutiling Bane. I love it.
Yeah, this is one of the main things about Cyril, right? Just continuously being able to scout what his opponent is doing, and as long as he knows what's happening, he usually knows exactly how to respond against it, right? So we're seeing that Overseer once again being able to come in here, kind of seeing the production facilities of Maru, knows that he is playing against Bio and such. He knows that how much Bio exactly should be able to be produced with the amount of production facilities that he's spotting right there. And, well, I'm a bit surprised we don't have Banelings just quite yet. So I'm pretty sure we don't have... Oh, wait, there they are.
Okay,
right. Just as I said, of course. Whoops. Yeah.
Maru pushes on creep. He does a nice job of continuing to keep this creep spread down for Serral. He needs to be able to move forward here, but Serral's going to try and protect against potential tanks, getting that destructible rocks here. Maru trying to push the fourth base creep back just a little bit. Hellions are going to get brought into the mix here to roast up some Zergling stew, but they're not going to be able to get forward just enough. The Banelings are what he needs to keep protected, though, so Serral needs to be sure that he doesn't lose those and toss them away. But 11 mutas in the production tab. We still see more and more bio coming out, and there's those Widow Mines. So with that armory in place, he will be able to hide those. They will have a little bit of cloak on the horizon, and 2-2 already on the way, getting a little bit of that upgrade advantage over his opponent.
Yeah, for certain. We already have the layer tech, so Serral could be starting that up as well. I think he's just, you know, using that gas right now to make all those mutalisks. Good amount of Banelings as well. Doesn't want to completely lose this position right now. Nice around with those Zerglings as well from the backside, and pushes this backwards. So Maru now with his tail between his legs, trying to lure the Zerg into the Widow Mines. One of them got the wolf.
Oh, just like every part of my body tensed up there for a moment, because I love the spread on those Widow Mines where he can get so much damage done with just a couple of shots. But Serral is just really confident. He knows where those hit markers are going to come from, so staying on top of that. Right now, Maru only getting out to his fourth base, and I think Serral senses that this is going to be happening. He's got a Zergling buried in the back of that fort, so he knows that this is going to be coming. What's on the horizon, though? We've got a Thor incoming, so Maru going to be able to deal with more of this air army. Drilling Claw's just about to finish up as well, so now these Widow Mines will be able to get more damage done, and the bot's going to have to push this off. Serral can get a lot of work and harassment taken care of with those mutas, but I think Maru's going to be able to stay on top of it. The Thor's going to be able to aid in that defense, at least for now.
Have you, by the way, seen the creep spread of Serral on the right side right now? That is rather impressive. It is almost up to that third base pretty much. So any type of counter-aggression, if Serral wants to make that happen, will be able to hit very, very quickly, very hard, with a lot of reinforcements coming in incredibly quickly. And yeah, any type of push as well on that side, of course, will immediately be spotted. So basically, if he keeps his Zerglings and his Banelings on the left side right now, he should be able to defend rather well, right? Because he knows if he is going to be attacked on the right side. Allowing him to have a slight advantage there. +2/+2. About to finish up for both of these players, so not too much of a difference anymore there. It's just the third upgrades, of course, that may be very impactful. As Serral, you know what? Serral is actually going to try to come in here for a little bit. He may retreat, yeah, with that wall. Great SimCity for Maru. Holding back a lot of those links, making it very difficult to engage that for Serral.
Oh, but it's the setup on the left-hand side here that is going to get him into position. Serral's trying to set up a three-sided hit here, but it's that SimCity on the right-hand side that's giving Maru the defense that he needs. Baneling's going to try and get on top of the wall here, and he will be able to break that forward. Enough Banelings come on in and get on top of his SEV. 6 go down. That's not the damage that Serral is seeking for, but he's going to be patient. He wants to try and hold this back, but more than anything, he's trying to dismantle that SimCity so that way he can engage against Maru. So Maru needs to try and recreate that wall if he wants to stay safe and he wants to continue holding down that third base. It is 3-3 on the way. Concussive shells added in as well. Those mutas continuing to deal more and more damage. Picking off a gas here would be really, really good. It slows down his factory production as well, but Maru already moving out onto creep. He's trying to protect in a multiple of locations. More Banelings get on top of everything. That bio is going to fall, but it does not connect with SCVs until the very end, so only 5. Serral's got the economy to be able to back that up, but he's really looking for bigger hits here.
Yeah, Serral making some great maneuvers at the moment, keeping Maru absolutely locked up into his own base, right? It is a quarantine all over again here for Maru in multiple reasonings. Trying to catch those mutalisks. Nice, just clutch escape there for Serral. That got very hairy there. On the left side, we have another attack ramping up already for Serral, though. Serral is very, very aggressive at the moment. Oh, there is another Widow Mine. Take care, Serral. Okay, it's moving backwards a little bit. Kind of gave away, of course, to Maru. Look at that, already responding to that one single Zergling, setting off that Widow Mine. It's like, all right, most likely stuff is coming in there. And on the right side as well, mostly Marauders. It's definitely looking like Maru already prepping for that eventual ultra transition, right? So far, we're not seeing it from Cyril yet, though. I'm wondering if he is gonna go into those ultralisks at this moment in time.
I mean, look how efficient that Cyril has been in this game. I mean, he really hasn't lost all that much. But of course, as soon as I say that, these Banelings get right on top of some mines. That Thor's going to get picked up and lifted away very, very quickly on the end side. But even still, to Cyril's credit, I mean, he's sitting on a really, really strong mineral bank right now. His gas is doing okay. He's managing it right now, but he really wants these extra bases to pick up some more gas, but so efficient with his expensive units here. We've got an Ultralisk Cavern going down. Cyril's base getting picked off there. I believe that was a cancel. So that is going to have to be rebuilt. But here comes another push. And, oh, Maru is just on top of things. Knows where Cyril wants to be. If he's punching right, he's protecting left. And both players just going tit for tat right now.
Yeah, it was an important base denial there for Maru. It does definitely seem like Cyril is being the one more aggressive at the moment. And if Maru wants to get himself a 6th base, that could eventually become even further troubling, right? Because of this aggression. Anyway, coming in again, look at all those Banelings right here. We'll be able to get that Planetary Fortress, a reasonable amount of those SCVs also going down, even with, well, a reasonable force of Maru already in position there. On the right side, though, immediately a counter-attack happening as well here. Takes out a hatchery as well. Both these players just don't want to have their opponents on a reasonable amount of bases, right? They want to keep this a little bit lower on the eco side of things. Again, a bunch of Banelings right there. I'm surprised he picked up the Thor, actually. Wouldn't have been too bad letting all those Banelings blow up onto the Thor, but just managed to escape with it because of this. Maru's actually only on full... Okay, there's the 5th base again.
Okay, we've seen a lot of good Zerg players fall off once the Ultra Tech gets onto the field, so we're going to have to see how Cyril can best utilize this against his opponent, who does have a lot of advantages here. These mutants are going to stay on top of this reinforcing army here for Mario so far. Chitinous plating just about ready to finish up, and 5 Ultralisks on the way, so Cyril's looking to punch, and he's looking to punch really, really fast here. He doesn't want to allow Mario to get too deep into that 5th base economy.
I'm not quite sure if I like the Ultralisk count here. I think maybe just going for a couple less would be beneficial. We're seeing Maru already with such a high amount of Marauders. He's going to be able to tank and shoot down those Ultras rather quickly. Well, at least I would prefer not to see too many more of those Ultralisks coming up. Nice scan there. Maru won't be caught off guard. Oh my god, all the Mutalisks go down.
Losing the Mutalisk is a tough call here, because that really limits Cyril on his mobility, but he's just going to replace those with Corruptors. We've got Ultra Speed on the way as well. He is going to make sure that he commits into that tech to be able to stay on top of this bio on the ground. Just a few less Banelings and a lot more bulk in these Ultralisks. But I believe that the Corruptor play is going to be really good. He's going to be able to start pressuring these medevacs, not allowing them to stay on top of these bio forces here. Some good connection with Banelings, but really, really good stutter step micro by Maru. Here comes a little bit of damage for Cyril.
Just look at the minimap right now. Just continuously Cyril sending stuff across the map. It's like he's parade pushing against the man that parade pushes most of the time. Just with circlings mostly at the moment anyway. He's got the top left and the bottom right side as well, by the way. He's been having those for a while now. Does have, I believe, a couple of drones there as well right now, trying to just mine those dry. Really needs to get as quickly as possible on top of those bases with especially the gas, I suppose, would be beneficial for him at this moment in time. Maru has no idea, by the way, about that top right side. Otherwise, he would have definitely already pushed into here. Look at this. Look at these Marauders just mangling those Ultralisks.
So I complimented Cyril earlier on his efficiency, and things have really kind of slipped off here as Maru is being the efficient one here in the late portion of the game. But that's a Planetary Fortress that has gone down, and Maru needs that base. That it still has a good chunk of mining available for him. Oh, a good pickup on the Widow Mines. That is going to be great for Cyril. He's going to sneak in more of those lings. And Maru is definitely trying to position himself. He wants to go grab that top left corner. Now he scans it. He knows that that's going to be available. That's going to be a contestable spot.
That's a rough one indeed. On the right side as well, immediately pushing out his, at this moment too. He's got some ghost in the on the map now as well, getting himself some cloak. Yeah, only 5 drones there available. I guess that means he's not going to lose a lot of drones as well, but at the same time, that means that base is still pretty fresh at the moment, right? Didn't get too much mining done there. Yeah, just this heavy ball of Marauders and now Ghost as well. We need to see I believe the Ultralisk count slow down a little bit. This is something I've seen DRG do a couple of times where it works out absolutely amazingly. You need to stay on top of the army composition of the Terran. If he's really incorporating a ton of Marauders, a ton of Ghosts, you need to slow down the Ultralisk production and go more heavily into the Baneling Mutalisk composition again. And you will be able to kind of rotate around, right? It's a delicate dance that both these players are playing right now. And in we go again, the Banelings and mostly Ultralisk. And they are, well, okay, the Banelings actually do get on top of all those Ghosts there on the top right side. All those Ghosts are trying to run for their dear lives. It looks like they're gonna be okay.
Yeah, Kozan, it's the 23 workers that went down on the right-hand side here. Serral just continuing to punish Maru for bringing those orbital commands over, and it's just been non-stop Ling run-bys. I mean, Serral has never relented on that, and that has never given Maru an opportunity to re-secure the building pathing over here. So these Ghosts are finally going to be able to push down these Ultras with some really good snipes, but it comes at the cost of 32 workers.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough one. Maru nowhere near that base with anything that he needed. And the top left side, once more, Maru just getting a little bit out multitasked here, I would say. Even with the inefficiency of Serral, he can afford to because he's ahead with like 3 bases. Make that 2 bases. No, he's going to take it, Brad.
I mean, the creep spread's still pretty solid here. He should be able to reinforce this. That base will actually stay protected for a brief amount of time, but here come the Banelings rolling up the ramp. The ramp is not going to be very efficient here for Serral. All of those units will be able to protect themselves. There's no high ground vision that stays reliable. So Serral not going to be able to get the Baneling hits that he's looking for, but he continues to zone Maru out. Maru's slipping just a little bit on that supply count overall, 84 to 47, but he still hangs on to that army lead.
I'm a little bit surprised actually with how efficient Maru is being and still only being on a 98 army supply. Sometimes in the TVC matchup you will see the Zerg indeed getting a lot of worker kills, right? Staying on top of the planetaries, throwing Banelings into those locations and shutting it down rather heavily. And then the Terran suddenly going up to 150 army supply, right? Around that area. And suddenly they may just have the opportunity to start snowballing into their opponents. I'm pretty sure we all remember a massive comeback that was also a Zerg player making those Ultralisk for a long time and just not being cost efficient enough, trying to finish off his opponents with Uthermal and Stefano in DreamHack. That was a classic showing as how to try and hold your own as a Terran and then slowly make a comeback happen. But you know what? I think Maru's still in a better position actually here as well. Great Widowmine hit there.
Yeah, I mean, Maru's gotten at least 2 or 3 of those just in the last couple of minutes here, just picking off some of those Banelings. Every single Baneling that he can whittle away that doesn't connect with his bio is a huge win for Maru as he's able to make that work. But look at that 30 worker difference here. Maru does need more SCVs. He can't just live off of mules alone at this point, especially when Serral and him are trading bases out so frequently. But look at the infestors on the top side here. He's trying to set up a big flank here. He's going to have those fungals ready to go. Those Ghosts are not going to know what hit him, and here comes Serral coming forward. Huge fungal on top of all of those Ghosts, but the army isn't able to get forward far enough. So while it's a good catch, he's not going to be able to have it. There comes the Banelings. A second great fungal going to get on top of everything. Those Corruptors will be able to pick off more and more of those Mutalisks. Some of those Ghosts will go down, but I don't know if it was enough. But Serral did a lot of great damage here, picking up every single medevac.
That was very nice indeed. A great Widowmine hit, saving the day right there. Those bio units were in a lot of trouble now. Being clutch saved again by that Widowmine, and Maru's gonna have to move backwards. He did not manage to get a hatchery knocked out that time though. But the top left side has been in an alright position for a while now as well. So that is a planetary fortress, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, so okay, I'm still not quite completely certain that any of these players or either of these players have a significant advantage at the moment.
It's been such a great game number one. We're 22 minutes into a best of three, and this is just game number one. So I think we are in for a treat here if we can continue to get this kind of level of StarCraft as we move forward here. Cyril continuing to get more and more of those Ling run-bys down, but if you've noticed, those have really slowed down as of late. I think the mine positioning has been a lot more confident for Maru, being able to hit some of those run-by positions, but we're starting to see two players that are rather spread out, and Cyril's making it very difficult for Maru to try and secure that 3 o'clock base.
The splitting of those Lings continuously with those Widow Mines, that is very impressive. That is a very difficult thing to do. Even burrowing a Ling there at this moment, at the 23-minute mark, still finding moments to burrow those Lings, make things even more uncomfortable for Maru. He's like, all right, well, I can't even put a planetary here anymore. I'm going to have to throw this orbital there, but won't even be able to do that. Look at the entire army moving to that location, actually, just for that one burrowed Ling. That is quite funny. And Cyril on the left side now taking the routes.
Well, Maru is really starting to grab control of this game. I feel like Cyril did a nice job at the very beginning, but it's slowly now Maru's trying to secure all these bases. Look at these planetary fortresses. Look at this mine coverage. Everything is starting to move in his favor. And now Cyril's not able to continue to trade out the way he needs to because he's starting to lose his bank here. He's spending down to the bottom. Both players trying to keep everything alive here. They don't want to just throw things away willy-nilly. Those ghosts going to get moved upon by those Banelings. Not quite enough connections, though. Those Zergling counts just not able to connect and to move forward. So Maru doing a nice job of zoning back. But Cyril continues to keep the pressure on those Lings in the main base. Is starting to get on top of the production.
Every time it's like, all right, now the Widow Mines are set up. Okay, now the Widow Mines are set up. And then all the time still one more Abyss. But man, that crisis management against those Widow Mines is absolutely miraculous. Very, very well played. Maru, as you say, he's staying on top of things as well, though. Did have a couple of Lings in his main base, but ultimately manages to clean them up before losing any type of real production facilities. And that against +3/+3 Lings with Adrenal Glands is impressive on its own as well. All right, okay. Again, a little bit of a stalemate here. Both these players having around the same amount of bases, though. If Cyril doesn't manage to keep denying mining from Maru enough, significantly, this is eventually going to go quite heavily into the favor for Maru. And in fact, Cyril already tapping out here. He knows his bases are mined out. He had nothing anymore to show for it. And GG is called. GG is called. Cyril looking a little bit disappointed there.
Yeah, you can see the frustration in his face. Again, he had really great control over the first portion of that game, and it just slowly slipped away from him. And Maru did Maru-level things. He gained control. He was trading out as well as he possibly could. It kept himself in the game and was able to secure that game one victory. And we'll have to see where the map pick goes from here, because I would wonder if, and I was just going to say, I think like the big expansive map picks will be great for Maru, and we're going to go to Jagannatha for game number 2. And I mean, that's probably one of the largest maps in the new pool. It's slender. There's tons of maps. You could split that map vertically, and both players would have access to 7 different bases. Kozan?
It's going to be interesting on this one, I'd say, right? Because how many bases do you have on Golden Pillars? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Also 7, right? I'm pretty certain. Something like that. Anyway, honestly, I think the bigger the map, the more advantage is going to go to Cyril at this moment in time. We saw how aggressive he was. The one reason why he really had to GG in that moment in time is because he mined out all those bases, right? He had nothing anymore to back up him to. He had expanded everywhere he could. He was trying to grab expansions off of Maru, but Maru just staying too on top of things and not allowing him to get that base advantage, staying on an equal amount of bases, even though he was losing some of them, right? Never at a moment in time where Cyril was able to actually take them for himself and gain a lot of money from those locations. And yeah, overall, Maru, the cost efficiency reigned supreme on that one. But Jagannatha, as you said, a slender map as well, right? So I'm very interested in seeing how that influences the capabilities for Maru here to try and defend, because it is a little bit more slender. That might just be an optical illusion though, because that map is so long as well. But yeah, I wonder how easy that's going to be here for Maru. It's actually 8 bases on this map for each player, right?
Oh, it's a large amount, and anyone that was worried that we weren't going to get the matchup that you hoped for, you're looking at it here. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Jagannatha, our blue Terran for Generic Green Wings. Make some noise for Maru.
Bottom left side, it's the Finnish man. It is, of course, Jona, the ENS Esports Cyril. And Cyril.
There we go.
Maru was a little bit quicker than Cyril, I feel like.
Well, maybe that's a little bit
being a bit, you know.
I was going to say, it could be a little bit of Mapu bias. Like, whatever. There's Maru. Like, but let's talk up the Finnish phenom from Finland. I just
man of the hour.
Like, it's one of those moments where I wish, as a hype caster, like I could dig deep into the low register, like Maynard, because he just is like, he has the pinnacle of the opening hype cast. I mean, it's him and Tasteless, and like those are the top 2 for me. So I have my very high pitched nasally voice, which apparently sounds a lot like Nathanius. I'm not offended by that in any stretch. We could do the Nathanius cast challenge where we both keep our cams off and we make chat trying to determine, wait, which one of them is from North America. The answer is both of us, but I digress that point. So it'll be interesting to see here what kind of matchup we get in game number 2, because I kind of thought that Maru might pull out a little bit of the stinky cheese, some of the Limburger, if you will, here in game number 2. But he might be feeling really confident winning that first series, knowing that, okay, I don't need to get super creative against you, Cyril. I've still got your number. The injury apparently not an issue at this point, and we're just gonna play out a full game. But where's Cyril gonna go from here, Kozan?
I just want to kind of point out, I want to go in on what you said about Maru doing aggression. I've just kind of looked at this map. Like, it's still a map that we're all learning from, right? But I looked at the mini-map. Those overlords, they made a pattern. And I'm like, where would you even keep a barracks hidden on this map? He didn't even need to send out a drone, and it looked like he had every single angle covered. Very, very well done overall by Cyril, and you'll have to put them like very far away, those two barracks, if that is going to be your plan.
Okay, I like that. That's some interesting perspective here. It looks like we're still going to get a normal 1-1-1 style opening here out of Maru getting into this game. My question is going to be whether or not he wants to get extra aggressive with that air again. He found a little bit of damage with the Liberator in game number 1. I don't know if that's going to be the same here. There's a lot of dead space to abuse with those Liberators here, Kozan. I think we might see a little bit more of that, but look how far apart that second and third base are. Just even on the mini-map, they look like a mile apart.
Well, we may go even into some Banshee or even Battle Cruisers here for Maru. I mean, Battle Cruisers just as capable of abusing that dead space, of course. Between the natural and the third base, very, very deadly on maps like these. And it is, in fact, going to be the Banshee.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, a bit of a switch up here. And to Maru's credit, I mean, that dead space is very easy to utilize the Banshee as well. I don't know that Maru's going to feel compelled here to grab Banshee Cloak. He is going to get it. It could possibly be to try and make Cyril think he's going to go in one direction. But Banshee Cloak's always good. I don't think he necessarily has to have it because there's so much dead space he can just park in and wait. But to that point, Cyril, getting his lair tech already, wants to have that overseer vision, wants to be able to stay on top of those. He's going to be ready when those Banshees come across the map.
Yeah, for a moment I thought that he may cancel it as well, because he did immediately started kind of with that Overlord already flying in, but does keep it on the production tab for now. Would be incredibly surprised, right, if he still can slip, but yeah, it looks like he's even saving up for a second bench here right now. Am I mistaken on that one? I'm not completely certain, but anyway, yeah, he's being a little bit passive, right? Also, just with the 2 Hellions and a Reaper on the map right now, it looks like he's just trying to ensure he will not go down due to some sort of a run by, as he is being a little bit greedy here, right? Grabbing those 3 command centers and the double engineering bay. So he needs to stay on his toes at home.
All right, so we are going to get more Mutiling Bane. I'm really excited about that. We've been seeing Serral do that a lot more lately. My impression, feel free to correct me if you think I'm wrong. I'm sure there are other people that will as well. I never felt like Serral really enjoyed Mutiling Bane. I always felt like he loved trying to utilize other options, but it feels like we've been seeing a lot of Mutiling Bane out of Serral. Like, certainly he's capable and he's very good with it, but I don't think it's his preferred. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. So it'll be interesting.
So what do you think is his preferred?
You know, he always struck me as a really good like ground army composition. Hydraling Bane back when it was really, really prominent and popular. He was just very good at that, but he's also just really good with his Ling Bane in general. So his mute accounts, though, will be really strong here, especially on this map. He should be able to get a lot done. But look at all of this damage here. 9 worker kills, and he's gonna get both of those Banshees out. He's gonna get one of them out. But even still, that's such a great trade.
He never started that +1/+1 though, as Mapu is trying to point out. He's like, why is this not happening? Come on, Maru. Okay, he just really wants this to start right now. He's getting rather upset about it. I mean, it's true. It looks like he is actually forgetting about it, right? Why would you make those 2 engineering bases if you're not going to start it up? And this could come to hurt Maru. This does seem to be like a big part of his game plan as he's moving out right now. Finally realizing it, starting it up. And Serral already making that 4th base. Let's see, the army supplies not too far apart. Did you see if we already got Baneling speed at this moment in time? Because he did have it around. Yeah, okay, there it is. Man, he just gets everything, doesn't he, Serral? Yeah, no problem for him.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's already got that Baneling speed. Serral's made a couple of mistakes here into this so far, but that's one mistake that he can't even afford to make. So the mines are going to be able to get on top of the Banelings. Fortunately, they aren't going to get the Mutaflock as a whole, so he should be able to clean this up. In fact, yeah, those are dead Medivacs here at this point, so it's a good cleanup. Serral now needs to try and find a way to push across, but Maru's already got that wall set up on the south side of his base. He's really getting his SimCity going here. This is a good start for Maru, all things considered, and there goes the 4th base.
Yeah, just, well, overall, you know, he's definitely still in a good position. The work account and such definitely looking very nice for him. Reinforcements back at home. Already getting drilling claws here as well. Very quick on the Widow Mines. This is a difference that we saw from the previous game, where he stayed on those Hellions for a little bit longer. It may be an adjustment, right? Realizing that Serral does, in fact, go from 4 to the Mutalisk off of the 3 base still relatively early. So maybe he's just like, all right, let me just prep a little bit more so for those Mutalisk, and maybe I'm going to take less harassment damage this time around by being a bit safer on that department.
All right, so +1 flyer attacks just now finishing up. His 1/1 for Zerglings is still in production, about halfway there, but Maru's going to beat him on that upgrade count. His 1/1 just about to finish up. Drilling Claws about to finish. I love the placement of all of these mines. This is just very, very creative, sneaky placement by Maru. Is it the Tricky Trickster coming out in our Korean Terran here, Kozan?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that is a name that is only allowed if most of your games end before the 6-minute mark, because of night explosions and such.
That's fair. All right, so Thor's going to add into the defense here, although, I mean, it's something he needs, but he's been doing such a great job with these mines that it almost feels like an unnecessary addition, but you're not going to not make Thor's at this point. That 1/1 now just about to finish up. Wouldn't be surprised to see Serral try and push that 3rd base. Mara's going to get that 4th base out and secured. Serral with the length of this map kind of showcasing a little bit of the difficulty of getting across here. His creep spread is outstanding. It's all the way to the center point, but there's so much more map to go.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think this is also a little bit of a sign because of getting less of those Hellions, right? At the start, adjusting to get those Widow Mines a little bit quicker, making the sacrifice that he's less capable of denying the creep at this moment in time. But he is handling these Mutalisk a lot better this time around as well, right? He's not taking damage. He's not taking pretty much any SCV damage yet, I want to say. He's just a little bit more on top of things with the defense.
Yeah, and there's a lot more spread that he can do here as well. But to his credit, oh, there's those mines. Oh, he's got to be careful. He baits right into that. Every single Muta gets covered in that. No major kills. I mean, he's going to lose a few from the initial mine hit, but Seral's going to have to back off. He can't afford to toss those away because you're absolutely right. He has not gotten as much damage done at this point. And he needed all that damage in game number 1 just to get on the top side. And now Maru is able to get his 4th base secured. He's got those sensor towers up. He's in a great position here.
Yeah, he's making 2 more bases. 2-2 on the way as well. A lot earlier than Seral's at the moment too. So he may have a bit of an opportunity here if he does decide to move out. But so far it looks like Maru is completely comfortable just sitting back, playing the defensive game. It's not like, when's the last time we've seen anything trying to get across the field here? It really doesn't feel like Maru in a sense because of this, but that is also because Seral, he has been playing so aggressively. So Maru's absolutely fine with just playing defensive at this stage in the game.
We're getting to that Ultralisk tech once again, and it's a comfortable path, right? We'll have to see if he can actually make that work. He didn't get the results he wanted in game number 1 with it, but he feels confident with the build order. He knows that that's what he wants to go for. So of course, as a natural response, Ghost Academy coming up here. That's a lot of Banelings getting on top of all of that. Bio is going to move forward here. No mines to collect the rest of these Banelings, so those Marines are going to have to chase off. But now the SEV line is exposed. Baneling's going to get on top of everything. 5 do go down, and the planetary, and more SEVs on the way will get picked off here. Only 8, so that's a pretty good save for Maru, but he's going to have to replace that base, and he's already got one floating on spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's too upset about that one, honestly. Like, he already had those 2 extra bases. Maybe one of them did fly towards that 3rd o'clock location. What's this? This one link. Oh god, on those rocks. That's adorable. He's on a mission. He's on a mission. Well, it kind of is to show that, you know, Seral never F2s. That is definitely a sign for this. But here is the adjustment for Seral that I would like to see. Just get those investors a little bit quicker to make those ultras, to make those Banelings just so much more efficient.
He had a great moment in game number 1 where he was trying to sandwich with that Infestor Force on the top side. This is a good pull here. This is going to be another dead planetary. He's just going to commit all those Banelings on top, and when you have 40, it doesn't matter how many you lose. More of these units are going to go down, so 8 more workers, but it's going to be Mutas on the right-hand side picking off the 3 o'clock base as well. This is the damage that Seral's been looking for, but it's coming at the cost of a lot of softening of these Mutas.
Well, I mean, they do regenerate rather quickly, and all those mines as well now are, in fact, gone. Maru, even though he's playing more defensively, he is allowing Seral to get away with a lot of mining on that other side of the map as well, right? He's already up to, let's see, he's getting towards that 7 base economy. And Maru still, you know, sitting back actually on a 3 base economy there for a while because he's losing everything. But on the other hand, he hasn't lost that much army supply either, right? Still 130 army supply at the moment. And, all right, yeah. We'll be able to safeguard this base.
This position for Seral is still really rough here. I mean, he's down almost 20 army supply, and he's on a lower tech army supply as well because it's a lot of Ling and Bane. It's going to be the Infestors coming up here soon that will help. The Pathogen Glands upgrade now just finishing up with 3-3 finishing, though. This is going to be difficult. Well, I guess 3-3 for both players are going to be finishing up about the same time. But I feel like Seral's jumping in here really, really quick, getting on top of that wall, getting a lot of bio as well for his trouble. So freeing up that Sim City just a little bit more, probably building a little bit of supply cap as well for those Ultras that are now starting to hit the field.
For sure, for sure. And this, I think this is just kind of in Seral's mind space right now. He is on, well, on a lot of bases, right? His opponent only on 4. If he manages to keep just trading units at the moment, even if it is slightly cost inefficient, not too cost inefficient, please. But, oh my god. Well, I mean, I did ask for it, didn't I? I did ask for it, oh my god.
But look at the Banelings on the right-hand side. They are going to get into the SCV line, and they are chasing down those ghosts. This is a better push here. Those Lings and Banes able to work together, trying to move on top of this entire army. Banelings finally going to get on top of ghosts here and soften them up, but no Zerglings to be able to pick the rest of them off. So Medivacs will clean them up, but 10 SCVs, 12 actually, getting for his trouble here. Now Maru falling behind a little bit. That army count a lot closer now.
Yeah, 113 Banelings have died right now. It's almost double as the Marine count that has been killed off. Now, to be fair, Maru is playing a very Marauder Ghost-heavy style anyway, so maybe not the most impressive numbers considering that, but still kind of a funny thing to see right there. More of those Ultralisks on the way. Yeah, I mean, if Cyril does manage to keep Maru on this full base, Maru is gonna run dry. He is not gonna be able to keep this going, but looks like... Wait, oh, Maru already lifting up there, realizing, okay, there must be something coming in here.
Yeah, and there's no reason to try and stick around. It's not, he doesn't have the planetary just yet, so he doesn't have any ground to fortify. So he doesn't want to lose the workers, just immediately picks that up and goes. Now going to get the scan, put that back into place. That planetary will probably come up rather quickly because he is going to want to secure that location. And Cyril knows it, so he is going to stay aggressive on this. The army, though, in position, ready to catch everything, but a great flank on the top side here. Bailey's going to get on top of Ghost once again, but those Ghost evacuations are just so crisp and clean. But now, Bailey's going to actually connect this time.
Oh my
He's going to get there. Yes, he's actually going to pick off those Ghosts. That's a huge loss there for Maru.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive. Right now, only 60 workers, of course, for Maru, and he only has 150 overall supply as well, so he is definitely hurting. He's been on this full base for such an enormous amount of time. Cyril making it work. He is absolutely rolling in dough at the moment. He is looking like Scrooge McDuck right now, making everything go his way. Another burrow of that Ling. Again, on the top left side, he also has the Ling burrowed, making sure that that is also a base that will not be taken so easily. And Maru, he needs this base. He needs to have this base actually start mining here because his main base, his natural, are pretty much dry. The third base and the fourth base also really starting to run low. And, you know, you can see this coming up relatively shortly. I suppose we still have a couple of mules on the ground here.
Well, look at
Still
the difference.
doing quite a lot of mining.
Look at the difference here, Kozan. These are all orbital commands that are coming out here, so less fortification is going to be able to be available to hold these bases in place. 13 workers going down somewhere. They must have been Baneling connects on the right-hand side, but that income advantage has been so quickly in Cyril's favor this time. The creep spread, he owns 60% of the map. He's not going to let Maru shove him around like he did in game number 1, and as long as Maru is going to continue trying to re-secure bases with those orbital commands, it's going to make defending them very difficult, and I think Cyril's going to try and exploit that as much as possible.
Yeah, another thing is, like, Maru, when is the last time we've seen him be aggressive here? But anyway, all that for, we do have another attack right now. A lot of Banelings trying to come in here with a good amount of Ultralisk and some Corruptors there as well. Let's see, you know what, overall, it's okay to not trade immensely great, but... yeah, I mean, Maru was on 150 army supply around that area, so... You know, kind of equalizing it out right now. Maru is going to have a bit of more of a struggle to recuperate those forces. But anyway, I wanted to say, like, this map, I'm still kind of learning about this map, but I think Maru just feels incredibly uncomfortable pushing across the fields. Not just because of all that creep spread, but also just because there's a lot of distance between all these bases. And as well, right, it's a thin map, so Cyril shouldn't have too much difficulty collapsing on a Terran army that does try to make it across the field, and Maru is struggling because of this, it feels like. Like, there it is, he's sending some stuff out on the first bit of creep. Cyril immediately just on the case.
Well, and that's to Cyril's credit, and Maru's not able to even work his way over to the side to Cyril's side of the map. He hasn't even seen a hatchery in probably the last 5 minutes or so, and Cyril's happy to continue that streak going. More scans going to be burned to get this creep spread going, but Maru's economy is He's at 45 workers. You could really be using those mules right now. He's got 6 on the ground. His orbital count is a lot higher, though, than it was at game number 1, so he can afford going in those directions. But this is exactly what I'm talking about here, Kozan. Now, he doesn't have to dedicate his whole army to go clean up that base. He could just send that squad of Lings. Maru's going to have to send army after that to deal with it. But right now, Maru trying to push on the bottom right-hand side.
Did not work out for him, it looks like. Only getting 5 workers right there. Cyril even trying to take these bases off of Maru sometime, and that top left immediately just gone. That is a place where you could consider making like a planetary behind a wall of the health supply depots or something, right? Because there is only that one entrance into that location. But anyway, Maru, he is back on 160 army supplies. So once again, right, the potential of a slow and steady push across the field could still occur here. Let's see if those Banelings get good enough connections. Zergling's absolutely mangling those Marauders right now. They're having a rough time. Corruptus also cleaning up a lot of those medevacs. And yeah, the army supply of Maru, it is, I mean, that is surprising to me. He was at like 160 versus 100, what was it, 30, 20 from Cyril? And look at this. They trade out in a way that now they're equal on that army supply again. That could also be because Cyril's macros is on top of things, of course, and he's just recreating those ultras, the Zerglings, everything very quickly. Does lose a base, but ultimately pushes Maru back all the way across the field again.
Oh, and if those Lings can wrap around those ghosts, that's going to be big trouble here. There's no Overseer, so no vision on those ghosts. Those ghosts will be able to protect themselves, at least for now. Cyril's got to be careful that he doesn't have too much of his army supply wrapped up in Corruptors, because even though those Corruptors are being very valuable at picking off medevacs, it can make that army count feel a little skewed in a sense where, okay, Cyril's up, but is he really? Yeah. He doesn't have enough army to engage on the bottom, and everything that Maru has can at least get on top of the bulk of the time of the army. But now is going to be another lift. These Corruptors are going to try and puke down this orbital command, but it will be able to float away. But Cyril going to be able to continue to secure that lead, 170 to 112, and another burrow preventing that. Cyril definitely feeling a lot more confident here in game number 2 and playing a lot more confidently as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the real important part right now for Maru, who needs new bases to be mining. He's actually on 0 mineral income there for a while. All his other bases are empty. Of course, it kind of the same applies for Cyril right now. He still has a couple of bases that are still mining, but it's not that much rushy. He is also kind of hurting, but definitely less than Maru is at the moment, who once again is just not mining on that right side. Even Creep Spread now gonna deny that base. Cyril even getting these bases off of Maru that are supposed to be Terran favored to get, but yeah, I think we are reaching a GG point here momentarily. Maru has just been struggling too much to get all this stuff back up into his favor. He's gonna lose another command center there most likely, or at least a ton of SCVs. 15 workers, all that remains.
Yeah, and losing that economy is a no-go at this point in the game. Maru dips below 100 supply. His idea of going into Ghost Heavy did not work out. GG is called, and we're going to get game number 3. They know the magnitude of this game and this series. They wanted to give us all 3 games. So Maru just being very, very polite, saying, okay. We'll play it out and see a game number 3. But very well played by Cyril, controlling the tempo of that game just a little bit better. Yep. Being able to keep that creep spread out over on Maru's side of the map and not allowing Maru to bully him around like he did in game number 1. So it showed in the fact that Cyril was able to play a little bit more in his comfortable play style. And Maru didn't look as comfortable for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a lot to do with the map or something like that as well. That could be influential in this one. But also, of course, we saw the adjustment from Maru not going for that heavy onto the Hellions. And, well, there's also a clear example of how important it is to deny that creep in the earlier parts of the game. Cyril never had that creep recede past the halfway mark. Maru never had a moment where he could actually just kind of move towards the other side of the field and... well, actually get some bases killed, right? Maybe once, maybe twice, but that was nowhere near the amount that he managed to do it in the previous game. No harassment from Maru either. and he wasn't being cost efficient enough. Those bases rather well spread out here for a Zerg player to try and abuse, run those Banelings through on the left, on the right, and yeah, very, very well done there by Cyril. Incredible plays. Incredible plays.
All right, Kozan, we're going to get another new map here. It's going to be Lightshade for game number 3. And this is we're going to go from one of the larger maps to the pool to not the smallest map, but I don't think Lightshade's going to be nearly as spread out. So we're going to have to see. I still believe, like, you can all laugh at me when I'm wrong, which is totally fine, but I still wouldn't be surprised to see Maru pull out something a little bit on the cheeky side here for game number 3. But we are going to be jumping right on in. And we're going to be spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Our blue Terran, hoping to have a little bit better outcome here in game number 3 so we can advance to the winner's match. Playing for Jin Air Green Wings. Give it up for Maru.
And in the top left side, we have ourselves a red Zerg fighting for Ants Esports. He's the Finman. He is the one and only, the greatest, the GOAT. He is the Finnish Phenom, Cyril. Right, definitely put some more words in there this time around.
I was going to say, you're going to have to open up your book of superlatives at that point. Phenomenal, fantastic, entirely amazing, awful. Wait a minute, not that one. And it's okay, I'm already wrong on my prediction, so everyone can just lol, oh, the caster curse, lol. No, it's totally fine.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that weird to think Maru will 2 Rex, right? I mean, it used to be the thing that he did all the time, like continuously. He has been slowing it down though a little bit, and that's been a fairly recent occurrence, right? And he's kind of been slowing it down slightly. I'm going also for these macro games, and you know what? That's to our benefit. That is definitely to our benefit, because these matches, they have been absolutely stellar, a joy to watch so far, and I am very ecstatic to just see what's going to happen here in game number 3. Game number 3, I can't believe it, man. We're getting the full package from these two.
Oh, we're getting all that, and honestly, like here's a let me run a weird scenario by you. Let's say, so one of these players is going to obviously win this game, and they're going to move on and move forward. But what if...
Or it's a tie.
Well, if it's a tie, we're going to play that. We're going to play that game again. So that's just to get 4 games in a best of 3. I think that's too much to ask for, Kozan. But what if we had like a trap Cyril or a trap Maru, or to Mana's credit, in that a Mana Cyril, Mana Maru. What if we could get Cyril Maru again in the Deciders match? Would that just be the weirdest way to celebrate Cyril versus Maru in a best of something bigger than 1 to get them twice in the same series?
Yeah. The thing is, right, that would already destroy the entire idea of having a Cyril Maru finals, right? Which is still something I'm secretly keeping my hopes out for. But yeah, overall, I mean, it would be more likely, right? I feel like to have Cyril and Maru both play again. Well, to be fair though, one of them is gonna go into the winners match. So I'm not quite sure, Rushy, what the exact odds are. But overall, I wouldn't mind seeing more Cyril versus Maru, because this has been absolutely amazing. And
Maru got a drone kill there.
I'm with you.
Maru got a drone kill there. I think it's game over. Like, he just taps out at this point. Like,
he can,
just get out of my game and see you later.
Go to the manicure and do something else entirely. Who knows? Who knows? Just you know, have a little bath, anything he wants to. All right. Well, I'm interested in seeing how many of these Hellions we're going to be getting again. Well, actually, that tech lab not actually anywhere near a starport. In fact, no starport so far. Instead, we're seeing that 3rd base already on the way. So even a quicker 3rd base than we had seen the game number 1 and 2, I believe. Oh, a 2nd barracks as well to try and facilitate somewhat of a defense here. Interesting.
I do like that quick stem. We're seeing this a lot on these. We'll call it medium. I mean, Lightshade by no means is a small map. It's definitely not. It's no submarine. Let's put it that way. But this is going to be for some really, really quick aggression. But to your point, there's still no starport on the way. So if this is going to be a bio push, I mean, it's going to walk right across the map, and we've got a couple of engineering bays coming in as well. So it's going to be very quick turnaround on the upgrades on top of it. So should be very interesting. It does not look like we're going to get any major mech in this series from Maru. So it's going to be more bio, more problems.
I'm not upset about that at all whatsoever. There's that starport right now. We did see the double engineering bay as well, right? So I'm kind of wondering if he is planning to do a little bit of aggression here. Maybe he's going to put the starports onto a reactor and try to do like a double medevac with a marine stim drop somewhere. That could be the case. But Mutalisks are not going to be too far away, right? Layer tech already on the way here. Cyril getting everything he wants as well. Once more.
Okay, so now we do have the starport just now finishing up. More than likely that will give us 2 medevacs, so that should give Maru a little bit of pushing power here. But yeah, look at these Marines already queuing up. And to Maru's credit, he's doing a really nice job of holding Cyril back on his information. Cyril is so good at scouting and knowing when everything is coming, but it's not being scouted. But here goes the Zergling on the top side. Is he going to be able to see that? It looks like those units are positioning it downwards. He's not going to see that just yet, but Cyril's got to know that something's coming at least soon here. He sees those Hellions trying to posture and clear up as much creep as possible.
He did see the triple Rex, right? So in a way, you're already, as Cyril, probably thinking to yourself, right? So it's going to be a lot of Marines. I'm pretty certain he saw the stim pack as well being researched, so at least, you know, the tech lab lighting up there. So you gotta be scratching your head there a little bit with what be coming at you. And he doesn't have bailing speed just quite yet, right? So this is hitting a little bit earlier than the previous timings we saw from Maru with the Marinus, and that is to its benefit for sure. It's about to finish up though, that bailing speed, but it's a rough situation now for Cyril. He doesn't have creep spread here either, so let's see those Hellions. They are getting some nice work done. Oh my god, that was a big hit there. Oh, that was such a clutch one there for Maru, just barely not being able to save those Marines.
How can you, as Cyril, just ignore the 4 Hellions that are just roasting everything? To have the kind of fortitude to be able to do that is just, it's stunning. But Hydra's on the way. I don't feel so silly anymore here. We have got, we're going to have a little bit of Hydra-Ling Vein here. And I think against a player like Maru, I don't hate this kind of style. It's rather mobile. It will be very strong against what Maru wants to bring in terms of this bio Widow Mine, but I think it's going to force Maru into trying to adapt a little bit. He might not expect this coming, but I feel really good. We might actually even see lurkers. Do you think Cyril has been watching Raynor play lately? He might have some tricks up his sleeve.
Could very well be the case. It has been increasing in popularity quite a bit recently. Let's take a look at what will be happening here. I mean, I'm also wondering if, as soon as, well, you already identified this, right? He saw the Hydralisk, so how much overall medevac dropping are we going to be seeing here right now to try and punish the immobility of the Hydralisk in comparison to the Mutalisk, right?
Yes, and I think the Hydras are going to be more naturally disposed to deal better with those Widow Mines, because they're not going to accidentally fly over top of a Widow Mine and just immediately lose themselves. They will be able to get good range. Cyril's going to do a nice job keeping those Overseers with his army, so he should be able to do a nice job. And here's the pivot here. We are going into tanks, and this is going to better serve Maru, but is it going to happen in enough time for it to matter? Because I still think that we might see that lurker den coming down soon. We see the infestation pit on the way, so hive tech is a possibility. I'm just going to keep my eyes peeled on that protection tab as much as I can.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt anymore required here, Rushy. I think you called it exactly right. That is going to be those lurkers here. It's just a matter of time. I'm liking Maru though as well. He's already identified this, of course, as well. That's why we're seeing those siege tanks on the production tab right now, also already in preparation of the next follow-up of Cyril's tech at the moment. But Maru, I mean, he is being a little bit aggressive, well, a bit more aggressive overall, but well, didn't get much other than just a bit of creep denial here and there, right? So a bit of a shame there, but it still has some possibilities, perhaps.
Well, it looks like he's not going to overcommit into tanks, at least at this point. Those drilling claws are still available. It's just now finishing up. His 2-2 is on the way, a little bit ahead of Cyril, so he will have a slight advantage. That Hive also on the way. But this bio tank push is going to be coming in a couple of minutes here. Going to try and get the last little value out of these Widow Mines that he has right now. How many does he have? He's got 4 now still on the field. Still pummeling away at this Ling Bane force of Cyril. And we see Cyril maxed out. He's got a little bit of an army advantage, and he's got a little bit of money to burn. So he's going to build up that bank and more than likely set up a couple of queues here. He's got something on the top and bottom side, but it looks like Maru's going to try and get a little bit of a counter punch in before Cyril's able to strike.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised how late the lurker attack is at the moment. If he, you know, we're still not quite seeing it. Is he actually planning to just stick onto Ling Bane Hydra here with Vipers? Unless if I missed it, I may be crazy.
There's a lot of Widow Mine hits there on that army. That was not the engagement that Cyril was looking for. But here come those Vipers. And I don't hate this play. I mean, if he knows his opponent's going into tanks, those Vipers will still be effective. But look at that. We've got Marauders, and it looks like he's trying to pivot into that Ghost Widow Mine production once again. Maru might be trying to big brain Cyril here.
What about, well, honestly, I think we may be seeing Cyril big braining Maru here, because, like, Maru, he's making Marauders, right? He's getting himself the Ghost Academy. He's got himself a lot of siege tanks composition right now, and he is prepping what looks like for, well, I guess for Ultralisk as well, but a lot for those lurkers. Now, we're not seeing any of them. We're seeing Vipers instead. The Vipers are going to be great against the original response for the lurkers, right? So the siege tanks. And now Cyril, in a way, has a very good army composition for the army composition he's facing against, right? With those, with the Vipers. And no Ghost yet on the fields. So here we go. Let's see how well he does. There are those blinding clouds immediately shutting this down. Where's the rest of the army of Maru? I don't think it is here. It is on the top side fighting some other force of Cyril. Okay, and Cyril does get pushed backwards right now.
This is a... how has Cyril been playing without group spines for this long into the game? He's now got it 2/3 of the way done. Just imagine how much more aggressive this army could be, especially against those Widow Mines. And it's the Widow Mine production continuing to come out. Maru, I think, doing a nice little pivot back and forth here, keeping his opponent on this type of tech for now, and not wanting to allow those Vipers to get a whole lot of damage done on those blinding clouds and those poles. But here comes a nice little run by. Gonna get on top of a good chunk of this army, but a little bit of the map is going to segment out those Banelings. Banelings gonna continue to come on forward. They thought about that mineral line for a moment, but the building path is not going to be as consistent. But this mineral line is gonna be a lot more exposed. Taking the planetary instead, but 4 workers go down as a result as well.
Yeah, very well done indeed. Burrow on the way here. That's awesome. Goes this fight right now. I guess Cyril's just being like, all right, well, not sure if I'm going to be able to get away with these forces. Actually, more forces coming in as reinforcements right now for Cyril on the top side. He is quite committed to this location, taking on a lot of those SCVs, dragging them to hell, and yeah, just getting on out of there as soon as the weather is changing for him. Lovely stuff there by Cyril. Once again, taking full control of where Maru is and is not allowed to expand.
Well, and Maru's hanging on for his credit here. He's trying to get that, that 5th base re-secured once again. He's going to try and take it in that top right, but Burrow Zergling already there, so that's going to delay that as well. Cyril just being very, very annoying with this composition. There's just so many Widow Mines all over the map, just constantly pummeling away at this army. And here comes yet another engagement here. These Banelings going to try and find their way in. A couple of them will work their way into the mineral line, so we'll find damage there. And more Banelings getting on top of that juicy bio. Those ghosts having to run away. 10 workers do go down. The orbital is going to have to float away. And Cyril, once again, continuing to push Maru further and further back into his own base. No lurkers required, Kozan.
Yep. Yeah, Cyril goes by his own pace, right? He's like, all right, well, I just think this is superior, it looks like. just have the more mobile force with the Hydras just kind of there as backup support DPS, and he's making it work. He is still getting the Spire now as well. But at the same time, I was expecting Maru to perhaps get a bit more aggressive with drop play as well, right? He's been, again, just like game number 2, in his own base. He's been stuck on his own base. He's not quite been able to go anywhere. He's just running back and forth to the top side and the bottom side, trying to ensure that his base doesn't die. And, well, unfortunately for him, his bases are dying. So, not quite anything working out for the Terran player at the moment in time. More SCVs go down. Another orbital flying up in the sky in embarrassment that it's not a planetary fortress.
Yeah, well, and this is what got. Oh, that was a nice little connection there, forcing the kill on top of those. So those Widow Mines actually do end up friendly firing themselves off of the map. But this is where Serral thrived in game number 2. I mean, he was able to keep Maru off of securing those outside bases and planetary fortresses. Just not able to allow Maru to play the game that he wants to play. Good tank coverage will keep this army at bay, but those Vipers are just going to start pulling. Yoink, yoink, and those are going to now fall. So this base, once again, going to be under fire, but doesn't want to overcommit, knows Maru is going to rotate down.
Maru is still committing to more siege tanks here, by the way. I'm not quite sure if I like this as much, because Serral is abusing the fact that Maru is not able to cover all his bases at the same time. He already has the Vipers out as well, so, well, I just don't quite know. I would have preferred to see perhaps a couple of those Ghosts being entered into the mix as well, but then again, game number 2 not quite working out for Ghost either. Here we go, another base, another kill right there. That planetary, no chance whatsoever. And more siege tanks as well, just immediately going down there. Oh, the bottom left side. Maru's is getting demolished. Slowly but surely, Serral's getting more and more the hang of this. He's waking up, Rushy. He is waking up.
Yeah, look at those 96 Zerglings on the production tab. He is going to have more Banelings. He's going to have more Lings. He's got a little bit of a scout there that is going... Well, it's not undetected. I mean, it's inside of that sensor tower, so eventually he will find that. Imagine if it were 2 Banelings. How hype would that be? 2 Banelings just landmine on top of those Ghosts. I mean, that would be the content we're looking for.
It definitely would be. That would be a highlight that makes it into the highlight reel for sure. But already we've had quite a couple of those in this best of 3. Here we go again. Serral, he is rolling in the dough. He is as rich as Bill Gates right now. It is rather ridiculous. He's coming in. He's ready to trade. He just doesn't want Maru to take this base or the one on the top end. The previous game, we saw him containing Maru on the 4 base economy. This time around, it feels like we're just watching Maru on 3 base economy. And hats off to Maru overall. I mean, he is playing against an extremely talented Zerg with just pretty much 3 bases, with Serral being, what is that, 7 bases behind this, and well, it's definitely starting to show quite heavily right now. Baneling's getting hit by the Widow Mines, but it just doesn't matter because there's so much still remaining for Serral. Cleans up the natural base. How often do you see Baneling runs into the natural base? Well, and that's very cost efficient as well, actually, looking at this right now. Surprisingly so.
Well, and Maru, again, he's trying to hang on here, but Serral is just continuing to push more and more across the map. More of those bases are going to fall. He actually picked off not only a handful of Ghosts in that Baneling push, but got one of the orbital commands as well. So there's less scans, that's less mules, and that income advantage just continues to tick in Serral's direction. And he's just going to continue rotating. He still has that vision. That one Zergling has not only paid for himself 14 times over, but it's just continuing to do more and more work here. And we're getting the Greater Spire on the way, the +2 flyer, +2 missile attack as well incoming. I mean, Serral's not out of this just yet, but he's making it very difficult for himself to try and get back in.
For certain, and Serral is coming in once more here on the top, on the bottom side. More stuff will fall down. There is, in fact, an overseer. Quickly does get sniped out. Maru trying to pull all the tricks here, trying absolutely everything to hang on. He does not want to go into the losers match right now. He just doesn't want that to occur. Of course, there will be 2 best of 5s ahead of him if that is going to be the case against 2 very strong opponents there, as well as this entire group pretty darn tough indeed. Serral, even on the bottom side now, look at that, grabbing that potential 6th base for Maru as well. The one that Maru tried to take like one single time here and never managed to get anything rolling anymore. This is just an absolute clinic of a ZVT from Serral right now. No Mutalisk required, no Lurkers required, just a lot of Banelings, Zerglings, Hydras, and Ultralisks coming in once more. Here it is. Is this the final push? It very well may be. If this planetary boss as well, that's pretty much all of the mining. GG is called, and we have ourselves a victor.
Well played. The Finnish Phenom showing why he is one of the greatest StarCraft has ever seen. And 2-1 in a great best-of-3 series between these two players. I don't know what everybody expected. I know there were a lot of people that were hesitant and nervous and very, very excited, but I don't know if they could have given us 3 much better games than that. So well played to both of these players. Of course, both of them are not officially done just yet. That was just our first series of this Group A, Kozan. We have so much more StarCraft left to play.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We got them setting up now. Of course, we have the 2 Protoss players. Also, another best of 3. Man, if all the series are going to be this long, we may come to regret making 3 of these series best of 5s, Rush. We may be here all night. Who knows? Who knows? But then again, I mean, this has been some amazing StarCraft so far. I cannot wait to see what these 2 Protoss bring in as well. But man, before we actually hop into that series, Rushy, oh my dear lord. Serral, he was a lot more dominating in those final 2 games than I thought he would be, honestly.
I mean, that's the kind of way that you have to play against a player like Mario is you have to own the control of the map. You have to be able to control the tempo. And that's exactly what Serral did very, very well. I think he was trying to do that in game number 1, just couldn't connect as much as he wanted to, and Mario was able to stabilize and push forward. But shows, again, in game 2 and 3 that he could own the map and he could own the control. We're going to be getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be Trap versus Mana, a PvP. You guys will not want to miss this. We are just getting ready for our second match second series of the day. Of course, !B in the chat will give you an idea to check out our Liquipedia link. In fact, I see it flowing just right there, zooming on by. Feel free to check that out and look at all of the different groups that we have. Of course, this is just day 1 of 4 groups for the King of Battles International Championship. And I was thinking about tossing us over to a break, but I don't know that we're going to get one here, Kozan. I think everything is just boiling right in. Well, you say that now. I'm going to use those words against you, Kozan.
For now, I still want to just talk about Maru versus Serral, man. That was one hell of a series. Yeah, Maru, I mean, he never, in game number 2 or 3, I mean, he was holding on, but it was just him surviving, right? He never managed to get a lot of stuff done anymore on the other side of the map. And it is just very impressive with how Serral just controlled, as you mentioned, the entirety of that in those 2 games. That was absolutely stellar stuff, and we're gonna be seeing more of them as well. It may not be Serral versus Maru, but they are definitely going to be making another appearance here on the stream after this best of 3.
Well, and it's still very early on in this season, right? A lot of these players have had an opportunity to play on these maps. Obviously, Blizzard does a nice job of giving advance notice and saying, hey, here are the maps that you can play on custom. You can't play them on ladder yet, but start doing your custom games with your teammates, your practice partners. And I feel like we are still in the phase of learning these new maps so that we haven't seen what kind of meta is going to spawn from it. What maps, this map is Terran favored, this map is Zerg favored. We got a lot of people that speculate, and of course it's very easy to just look at things and, this looks a lot like this map, so of course it's going to be exactly like this. But I think we're probably a couple of weeks out still before we're going to see that. It might be the end of not the end of DreamHack Winter, but maybe like the beginning or middle where we really see the new meta start to shine through.
Yeah, Yeah, but it's a lot of fun, right? Seeing people trying to figure out the abusable spots on these maps. And the first times you see those spots being abused is always the one, well, the most memorable one, in my opinion. And so far, we've definitely seen some great run-by paths happening here and there. And we're going to be seeing some more, actually, in this PvP as well. Lightshade. I know Trap, a very, very creative genius overall as the Protoss. And, well, you know what, especially I think Gemini always says that he is, of course, the player that commits the most to new builds here. I do believe every time I see Protoss doing something new in GSL, then we immediately see like, well, in fact, Trap did this back in, and I'm not quite sure if that is just because he might mostly watches Trap, but I'm willing to take his word. He's a very smart guy, and if he says it's true, then I do believe it. And oh, who knows? Who knows? We may be able to see some more stuff that is new popping up from Trap on the new maps right now, right?
Yeah, and I think we should probably spend a little time talking about our upcoming matchup here as we are starting to get ready. We'll be jumping into our second series here. It's going to be Mana versus Trap. Of course, I spent a little bit of time getting this all queued up so you can see what we have going for our Group A today. Of course, Cyril taking his first series. He'll be moving on to the winner's match. Maru will be waiting for the victim of match number 2 here. Mana's pretty good at his PvP. I don't know if he feels like it is his strongest matchup, but according to Eligulac, it is. 63% win rate. Trap's no slouch, though, 60%. What's your prediction?
I think it may be a 2-2-1 for Trap here. I'm gonna go with the Trapmeister. To be fair, though, I mean, this is PvP. It is one of the most volatile matchups that can go just on a dime, of course. Oh, in the bottom right side, Mana, by the way, the Polishman. Sorry.
And spawning in the top left, our blue Korean Protoss playing for Generic Green Wings. Make some noise for Trap.
You tricked me that time, Rushy. You were like, "Oh, so what do you think? What's the prediction?" I'm like, "Oh, hello."
Well, I wanted a score prediction, not the horoscope.
All right. You know how I do these things.
I know. I shouldn't blatantly set you up to try and talk it out. So, but now we have an opportunity here because we're here. Here's the thing. So we could sit here and tell you he built a gateway. He built a second gateway. More probes. He built a gas. But you're just gonna sit here and frown at us, so it's totally fine. But anyways, so now you can give me a little more of that in depth, because I feel like Trap does a nice job in this matchup. But I mean, we've seen Mana play some insane PvPs. Again, just recently in the it was the NA qualifier that Mana made it through, right, where he played against Neeb, and game number 3 just got absolutely crazy.
It definitely did. Yeah, there was definitely some nut stuff. Neeb actually committing to the cannon rushes twice in a row, and you know, we thought he won. We thought he had him, and Mana managing to have one probe on the map, still committing more resources across the field, making a pylon, making a Stargate, making a Void Ray, and all of a sudden, Neeb was like, "Oh, wait a moment. I don't have any stuff anymore, and all my probes are dying right now, and I need to finish off this game." Mana just barely being able to squeeze out another 400 minerals and allow himself to make another Nexus as well, recalling a lot of those probes. And man, oh man, was that a nail biter of a series! A testament to this Polishman and how much PvP skill that he has on board.
So I'll give a little bit of credit because my eye glances to Twitch chat every so often because I'm always watching you. But somebody floated by really quick that Mana would probably do really well if this game gets scrappy compared to being just a straight up macro-focused PvP, which, again, saying macro-focused PvP still feels really dirty to me. Like, that doesn't seem like a word, like a sentence that makes sense. But but I would kind of lean into that point because I do feel like Mana is a rather scrappy player. He plays in EU. Yeah. I mean, the EU players get really creative all the time, and I think that is a good thing for Mana. So I think we're going to look for him to try and make this game really interesting. But now Trap trying to be the sneaky one here, canceling some buildings there, Kozan.
Yeah, it's not building a Stargate anymore. We saw it earlier on, but yeah, it's not there anymore, is it? Just went for the okay, going for the Twilight Council now, putting a pylon on the top right. Could just be a a pylon to warp in at some later point. Thinking maybe as that probe is moving out. Mana went for the Stargate instead, and I don't know. Maybe Trap just kind of misread the situation. Maybe he was expecting more aggression to come out of Mana here. I'm not sure.
Well, it will be interesting. Yeah, he does have a couple of Adepts warping into that top right-hand corner. So I thought we were going to possibly see that maybe cheeky little proxy Dark Shrine, but not quite going to get that at this point. It is going to be Oracles on the way for Mana to his main base, but already Trap staying on top of it, has those sentries, has that Stalker, so that's not going to get any damage done. And the damage is going to stay minimal over on Mana's side of the map.
Yeah, 2 workers overall. That's all good. That's all fine. And sentries actually being able to push back that Oracle. Man, that really shows how fragile those Oracles are, right? Doesn't it? Sentries actually hurting something. Crazy.
So this will be... I think we're going to get to a point here where we're going to start seeing... so we go back to, so what does that macro-focused PvP look like? We're more than likely probably going to see a Stalker Disruptor. That just, it seems to be like every ZVZ has a million roaches, and I feel like every PvP, if we get to that point in the game, is just going to have a lot of Disruptors. But Mana to try and prevent that from even coming into play here. He does get in here with a bunch of Stalkers and Adepts, trying to stutter step back and forth. Does pick off that shield battery, so Trap going to have to be aggressive in pushing that out. 3 kills going to come down so far, but that is going to be a protective shield battery that Adept Shade will not get any damage done.
Yeah, does lose that Stalker as well, but you know what, 4 kills, not too bad, right? It's only a real small advantage on the work account though for Mana at the moment. I think Trap will be okay with that one overall. It had a lot to do with that those Oracles, right? The Oracles really staying on low HP. I think if they, or the, sorry, not HP, just energy overall. They spent a lot of energy trying to chase down Adepts and such. If they had a little bit more, they definitely would have been able to pick off more of those probes as well. But, oh well, they're stuck here now. They're on holiday. They're unavailable. It goes straight to voicemail if you call them.
What would be, well, we can speculate this later, but I want you to think what's on his voicemail. Like, what is his voicemail message? That would be, I think that would be an interesting point of talk. Yeah.
It's going to be Korean, I don't know. No matter what it says, I'm not going to be able to understand it.
Oh, that's fair. I guess you made that more literal than I expected you to, but I'm not even upset.
What were you expecting? I mean, you must have some idea then, right? Or some...
Well,
no?
I'll keep thinking about it here.
Right.
Trap is going to get on top of this third base of Mana. That's going to be rather exposed, but the proxy pylon in the top right hasn't been spotted just yet. I don't know if he's going to get the full cancel. It's going to get really close, so great force fields will force that cancel out. So the warping will be allowed to complete. Blink Stalker's just about to finish up for Mana, unfortunately not in time for that engagement. That's going to be a frustrating setback.
I think I know now.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be like, all right, look, Gemini, this is my voicemail. I like you very much as a person, but you gotta stop calling me at 3 a.m. in the morning.
I don't know how you got this number, but... Oh, yeah. I mean, that is actually a really big cancel here for Mana. I think that is going to force Mana to be incredibly aggressive. He needs to get some economic damage done to get that payback in the back of his pocket. But right now, Trap is just going to post up here at his third base. He already has a shield battery. That battery overcharge is going to be ready to go. The Oracles in the main, though, might be the damage that he actually gets done here.
A little bit of work. Those Stalkers on the bottom side trying to blink micro the hell out of them. A couple of sentries do get picked off, but ultimately it looks like Trap just will eke out a victory here. And Immortal on the top side could be Okay, a little bit exposed there, but doesn't want to commit a blink on top of it. Of course, those Stalkers would have been able to cut off the retreating path here. Oh dear, is that a safe place to go to? Okay, I guess it is.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, he's got the low ground vision. He's got, he had some really cute leapfrog blink going there. I don't know if you saw that. And I was just like, oh, that's neat. He could just like keep doing that forever, but nope, he's going to be able to get out, loses a minimal amount. Charge will be finishing up here for both players, so that will be available. We'll start seeing more and more of those giant armies. No robo bays yet for either player. I'm admitting I'm a little shocked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have the Immortals actually from both players now being constructed, but yeah, quite late and no disruptors, right? That is potentially going to be the next step in this overall thing, but ultimately, if you are trying to use disruptors versus the Blink Stalkers, that can be a rough call as well. So that may be the reason why we're not seeing as much of an emphasis on that unit composition at the moment. Perhaps. Oh, nice force fields there, but a massive blink there from Trap as well. Just jumps right forward, immediately gunning down the Immortal that was available for Mana. Mana trying to hold his own and forces Trap backwards for now, but that Immortal for Trap has been alive for a really long time. Great Warp Prism Micro as well. Oh, a nice blink on top of that Warp Prism. Manages to cut it off. Here we go. This is, in fact, as scrappy gets. Immortal gets picked off as well. Mana holds on for a little bit longer. Does lose his two Oracles, so that goes his overall harassment potential from those units. And here we go. Here we go. Mana doing a wonderful show so far, getting himself the robotics bay as well as another robotics facility.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very good play by Mana, and we said this earlier. We said if the game was going to get scrappy, that Mana might be favored. Now he does get a brief glimpse of that proxy pylon, so we'll have to see if he dedicates anything to get up there. I think he might actually, which would be a good choice on his part. But here comes Trap with his fourth Nexus now. It's about halfway done. Yeah. Mana hasn't yet started his own. He's got that Robo Bay in production. Templar Archive is going to be the choice for Trap as well. So we are going to see a bit of a deviation here. I think that's brave play by Trap. He wants to try and get into those Archons, get into that Psy Storm if he can get to that point. But here come the balls. Disruptors hitting the field.
They're definitely on the way. Trap, I still think Trap overall got a little bit of the better end in the game right now. Coming in on that fourth base, forcing the cancel. The disruptors, though, right? You've talked about them. They can turn this around on a dime as quickly as it can be. You blink once, and that is going to be it. Oh, that's a lot of Zealots getting picked off. But all those disruptors actually getting jumped on top of as well. The Immortals trying their best, but a lot of fire there on top of those Zealots. Talking about Zealots, we have some Zealot wars going on the other side of the map here. Trap still having a warp in. No problem for him. And GG is called. Trap takes game number 1.
I'm mad. I'm mad, Kozan, and here is why. Mana gets the biggest disruptor shot on top of all of those Zealots, but it still didn't matter. There were so many Stalkers. The Stalkers were able to get on top of everything. The Zealot warp-in over on Trap's side of the map was very, very good, but Trap just put himself in a really good position. He had enough. He knew that he was able to push on forward, and that giant blink ahead makes it work for him in game number 1. So we are going to be jumping into game number 2. It's going to be on Death Aura. I feel like it's been a while since we have seen this come down. So will be one of our older maps jumping in here. I'm trying to think when is the last time I saw PvP on this map? I mean, there's a lot of places to hide stuff, but I feel like it's rather exposed because it mostly has to deal with the collapsible rocks on the left and right hand side. So
yeah, I wouldn't be too upset if Mana does go for a proxy, but then again, I mean, Trap should be looking into this, right? He should be on the lookout for it, honestly. I feel like Trap is kind of in that mind space, right? As long as they don't get caught off guard, I should be able to allow my overall just slight better macro and slight better micro perhaps as well take this game for me. Anyway, here we go. Game number 2. Let's see what will happen in the top left side. The red Protoss, he's from Poland. He's from Team Liquid. He is an absolute beast. He is Mana.
And spawning in the bottom right, our blue Protoss playing for Jin Green Wings, looking for a second win in this series to advance on to Serral. Give it up for Trap.
All right. There is a probe going towards a certain location right now. My, oh my. All right, Trap. Stay on the ball here. Like, he could send that probe across the field, but honestly, he may just want to start looking around his own base in this situation. Actually, Mana, is he? Oh, yeah, there we go. The Forge. Second probe on the way as well.
It's happening. Okay, so this is good. I think this is going to be very, very interesting here. Trap is going to be able to scout this, though. He has sent out the probe, and Mana's not even going to be coy about it. He is just going to drop the pylon right in front of Trap, and now we're going to start seeing some of the SimCity being brought in. It's immediately going to force Trap into his own Forge. Here comes the second probe. Probe should be able to get all the way up, but it is going to be harassed rather efficiently. But he does get the one pylon up on the high ground. So high ground vision has been obtained. We're now going to have to see that Zealot choose.
Oh, he lost both probes. He lost both probes, Rushy. That's horrendous.
That's actually bad. That's BAD.
That is incredibly bad. Now, you know what? Trap just needs to clean up this one pylon on the high ground, and he can make a... Well, I guess he doesn't have a cyber core, right? But there goes the cannon in his mineral line. He is going to be as fine as as it gets.
Backup probe. Backup probe is here though, so he should be okay. This didn't go as poorly as it could have for Mana because, as you said, but there's no cyber core, so now he doesn't have any range just yet. He can get a lot of damage done with this.
It's on the way, though. It is on the way. The pylon on the high ground is going to go down. I mean, what else can he really get at this moment in time, I feel like? You know, he's making another pylon, and another cannon goes up for Trap there. Maybe he's going to get that gateway, maybe. But other than that, like, what can he realistically get right now? That cyber core already done for Trap here as well. Just now on the way for Mana. Oh, I don't know, Rashi. I don't know. I think losing those two probes may have cost him here.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I wanted to believe. I wanted to be the biggest Mana stan I could be. But I think you're right. These cannons are going to be able to clean this up on the high ground. And what does Mana have back at home? His cyber core is about 90% done. But the transition here is going to be very, very difficult for Mana to try and accomplish. I mean, Trap is already able to get ahead of this. He isn't able to lose or isn't able to kill the gateway. You know, if that probe is brave, it could try and hold the high ground. He actually is going to lose the. He's going to lose the Zealot here. I think. Oh no, battery overcharge. Oh, just normal battery. Okay. Yeah, this is a bad position. Ugh.
It is incredibly rough. There's an Oracle now as well flying across the field, I think. Or maybe that's just the first. No, it should be. Yeah, it's coming up right now, I think. Is it not? It's the Zealots. It's the Zealots. Never mind. Anyway, it will be there soon. It will be there soon. And Mana, I mean, we've seen some crazy comebacks from him already in PvP, but that was when his opponent was trying to cannon rush him, and this was one of the cleaner holds against a professional cannon rush that I've seen in a long time right now. And yeah, I am crossing all my fingers right now. I am hoping Mana still finds a way to make a comeback happen here. I mean, he has 26 probes versus 23, but ultimately, it's a rough spot.
Shield battery is going to get done just in time. Oh, literally just a second before he needed it. So that is going to drain a lot of the energy on this Oracle. It will get a couple of probe kills, but nothing major. There's no warp gate on the way. There's no anything else on the way at this point. So it's just going to be one Void Ray being brought in. Trap does get two, but two adapts is not going to be enough here, Kozan.
They do get picked up. The other Phoenix will be able to pick up the other one. I mean, yeah, he got two probes. Okay, two probes. That's as much as that Oracle did. That's unfortunate. And then Phoenix is versus the Void Ray as well. I mean, that is going into favor for Trap here overall. I'm surprised that Mana still continues onwards with the Void Ray production. May want to get himself a couple of Stalkers to help shoo away those Phoenix.
So the question now becomes, where do we go from here? We're in a position where Trap has a bit of an advantage in terms of technology. Mana, to his credits, got a Void Ray out. He's going to be able to help zone off against the Air Army of Mana, or the Air Army of Trap, but it's still going to be very difficult for him to accomplish because he's going to have to invest so much of his time and energy into doing so. Those Phoenix will be able to get out unscathed. A couple of probes do go down. But I feel like this is going to be Mana trying to go slightly all in with this Void Ray style because he doesn't have a whole lot left to lean on.
Yeah, I mean, just the Void Ray versus the Phoenix is not going to go into his favor, ultimately. He's going to need to find something else, some way to bring this back. But it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. Although, you know what, overall, in just remembering everything that happens in this game so far, his position not as bad as I thought it would be. You know, the working count not too far apart. Army count, I guess right now kind of being influenced quite a bit here. Oh my god, those Phoenixes are doing a wonderful job. Yeah, it does get that final Void Ray as well. So yeah, a lot of Phoenixes in the red though, but still.
It's just getting worse and worse here for Mana. Trap's going to be able to get out to his third base. Mana's not even in a position to try and get there yet. And he just lost a majority of his army. And look at that. Just efficiency here by Trap. Not even losing 500 minerals at this point. Yeah, Roddy has got to be somewhere just like praising the Lucky Star, spamming his Phoenix emote as quickly as he possibly can.
Team Ro16! That is GG, well played. Mana, he's tried his best, man. He gave it his all. He did not want to just leave out immediately, but that was one hell of a rough position to get himself out of, and yeah, just not quite having everything he needed there. Trap, well played, and we'll be moving on forwards into that winners match versus Serral. So we're gonna have a Serral versus Trap best of 5 coming up. As soon as those vetoes are done, of course.
Absolutely. And we are going to be taking a break at this point. I know, I'm killing the party, but we've got some good stuff happening here that is going to set us up for our winners match. It is going to be Serral versus Trap. It's going to be another, well, not another ZVP, our first ZVP of the main event here. And it should be very, very exciting here. It's no Serral Maru, but it should still be pretty good. Folks, you guys are watching Group A of the King of Battles International Championship right here at twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. You won't want to go anywhere. Our best of 5 between Serral and Trap will be coming up very, very soon, right after this break. Hang tight, guys. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Group A coverage of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I am here with Kozan. We have got some more outstanding StarCraft for you as we continue moving through Group A. We're going to be getting ready for the winner's match here between Serral and Trap's going to be a ZVP. Again, not quite as hype as our Serral versus Maru, but I still think it's going to be a great series here, Kozan. You are muted, my friend.
Typical. No, I don't know what you mean. Serral versus Trap. Come on, man. That is one hell of a match. That should be absolutely fantastic. I think Maru, you know what, and Serral, we've been waiting for them for so long overall, but we've been waiting ever since 2018, and there's a lot of other stars that have made the horizon, and I definitely think that Trap is one of them, one of these, you know, top-notch Protoss players, and I think we are going to be in for one hell of a show between these two. I'm very, very interested in where these guys are going to be taking it. Are we going to be seeing Serral once again trying to avoid the Lurker in this matchup as well, or is it just going to be a little bit more so focused on the Lurker? I think it very well may be.
See, I just don't see a ZVP without lurkers. That just would feel like dirty and wrong and gross. So if Serral's going to avoid going the lurker path, I mean, he's going to have some way to slow down his Protoss opponent, because if he doesn't, Trap's going to find himself with a pretty strong Tempest carrier army that's just going to be difficult to stop. And I mean, Serral's good, but even that's difficult for him to try and put together. Good question that I hope we have maybe an answer for. Have these two ever played against each other? I want to say, like, I assume yes, but the question is how much and when's the last time?
Oh boy, you're really putting me on the spot right now.
It looks like here, I kind of had my own question queued up, ready to go. Looks like the last time these two played would have been in July in War Chest. Okay. Where Serral took a 1-0 victory over Trap. Looks like in the summer season finals. Oh, just the finals. You know, that's okay. Serral 4-2 over Trap. Home Story Cup, Serral 3-0 over Trap. I mean, this is just Serral over and over winning against Trap. So, I mean, the match history is there. It's a matter of whether or not he can continue that trend.
Yeah, to be fair, Trap's worst matchup right now, according to Illegal Leg as well, being that BVZ matchup. But overall, you know what, recently I'm kind of looking at his match history. He did take on Solar not too long ago, but then again, I would put Serral a little bit above, a cut above Solar in the rankings and the ratings and such. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see, man. I still believe that Serral will be the favorite here. But ultimately, I don't think Trap's going to be making it easy on this man at all whatsoever. I'm pretty certain that that Trap will be able to take a map or two.
So I have an interesting thought, because I'm thinking about just matchups in general. I think about all the different opportunities that Serral has to play against very, very high quality Protoss players, because of course right now Europe is just littered with them. North America has a pretty strong showing of Protoss players right now. But then I think backwards for Trap's Zerg experience is, for all things considered, rather low right now. I mean, we're looking at Armani, Dark, Solar, and Ragnarok, and that's about it in the Korean scene as it sits right now.
DRG.
DRG and Rogue would still be in there as well, but even just thinking like season 3 here of the GSL, I mean, DRG's not in the equation. Did I not go down far enough? Oh, there he is. Okay.
He is there, yeah.
Okay. I didn't scroll down quite far enough.
Yeah, but then, to be fair, the European Zergs have been making that move, right, to take the top dog spots of the Zerg race.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be interesting to see that, because we're just seeing a shift right now where we were having a lot of Terran and Protoss dominance in the Korean scene. I don't think that's going to put Trap far out of this match by any stretch of the imagination, but it will be interesting to see how the interaction takes place. Trap right now, PVZ is his worst matchup, 57%. So we'll have to see if that plays into everything. But we are getting set up and ready to go for our first map. It is going to be on Jagannatha, and I'm very hesitant to continue pronouncing it that way because every time I read that, I'm like, there's got to be like 14 different ways that we can pronounce this, and I hope I've picked one that's at least close.
I think Nathanius said like he loves this map because he can call it Jagannathanius. So, you know, just add a couple of letters.
Oh, that's just going to feed in more and more to this whole I sound like Nathanius thing, and then people are going to be disappointed when the face hit cam comes up and it's just me right here, and they're like, wait a minute. What? There's no beard. There's no American flag tank top. There's no guns and eagle. Who is this imposter?
For sure, for sure. Where is this man's commentary about Terran? Where is it?
Where is it? Where is it? And we're just about ready to go. I think we're going to hit that button.
Why is he saying he's a Zerg player? This doesn't make sense. He's lost his mind.
You do sound like him, but that's okay. Yeah, you know, I don't see that as a negative. I mean, you're comparing me to someone who does a really nice job casting and has been a premier level StarCraft caster for...
Yeah. I wouldn't be upset. I would not be upset myself either. He's a very, very funny guy as well, you know. He has a lot of good sense of humor, and always good to see him. Anyway, here we go. Here we go. First game is actually loading up right now, Rushy. You didn't tell me your prediction just yet, did you?
I didn't. This is going to be a clean sweep for Cyril, I think. 2-0.
Clean? It's a best of 5.
3-0.
3-0. Just like that. Doesn't change it.
I think it's possible, Trap. So if I'm more realistic, I think Trap could sneak one game out. But we'll have to see here. We're jumping in. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, our red Zerg player. Playing for NT Sports. Give it up for Cyril.
And his opponent in the bottom left side, it is the blue Protoss fighting for the Jinnah Green Wings. He is one of the best Protoss. He is Trap.
So we'll have to see. I know I just made it like an enemy out of Gemini. If Gemini like followed me anywhere in the social medias, we're unfriended. I'm banned. It's just bad right now. But I feel really confidently in Cyril's ZVP. I mean, it's Cyril, man. It's hard to doubt him.
Yeah, and you know what? To be fair, like the way he played against Maru as well, it's hard to doubt him right now, you know? After seeing that absolute just steamroll of a match in that game number 3, it's hard to count him out. It's hard to vote against him in that sense, you know? Okay, so keeping that second Overlord at home. Both of these players playing it cool, playing it safe. No hatchery blocks so far from Trap here, so keep that in mind. The third base rather far away, but I guess the walk distance for the probe also relatively far, you know, so...
So, yeah, my question just continues to remain with this large map, because this is one of the maps that I feel like it's going to take us a little while for all of the players to see what is going to be the best course of action. Because, I mean, this has a lot of space for some proxies. I mean, we saw that in the qualifiers where that top left-hand corner, if you don't deliberately go over there, you're never just going to accidentally wander there and find a proxy pylon with either a gateway or some technology. You're not going to find that proxy Stargate in this case. So it'll be interesting to see what Trap decides to do in this particular matchup, especially against an opponent like Cyril, who reigns supreme with his ability to gather knowledge.
Yeah, I like this map, you know, it really feels unique. It adds a little bit of the Golden Wall flavor, but then not as much, you know. It's not up to the point where it's probably making some of these pro players upset that they have to play on a map like that. It just doesn't adhere to the regular rules. There's still a little bit of texture, a little bit of flavor mixed into the taste of this map, right? We have those weird bases in the corners, the top left and bottom right, where you know, if you do move in there, you're kind of stuck, right? There's no way to go unless if you use recall or Nidus Worm or something like that. But not to mention, of course, also those speed zones.
And I love the speed zones. I'm glad that the map makers kept that in mind for this upcoming season, and they tweaked it a little bit. We talked about this a little bit in the qualifiers, where Death Aura, it has a little bit more of a forced path, where okay, if you're going to go buy them, you're absolutely going to use them. But in this case, now they're a little more exposed. They have room on the side. Now you have options. Do you want to take the short path on the right or the left to get where you're going? Or do you want to swing out through the center and let that speed help you with getting around an army, zoning, kiting, you name it? So I really am excited to see this. But already the king of information himself, look at that mini map. Look at all those tiny red dots. Trap's going to try and move something out onto the map, and it's going to be very difficult to sneak by Serral, who is just gaining a ton of map information.
Yeah, lovely spread there from those Zerglings. The Void Ray does get spotted, of course, by killing that Overlord. Trying to catch those little pesky running boys, but we'll be able to move on by. Sees that third base. That's a big thing here for Serral, of course. The scout knows that third base is on the way, so nothing massive gateway heavy coming his way either. And it's going to drone up quite nicely right now. There's 9 drones on the production tab. Just needs to make sure that this Void Ray doesn't suddenly kill everything, of course, which would be a far stretch there. Oh, Oracle actually, no Spore Crawler in the natural. Serral, what are you doing, my man? You saw the Void Ray. A little bit greedy there, perhaps. Does lose quite a couple of those drones, and the Oracle just barely gets out of there as well.
And 6 workers is not an insignificant amount at this point in the game. So Trap making the most of that Stargate early on here. It is going to be up to Banelings and a Lair. Wouldn't be surprised. I still would not be surprised to see him go into Hydraling Bane here at the very opening. And against someone who's being aggressive with that Stargate, that's a pretty decent call here. Charge is on the way. We do have a Warp Prism as well. Templar Archives is going to transition Trap into that more traditional ground army. I think that's going to force Serral into the Lurker play. I still think we're going to get Lurkers here. I can't say I don't see a scenario where we don't, but Lurker's just really strong right now.
Yep. It does seem just to be the preferred way to approach this matchup right now. I've even seen Raynor talk about them as well. He's saying like, all right, well, if we don't have Lurkers, we'll just never be able to win against Protoss anymore. So he is a heavy believer that you need to have this unit. And you know what, if he says it, then I'm pretty certain that Serral may be a little bit on the same wavelength there. There's that Hydralisk Den, of course, already being constructed as well. And yeah, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time until those bad boys pop up. A little bit of Warp Prism harassment there on the top left side. It's going to be an Archon, it looks like.
I think one of the things that just continues to enthrall me about the current Protoss meta is this Void Ray first opening. I just think it's neat. It's neat to see different things come along. We're not playing the exact same opening style season after season, and I like that. Again, we talk about the EU and NA Protoss is starting to get a little creative, and I think that's a good thing. So this harassment is going to go largely deflected, at least at this point, but it does kind of put him in position to do a drop into that main base. But Queen's already in a position, Trap unable to be sneaky at this point, so he's going to have to get a little more aggressive if he wants to stay on top of this.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these plays really, well, I suppose those 6 drones, but after that, nothing really significant being done to either of their economies. I'm pretty certain Serral should be able to hold this off relatively easily as well, right? With the amount of Banelings that are coming in, needs to transfuse that Queen though, but oh well, there we go. Enough Hydras here to poke away those Archons. There's an Immortal on the way as well, but yeah, that base is going to be okay. Oracle suddenly being like, you know what, guys? Oh, wait. Where am I again? Drunk Oracle pilot there.
I mean, this is a big warp in here for Trap, and I think those Archons are doing a nice job of zoning out those Banelings. One Baneling going to get caught in that stasis trap, not as much as what Trap was hoping for, but here comes a nice little sentry warp
this is nice.
with some great force field on the ramp here, so that's going to be a warp in that Cyril's unable to deal with right now. He's got limited supplies, and that is now going to
force
get jumped
fields
on top of.
Doesn't get it again. He missed the force fields now on the main ramp twice in this attempt, so that is a big deal, in fact. But still gets on top of the drones. I'm not quite sure if he's gonna get much of anything though. 2 of them fall, but that was a nice attempt. Honestly, that is. He also gets the base, by the way. That base is gone now.
Yeah, that was a good pick. That was what Trap, I think, was focusing on. If he was able to get damage done in the main, that was just going to be icing on the cake, but he wanted to be able to take out that 4th base. So now that's going to force Cyril into the top left-hand corner. Ling run-bys are going to start trying to happen here for Cyril. Cyril really hasn't had a really big presence on Trap's side of the map for the last 4 or 5 minutes or so. So now trying to see if he can get some information, see what's happening back at home for Trap. But Trap is going to rotate into that 4th base location. He's starting to get to the buildings worked out so he can protect that 3rd base. Already High Templar on the field, and Psystorm just about to finish up.
Yeah, he's getting himself ready for that later game in the mid-late game kind of situation. Cyril's still not going up to any type of a lurk attack, by the way. No infestation pit, no lurk den, nothing of the sort. So yeah, still preferring a little bit more so of the Lingbane Hydra attack at the moment. And as of course I say, that is that infestation pit that does come down. But you know what? Overall, I'm kind of digging the position for Trap here. You know, there's not that much creep spread. He got a base kill. He got a good, reasonable amount of drone kills, and I do believe we still have a Warpersm somewhere on that right side. Yeah.
No, I'm not surprised by the fact that this is so delayed. I mean, Cyril's taken a pretty decent amount of damage. Losing that 4th base, probably... Ooh, that's actually a great snipe on that Warp Prism. But I don't think that it is a bad place for him to try and play from. It's a matter of trying to get that 4th base economy back up so that way he can feel like he can afford it. But now it is going to be Cyril trying to get on top of these High Templar. One of them is going to get picked off. The other one is going to be out of energy, so it's not going to be as useful. And picking off a couple of these warp gates will be important to help deal with that. A big Baneling roll by is going to get completely consumed by all of those Psystorms. So nice play by Trap, not allowing Cyril to jump on top of everything. And he's just going to morph those into Archons to get more value out of them. And Cyril's doing everything he needs to right now, just trying to keep his opponent at bay and just buy himself time to get up into that Stargate tech.
Yeah, and you know what? Overall, it doesn't seem too difficult for Trap here to rotate between that 3rd and 4th base. A couple of Banelings trying to commit here after those gateways were picked off. Getting 5 probes in total, not the greatest. Already a mothership on the way here for Trap, by the way. That is an interesting one. Usually you don't see that before the carriers and the Tempest and such, but here we have the mothership before all of that stuff. Is he planning some sort of a recall?
I mean, maybe he's just tossing away 400 minerals and 400 gas, Kozan. We'll never know until we see it. Battery overcharge is going to help out with these Archons to try and give them some extra life. Those Banelings are not going to trade as efficiently against those Archons and Immortals, but still trying to put out some damage here. More Warping is going to be happening to add to that Archon count as well. And it's going to be a Spire on the back side of everything. Just going immediately into Greater Spire. So we're going to start seeing some Broodlord tech coming out very, very soon. Not wanting to go into those lurkers. Kozan, we kind of wondered if this would happen, and it seems like Cyril wants to play that style.
Yeah, and again, his opponent, though, I mean, we're seeing all these Immortals, right? Again, it feels like in preparation, as we saw Maru do with the Siege Tanks for the Lurkers, he's expecting Lurkers. It's not quite coming, so all these Immortals here, I feel like Trap is kind of investing more so into them than the High Templar, which would help out a lot better against the army composition that Cyril is going for. So, nor Colossi as well, right? They would also do a lot better against what Cyril has right now, but then again, against Lurkers, they wouldn't do very much. So it's a bit it almost feels like Serral is threatening the composition of the Lurkers, and then that just being the regular meta at the moment. And Serral abusing the fact that people kind of have to make some sort of a response to those Lurkers, and then just kind of going with whatever is good against that response that he's forced out of his opponents.
All right, well,
very cool to see.
We do see Tempest on the way. Trap is going to start getting into that anti-Broodlord count. I don't know if he's gotten any indication that those Broodlords are incoming at this point, but he is going to try and get forward with this Void Ray. I feel like this is the same Void Ray that he built at the beginning of the game, and I'm just impressed that it's still alive at this point.
Yeah, it's been hunting Overlords continuously. I mean, Serral wants these Overlords on the edges of the map, right? Trying to get those War Prisms in his vision. So well done. For a moment, I thought that was the Mothership actually trying to. That was a very quick contaminate, wasn't it? Ooh. That blink didn't even really start yet. He's just like, oh, you started something.
I gotta use it. I've been saving all this energy for this one moment. It's three Tempests on the way at one point. So this is going to be a very, very heavy investment into that siege army. Oh my gosh, look at all those Banelings. Those are going to cause a lot of troubles here, but I think it's possible. Okay, I thought he might just swing left and bump into that. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as it sits right now. But this army is going to be moving rather slowly because of that Mothership. So that means Serral can try and abuse it here with the faster movement of his army, but not going to trade very well against all of that. But here come the Banelings on top of all of these workers. The worker pull is going to be very, very good. That roll by not going to be what he's looking for. And now Trap's going to push forward.
Yeah, Trap's just feeling it. He is moving in for the kill right now. It looks like, guess he could still recall as well. There he goes, calling in more of those Tempests at the moment as well. A quick way to reinforce. Storm's really hitting those Hydras hard for now, but oh my god, Serral is everywhere. He's on every single side. He is not letting this go so easily, even though he invested quite a couple of those Banelings. But is it enough though? Serral, the backside did get cleaned up. He has those Broodlords, but he doesn't really have any Corruptors or Vipers to deal with the Tempest. But I mean, there's only a single Tempest remaining, really? Is there really only one Tempest remaining?
Yeah, he's gotten really good engagement on those, but for my thought, it's the Mothership. The Mothership is kind of the problem right now, and that one hero swarm host, once again, Serral making it happen here in this matchup as well. That's not a misclick. That is perfectly calculated, and you can't convince me otherwise. That's a nice little run by. I'm going to have a warp in here. That will get cleaned up, but 4 more workers get picked off. And yeah, it's the Mothership for me. That is the one piece of this that he really needs to be able to find a way to deal with. And even on creep, he's not going to be able to get to that in time. Will he pick it off? Literally 1 second. Ugh.
That was close. That was close. Manages to just barely scrape himself out of there. That's a low HP Mothership now, though, right? So it's going to be easier to be picked off at a later point. Almost makes you wonder if it would have been better to let it just die and then get a new one that is full HP again. But there are the Vipers, right? The arch nemesis of the Mothership.
Yeah, and that is going to officially help this out. And we're getting to Infestors. I love this play. Neuroparasite coming in as well. So the best way to beat Protoss Air Army is with Protoss Air Army, just under your control.
Yeah, good amount of those Infestors are coming up. There's no Oracles either, right, to really facilitate an easy... Wait, are there a couple? I think I actually did see one. He needs to have them anyway to really help out those Tempests gain their maximum potential. A little bit of a run-by in 2 locations right now here for Trap, I do believe, unless if those are changelings. No, they are not. Okay, getting on top of these Spine Crawlers. Great static defense setup here from Serral. You don't see this enough, I'd say, from Zerg.
No,
just a bunch of spines.
Because it's a good idea, and we just don't want to play with good ideas. We would just much rather just ram our face into our opponent and then be upset when it's like, there was nothing I could have done about the Zealots. What? It's just way more fun to play that way.
Exactly, yeah. Full-heartedly agree. All right, well, a little bit of a fungal there. And neither of these players really committing to a fight. It looks like Trap trying to abuse the fact that there's those rocks in the middle and the at the location where they just were. Trying to just kind of poke away from afar without letting the Infestors or the ground army really get underneath them that easily. And yeah, there are those Spore Crawlers. Serral is setting up shop for a long game right now.
Yeah, just buckling in, and this is wonderful. I mean, this is a best of 5. We all need to buckle in as well, because we might be here for a while. Dark Templar getting added into the mix. That's going to start providing harassment points here for Trap. Not even the fact that he's behind, he feels that he's super behind. It's just going to be really easy to run those DTs into mineral lines to take care of business, and it should be just fine. But now Trap is rather maxed out here. Some good revelations. We'll be able to give those Tempests the vision they need. Now we need to try and figure out how Serral's going to get on top of this army, though. Trap is just being very patient, trying to work away at this creep before he starts pushing forward. He doesn't want to overcommit, and he's being very aware of that.
Yeah, it's a battle for cost efficiency right now, right? So neither of these players want to lose units unnecessarily, so it's going to be a long, drawn-out battle. We're just slowly picking away until one of these players actually tries to commit for something. Usually, you know what, the way that I know Zest likes to approach this is by going for somewhat of a mothership attack, just suddenly recalling with the mothership. Actually, we do have a big engagement right here. A lot of those Broodlords getting poked at by the Tempest. The mothership, that is gonna go down, but the Archons, actually, yeah, knurling the Archons here. Oh, Corruptus right on top of those Tempests as well. This is a rough one. This is most of the army of Trap going down, up in flames very quickly. And yeah, reinforcing now with Stalkers. That is not the most efficient unit at this moment in time either. He's still getting 2 Broodlords with them though, so you know what, never mind, I suppose.
Yeah, but that was exactly kind of what I was thinking, is it was the mothership that was really holding that army together. And once Serral was able to clear that out, I mean, all those Tempests became free targets. All of the ground units were able to get taken care of. Look at the worker counts here for units lost. 22 probes to 9 drones. Serral has done a great job of protecting his bases overall in this game. And now Trap feels like he's backed into a corner. He has to get aggressive. He's going to take those Stalkers, blink on forward, and try to get more economic damage.
This is very cool to see. Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of like a Straya type of play, right? Just get aggressive with those gateway units. Try to abuse the fact that those Brutals, they are incredibly slow. There's not that much static defenses on those locations just yet. Recalling out of there into the location where these Gherkins are. Oh, that is gonna fall. Man, that's a bummer there for Trap, and even a couple of Zerglings still remain here. They will be able to unburrow rather quickly if they desire, and get another kill or cancel on that Nexus.
Oh, and here comes another mothership. It's on the way out. He's going to get 2 in one game. I mean, who has that kind of money? How many credit cards did he max out to make that happen?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Probably like about 6 of them right now. 1 per base. That is a scary mountain range in the red, isn't it? Jeez Louise.
Serral's just owned control of this game, both economically and militarily. I think I just made up a word. But Trap now going to try and push across. He unfortunately doesn't have the army that he needs, but the longer he lets Serral go unchecked, the further this gap is just going to become. Serral already maxed out, able to start pushing across the map once again. We will see those Broodlords pushing forward, especially since Flyer Attack 3 is now complete. Those Corruptors will be able to steal anything out of the sky as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah, some Hydras here as well. Gonna get this base, it looks like. Baneling's already kind of zoning away those Zealots. There we go. Those after retreats, and that is a rough one. You know what, actually, he moves back with the Hydra, so let's keep them alive right now. This is a very, very complicated puzzle right now for Trap. How he's going to be able to make this still work, because the army of Serral is absolutely terrifying. The map is rather large, so he can get stuff done with those Blink Stalkers and such, but if he keeps taking hits to his own economy as well at the same time, then, you know what, just cleaning up some of the bases of Serral is not going to be enough. He needs to get the economic advantage if he wants to play in that way. and then be allowed to be less cost efficient here.
And
great dodge on that fungal.
I think he just pulled his own broodling.
Come here, broodling.
Yeah, the big brain plays there. More probes going down bottom right-hand corner. Another Ling attack onto that main base. I mean, Serral's just trying to bleed Trap out at this point, trying to kill off as much of the bank as possible. Serral sitting on almost 3K worth of minerals and gas each. He can rebuild this army rather quickly. That +3 that +3 flyer upgrade incoming as well. I know it's a slow bleed, it's a slow burn, but this is kind of how you have to beat Protoss. You just have to starve him out, and then all of a sudden, oh, I guess I can't warp in any more things. I guess I'll type the G button twice.
I'm surprised by the lack of overall air units that Trap is making right now as well, right? That feels, well, I guess it is because his economy is just kind of gutted at the moment. But he never made carriers. He made Tempest, true, but never up. Well, I guess just a bare amount, but yeah. I don't know, Rushy. I don't know. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be enough here for Trap anymore, as that is another army coming in to the bottom right. He's bleeding.
Nah, one of these engagements is going to be the final straw for Trap. He's going to have to push forward, and I think that this base getting killed off is going to be that. 12 of those workers go down, and Trap needs to push forward. He's got to get work done. He is not going to be able to stay in this game much longer if he plays as passively as he is, but to his credit, he's trying to play as patient as he can. He doesn't want to throw it away. He thinks he's still got it, but look at the supply, Kozan. 199 to 113. The worker count is down below 25. He's just hemorrhaging economy at this point. He has no answer to stop the onslaught of Zerglings.
If he still had like that 100 extra supply just straight up in carriers, you know, I would still give him a shot here, but ultimately he just doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the money to recreate anything. He's basically on 1.5 base right now, mining, right? Those 3 bases on the bottom completely mined out. The one just slightly above it, the 4th base location, I think I still see there like 3-4 mineral patches, perhaps. I'm gonna assume that those gas geysers are getting extremely low as well. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
Those Zerglings just killed an Archon. That was delightful.
Nibble, nibble, nibble. All right, final push here from Trap. He is going to try to make it work. A good blink underneath those Broodlords, but there is the Fungal and the Broodlords. It doesn't seem like they care all too much. The Corruptors, you know what? The Mothership not dying in a single yoink right now does require 2 yoinks. That is GG. And Serral takes game number 1.
Yeah, that was a slow bleed for a pretty long amount of time. But again, to Serral's credit, I mean, if you just go in on the Protoss army, I mean, he has a lot of tools at his disposal in terms of feedback, in terms of the Psy Storm. He could very easily just accidentally throw away that army, and suddenly then you have Trap with a sturdy army composition, and you go, oh, okay, well, it's going to be 20 seconds before you have anything again. I'm just going to push forward and kill 2 of your bases. So absolutely taking his time, trying to dismantle that army one at a time, and forcing Trap to be the engager, so that way he can get his surrounds, he can get all of his fungals, get everything he needs to make himself successful. So yoink after yoink after yoink leads us into game number 2, and it's going to be on Light Shade. Our Zerg opponent will more than likely probably just stay status quo at this point, Kozan.
I hope so. I mean, well, I hope so. I mean, I'm just hoping also that Trap manages to get a bit of a better army composition there. Like, it really didn't feel like he had anything to do within that fight that he took, right? The one decisive fight, really, where you went in with the Mothership, with the all his stuff, all the High Templar, the Archons, the Tempest, and he just kind of got pummeled. He got pummeled like mad. Anyway, here he is again, the Phenom, the finish. He is in the bottom right side. He is Yona. He is Serral.
And spawning in the top left, our blue Protoss player, down 0-1, playing for Junior Green Wings. Make some noise for Trap.
There we go. redeeming the entire thing right now. Okay, so what does Trap have in store here for us in this one? You think he's already gonna dig a little bit deeper in the bag of cheese? The bag of fromage?
Omelette du fromage?
Get a bit of Gouda. Well, I mean, it's all the French you have to know, right? As a StarCraft 2 player. By the way, we saw that natural base getting blocked, and Cyril, you know what? He is pretending like he wants to get himself that third base location. He actually was expecting that probe to go into the main base here, I suppose, but yeah. A quick spawning pool with a gas as well. Cyril wants to get a little bit aggressive. Just a smidge.
I think that's interesting. I mean, Cyril did a really good job. Game number 1, just playing the status quo, but I almost wonder if Cyril thought Trap was going to be the one to pull a quick move here, because it feels as if the hatchery timing after the pool isn't going to lead him into a full all-in or to be super aggressive, but maybe he was expecting there was going to be cannons or maybe like a proxy of some kind starting to come down. But no, instead, Trap is just going to do his normal business here. He is putting a pylon in the wall, though, which is like Mega Baneling City. But instead, it's going to be roaches. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, it could also be because he did see the probe, I think, move across the field. So he realized I'm going to get hatchery blocked here. So maybe just do something else to avoid that situation. That could be the case as well. Or, you know what? I mean, it's not that big of a map, so you may as well try to make use of that as well, right?
Yeah.
Keeping these circlings alive, that is always good to see.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. We are gonna see him get super aggressive with these roaches, though, because more than likely we're gonna see it's 5, 6, 7 roaches pop on out. And again, with that pylon in the wall, that's gonna be a great target for Cyril to get on top of. He's going to be able to nuke that down. He's not going to depower much, but he will be able to open himself a channel. And right now, those roaches are going to be coming out. He wants to try and keep as many of these Zerglings alive as possible, but the Adept's going to make that problematic.
Yeah, the Adept's actually getting quite a bit of value here. At the same time, this is kind of hiding the fact that there are those roaches coming across the field. He knows where the Adepts are, and he knows how to avoid them now with those roaches. So this attack is going to be coming in a little bit more secretive, right? Bit more hidden overall for Trap. And only now as he comes in here, he's going to be able to see that there's in fact no drones in that natural base. He doesn't even see it now. He has no idea. He does have a... okay, now he sees the roach barn. Here we go.
But it's going to be way too late. I mean, everything's already here. So there's that juicy target here, and now he's just going to be able to pour on in. That is one pylon powering up that Stargate, and Cyril is a little bit of a flexy flex out here. And he just walks away. He's like, whatever, I gotta go. It's a bye, guys. Hopefully he knows that it's a best of 5, because I sure didn't remember right at the beginning. But GG is called classic PVZ, right? Right, goes in.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Cyril, I mean, he deserves that cookie, man. He needs to go grab it right now and come back.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
There he is again.
I got worried that he was going to forfeit his way out. I was like, no, I don't actually have to beat you, because the people want Cyril versus Maru, and we've already heard Maru and Mana talking. He's like, yo, dude, you got to take one for the team for me. I'm sorry. Like, I want you to win, but Cyril versus Maru in a best of 5? Like, I don't know if I could handle the hype.
Yeah. What if he just, like, runs out of his room and he's like, oh, did you guys see that? Did you see? I won another game, guys.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so here we go. A Patreon account that your top-tier patrons get to sit in an adjacent room while you play games. And, yeah, he just checked in and was like, did you love that? Yeah! And then, like, everybody's cheering. Okay, sorry, I gotta go again. All right. We're jumping into game number 3 here. It's on Pillars of Gold, spawning in the top right. Our red Zerg player for NC Sports. Give it up for Cyril.
And in that bottom left, that is that blue Protoss. I mean, he is one of the greatest Protoss in the world right now, but he is having a lot of trouble. He's from Jin at Green Wings. It is Trap. Oof. He's on his last legs here.
He is, in fact. A couple people asking in the chat, is Maru still playing? Yes, Maru is still alive. He's going to be participating in our elimination match that will be taking place right after the conclusion of our winners match right here. So if you are a Maru fan, don't go anywhere. Oh, he just gets it down. What a god.
Oh my god. So he saw the probe coming in with the Overlord, so he cancelled one of his drones in order to ensure that he has enough money for that hatchery to go down. And then, my dear lord, this man getting that hatchery, just it's a pro gamer move right there, Rushy. That is a pro gamer move and a half.
Yeah, it was an epic gamer moment, all things considered. So we are going to see probably just a pretty standard game out of Cyril, at least starting off here, because he's picking up his gas late, so he's not going to have his speed at the same time that he would like to, but it was all in sacrifice to get that natural down. But even looking at that, like Kozan, he had to take a 15 hatchery just to get there on time.
Yep.
It feels like that probe leaves earlier and earlier every single week that goes by. I mean, at some point it's like, are we just gonna have to like build a hatchery on 12? I can't put it any earlier than that.
But I don't think you have to get that crazy, Rushy.
Okay.
I don't think you'll be ever able to get a probe up there to get that to work out for you. But whew, can rub off that sweat off the forehead. Any Zerg player that thinks we're gonna have to get 12 edge. But anyway, yes, Cyril just really doesn't want that hatchery blocked, right? And it's something that's worth noting that he does seem to really prefer not to have his hatchery blocked here. He does, you know, he is one of the best Zergs, if not the best Zerg, and to see him trying this hard to avoid not having that hatchery be in another location kind of makes me feel better about, you know, struggling myself as well whenever my hatchery gets blocked.
Yeah, I mean, we could sit here and have a lot of discussions on whether or not like Raynor is the best right now, Cyril is the best right now. I mean, Cyril is definitely always in good form. I just feel like Raynor is like Cyril's kryptonite at times. They play so well against each other, and they have so many opportunities to see each other. So, so we go on and on. We could all log on to our Reddit accounts and talk about how Cyril's the best. No, Raynor's the best. What about Clem? But we would miss a lot of this game if we did that. So it is a Stargate opener. Getting into an Oracle here first. Is it happening, Kozan? Are we beyond the Glaive Adept opening all the time in PvZ? It feels weird not to see it.
Yeah. I mean, you would expect it at least one time, but one big thing for especially the Korean Protoss, they want to do the Adept Glaives if they do manage to block off that hatchery. Not being able to do it twice now, in a sense, perhaps is a good reason for him to decide not to do that. Oh my god, that Oracle got a little bit lazy there, not seeing that Overlord anymore. But anyway, yeah, so that may be a big part of it. And overall, you know what? I like the Stargate opening a bit better. It allows for more versatility. There's different pathways you can take this, right? If you go with the Twilight Council, you can either go Adept Glaives or you can go DT, right? And other than that, there's not much else. If you open up with the Stargates, you can go Oracles, you can go a certain amount of Oracles, right? Already a massive difference right there. You can go for Phoenix, you can go for a Void Ray opening, you can go for Void Ray Storm, you can go into Stargate into Adept Glaives, right? All these possibilities remain open, and it leaves the Zerg guessing, and that's where the true power of the Protoss kind of resides, right? 5 works, by the way, from the harassments. Not too bad.
No, and he's continuing to pick away here. These Oracles have tons of energy, so they're just looking for openings. If they can pick off a Queen, I mean, that's a pretty good grab, but some good transfuses will keep that alive. So the energy will be stored up for another engagement. But what's Cyril trying to move into right now? Looks like he's grabbing roaches. We'll have Evolution Chamber on top of that. So we'll see that 1-1 start coming into play. But now we see the Twilight Council going down and Blink immediately being researched. So we are going to have Blink Stalker with +1 on the way. But it's not even a large Warp Gate count at this point. Just adding 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering as well where Trap is eventually going to be taking these. The blink upgrade, it's a little bit curious, right? We would be expecting something else, perhaps maybe just a charge upgrade or going quicker into the robotics bay, stuff like this. But instead, yeah, investing more so into his gateway tech, right? So perhaps he is planning to do a bit of aggression off of the 3 base. Just get a couple more gateways. 2 more gateways going down right now.
All right. Laird just now finishing up. 4th base is on the way. These are going to pick away at the base, but they're not going to complete, I don't think. He's going to force a cancel, though.
So rushy. Yeah. He's gone and done. Did it.
Yeah, he's going to force a cancel. I was thinking that maybe that 1 Oracle was just a little bit too low, but no, does manage to get that cancel. So a little bit of delay, which is nice. I'll absorb the caster curse on that one. We've got a robotics bay coming down. We're more than likely going to see disruptors, I think, especially against a large roach-based army. Colossi would be okay. I don't think they're going to quite cut it, though.
Yeah, I would prefer to see those as well for certain. We'll have to see if Cyril still can be on top of the overall defense on this. The Trap moved across the field there and then walked in 6 Stalkers at home in order to try and catch that Overseer, and then decides to move back with everything again. A bit of indecisiveness, it feels like, from Trap, or maybe just trying to lure out more units out of Cyril. Anyway. Oh, it is Colossus.
Excuse me. That's a bold play here by Trap, but he's dialing it up. I mean, he's got the information. He knows that roaches are the unit of choice right now for Cyril. Getting up to the hive as well. So the transition continues for Cyril. I mean, he's in a good position to do so. He's going to be able to start populating this 4th base with drones. He's already starting that production, +2 on the way. But Trap just is playing very passively right now. Starting to get a couple of warp ins. These adepts will be nice, but I don't know if it's going to be enough at this point. And we're buckling in for another long game.
What do you think is the idea for the hive tech? Just go for Vipers here? I mean, he's not getting any other tech, right? No Spire, no Hydra, then nothing.
Yeah, I feel like the Vipers are going to be the play. I wonder if Trap senses that disruptors could be on the way. But even against Colossi, that's going to be a great call to be able to pull those right on in. And now you take a lot of the ammo out of Trap's army. And Trap's already playing from a pretty decent disadvantage. I mean, it's 90 to 75 on those army counts. And Cyril is not playing with a super low-tech army like lots of Ling and Bane. I mean, these Roaches and Ravagers are rather sturdy.
They are quite sturdy. Of course, you don't want to take them into the late game, so there is that Hydra then. But I'm liking this army composition of Cyril. I don't see it all too often, right? We don't even have Banelings, right? One thing that's worth noting for sure, not a single Baneling. I don't think we even have the Baneling nest on the field right now.
But we're going to get lurkers. It's happening. But the Vipers are going to be out a little bit faster. I could see this.
Yeah.
If Cyril gets confident, I mean, he's about to max out here. He's going to have to trade out some of his army just to make room for the lurkers. But he could just bulldoze Trap over at this point. I mean, good Viper, Blinding Clouds, a couple of good yoinks on the couple of disruptors. Oh, so close to just picking that off for free. I mean, he could very easily just dismantle Trap's army before it even has a chance to engage.
I fully agree with you. I mean, especially those expensive robotics facility units, right? As long as you keep yoinking them, you should be able to do very well with the Roach Ravager circling against Gateway's forces. Here we go. Trap getting a little bit aggressive right now, looking for a fight. There are the Biles. Good dodge so far. Force shields immediately cancelled there. My dear lord. Was that because he yoinked Colossus on top of the force shields?
He did, and I thought that was super cool.
My god, that was cool indeed. Right, but you know what? This army for Trap still rather dangerous. He didn't get that final Colossus. There's 3 Disruptors right now in this army as well. And there's not that many Roaches or Ravagers, right? That is a very cost-inefficient army. Oh my dear, well, that got close. Okay, well...
Trap is making the most of this engagement, though. Yeah. He is trading rather well, but the army count still lays in Serral's favor. He loses 9 workers, but I think that that can be replaceable at this point. He does not want to lose the base, though. The base is going to be a lot more difficult to try and deal with. But as these vials start to run out, I mean, these stalkers are going to be able to blink on out safely. So he loses the base. That is going to be a difficult gap to try and cover because Trap has such a worker advantage right now. 77 to 63. He's got an extra base. Serral trying to reclaim the base in the top left-hand corner, but Trap's just going to continue pushing on forward. 1 lurker is not going to be enough. He needs more.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that he only has that 1 lurker, right? 3 more on the way right now. Well, make that the only 3 again immediately as well. But, yeah, Trap just keeping this pressure up, making Serral very uncomfortable to make some of those Hydras into the Lurkers right now. If you transition and then you get pushed while you're making like 6-8 Lurkers, suddenly that's a whole lot of your DPS just gone. If you lose the fight, then, you know what, those Lurkers on their own not going to carry their weight at all either. And that could be a quick way to lose your turn. So trying to avoid that and... you know what? To Trap's benefits, of course, as he does manage to get that base.
And that was what Trap needed to be able to say, okay, I'm in a position where I can continue getting into my my late game composition, getting the Psystorm. Ah, great pull. Oh, is it gonna be enough? Oh, he's gonna burn it too. I love it. Getting into his late game army, he's starting to get the DT Shrine down. His Psystorm was on the way. Good contamination does slow that down. But Serral is kind of on the clock right now, I feel. The Disruptor count is rather high. Lurkers are now in a good enough count. He's got 6. That's going to be helpful. But these Disruptors are going to be used to try and mitigate that at least a little bit. Should be able to shut that down to some degree. Trap's army is looking really scary right now, Kozan.
Oh, God. Just then, the range upgrade, I feel like, was finished up. So coming back in and suddenly being surprised at how far those Lurkers are shooting. Anyway, these Roaches as well, being able to do a little bit, but okay, yeah. Trap, this is in the best spot he's been in, right? In this entire game so far, this entire series, in fact. And I don't know, I'm kind of feeling it for him. But, as you said as well, the time is ticking. Those Lurkers are getting higher and higher up on the count, and it's getting more and more scary to make this happen. Nice storms there. But not quite being able to really gun down those Hydras because of this.
God, I mean, he's got to check his weather app or something and know when it's going to be cloudy skies because those storms, he just cannot afford to eat those with Hydras. Hydras are not very sturdy. They are not going to last very long if they constantly are eating storm after storm. And now it's going to be more Disruptor pulls on top of these storms getting on all over the Vipers, actually. And that is definitely another unit he cannot afford to get stormed on over and over again. Now it's going to be better pulls into Lurkers. Those are going to be able to pick off some of those high-value units. Stalker's going to blink over, but it's a great spine crawler forest with Lurkers. We'll be able to push that back, and Trap not trading very well. And now he's going to start taking economic damage from Serral.
Yeah, that very, very quickly just turned into Serral's favor again. Trap engaging where the Lurkers were with the most amount of force. He had the follow-up units there as well, right? He had the Hydras, everything he needed, and yeah, Trap, he made such a cost-inefficient fight happen there that suddenly Serral is just can relax for a little bit, right?
I don't think Serral can afford to relax. And I know you said that tongue-in-cheek, but I don't know. It's that fleet beacon. It's that tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Every time Trap loses army at this point, it's going to be replaced with Tempest. It's going to be replaced with Carriers. And Serral's got to be careful. He's not going to be able to make that ground back as quickly if he lets Trap get too far into it.
Okay, Trap is making some good maneuvers as well, though. A continuous battle between Ravagers and Zealots on that right side. And now Trap realizing that the army of Serral is on the right, so gonna try to make his move, but just a little bit too slow it looks like, because the Lurkers once again already hit. Great feedback though on those Vipers. Let's see if it will be enough more harassment on the right side though. Those Ravagers are not there anymore. And these Zealots are going to be able to get a bit more done than before. I think that is a cancel on that hatchery right there as well. So, great stuff by Trap. Those DTs. DT's doing quite a bit.
Yeah, and of course, that's just a great late-game harassment strategy for the Protoss player. I love that. Trap recalls a single observer to be able to clean up this one lurker. I mean, that's a big brain play if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Normally you see it in the earlier parts of the games, in like suddenly there's a cloak Banshee or something for a Protoss, but to do it in a situation like this, that's pretty fun to see. Not something that happens all that regularly. But this single lurker harassment as well from Serral has been very impactful in the game. Look at this, just barely out of range for those cannons, and immediately all that mining is never going to be happening there up until the moment that when there is that observer coming over as well. And Trap taking another big hit there from the Vipers.
We're gonna get.
He's struggling.
We're getting DT Blink as well. Now, did Trap lose his fleet beacon? Because he's got another one in production, and I guess I don't remember. But these are some big pulls here. Gonna force out some storms onto these Hydras. The Hydras will start to fall. Lurkers are gonna have to back off. But a couple of those disruptors in Colossi getting picked off for the trouble.
Yeah, it looked like that second fleet beacon. Good pickup on that one. Yeah, it was a mistake, actually. He started up a carrier as well at the same time, so a little bit just, you know, preoccupied with the multitasking, with everything that's happening right now. Again, more lurkers here. They are being so incredibly influential on how much mining is allowed to be occurring here for Trap. As Trap, he is struggling even further and further, I feel like. And sure, the carriers are on the way, but ultimately, Serral has been mining continuously, very nicely, and well, Trap is just a little bit behind on that remark.
And now here come the carriers, though. Carriers are going to be a nice addition to this army. I can't help but notice he hasn't made a mothership yet, so maybe not willing to make that kind of investment in game number 2. Not seeing it pay off in game number 1, but a great lurker plan to does kill off the right-hand nexus. That's another base that Trap is unable to mine from, and he's starting to run out of resources. I mean, this base on the left-hand side is going to get picked off. I mean, these Hydras will finish it off.
Yeah, the income right now almost tripling that of Trap here for Serral. And he's being the one that's more cost efficient as well. So that is as bad as it gets at the moment. Once more, we're seeing Trap's army composition just kind of lowering down again a little bit in the tiered tech tree, right? So first we saw quite a lot of Colossi, Disruptors, all that stuff, and now we're going further and further into the multi-star. They are really good against Lurkers, don't get me wrong, but we need to really see a full committal to the air army now, I would say.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to deal with the Vipers more than anything. The Lurkers are strong, but I think it's the Vipers that are making this a difficult engagement, because 7 of them, that is so many pulls. I mean, you can pull every single carrier at this point, and you lose all your carriers, it's done at this point. The ground army is just going to overwhelm you. And the great feedbacks, though, that is so much damage getting on top of that army. So now Trap's going to feel confident. It's only one blinding cloud that will push the army forward, but I think that's to Trap's benefit here. Serral doesn't have the army to be able to push this back, and suddenly we see that shift where all of a sudden Trap just pushes on forward. This is exactly what Serral was avoiding in game number 1, playing so patiently, and now Trap is poised to continue to drive the knife deeper and deeper into Serral.
Yeah, all these lurkers here as well that are not gonna be created at this moment in time. Those Vipers all getting feedbacks now. Suddenly, a massive move there for Trap. He's moving in for the kill. He's positioned himself in between all of these bases of the Zerg. A absolutely horrendous place to be at. As the Zerg player, Serral is going down, it looks like. All of a sudden, Trap turning it around. GG is called. Serral does not look happy with that one. Oh my dear Lord, he is frustrated. All right, guys, that means we're going into game number 4 here. No clean sweep just quite yet. Cyril, oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, the
hoodie's
sweatshirt
coming
just
up.
came off. I mean, that anytime you see a player like sit up in their chair or they scooch forward or they take off the sweatshirt, it's go time. But I want to make that very clear because in game number 1, we lamented. Well, not you and I, but lamented. Oh, it's taking so long. Why doesn't he just kill him? Why doesn't he just A-move him? And it's exactly that reason. 5 feedbacks take out an entire Viper force, and once the Vipers are off of that army plate for Cyril, suddenly he doesn't have anything to hold everything back. He can't isolate out those high value units. He cannot use those Hydras to zone, and suddenly Trap just has way too much army to just bulldoze forward. So Cyril's just got to be careful. I mean, that was just good play by Trap. I don't think Cyril did a poor job there. Trap just did a really nice job engaging, making sure, waiting for the right moment to strike, and then just shoved on forward with the power of Protoss. So we're going to be going to game number 3 here. It's going to be on Submarine. We're going to go from one of the largest maps to one of the smallest. I think it'll be a very, very good place. But, oh, Cyril's ready. I could see it on his face. He's like, no way. I should have got out of this 3-0. I'm mad now.
He is upset. I mean, we were calling it as well. It was looking really good for him. Anyway, in the top left side, here he is once more, the red Zerg player. He is angry now. He's smoldering. He is the Finnish phenom, the ANS esports gamers. He is Cyril.
And spawning in the bottom right with another trick up his sleeve, I'm sure, playing for Jin Air Green Wings, our blue Protoss. Give it up for Trap. Oh, baby, it's a 12 pool. That man is mad. He's mad.
Going for it. He is going for it. Well, yeah, that game opened up, of course, also a little bit awkward, didn't it? With those, with that very, very early on hatchery. Maybe, you know, you do secure that location, but also you sacrifice a little bit of that economy in the early parts. So instead, he's just like, you know what? Never mind. If you want to block my hatcheries, I will just do this to you. Here we go, that quick spawning pool. There's no gas behind this, so this will just be a little bit of pressure overall. It's going to send those Zerglings across the field. Nothing that will just straight up kill Trap, though.
Yeah, and Cyril's got to be careful. I don't think he's going to try and all in off of this. More than anything, Submarine's such a small map. It's easy to get those lings across to put pressure on that opening pylon. Oh, that's actually really sad. Cyril had the drone there for a long time, but just didn't have the minerals. So the Lings are going to have to deal with that. That's going to delay the push across the map. But again, Submarine is so small. There's just not a lot of distance to cover here. So he should be able to continue putting pressure on Trap. But Trap's going to have to commit into that wall right away if he doesn't want to just immediately lose the game.
Yeah, for sure. And that's exactly what he's doing, chronoing out that Zealot as well. He's not gonna take any damage here, I would say. Maybe Cyril will be able to nibble a little bit on the top side building over there. The other building in the middle did get placed a little bit further forwards, so that's a bit of a scary one overall. Even bringing some probes here. Trap does not want to take unnecessary damage in this situation.
Oh, is he going to get the surround on the Zealot? No, some great A-moving by the probe to draw some aggression. And with the second Zealot here, that is going to push this away. Cyril's going to just continue to try and zone Trap, just so that way he has to focus on this. He can't just blindly go back into his macro, but for the most part, Trap is going to be okay. It's going to be the timing of that second Nexus, though. We need to see when that happens, because it's very possible Trap could just very immediately go aggressive here and try and get back in Cyril's face.
Yeah, a couple of those adepts are on the way. Cyril, I mean, he does have that Overlord above the natural base, though, so he knows that there's no Nexus on the way. He should be aware, and that's why we're seeing those Zerglings right now being constructed, right? He is prepping for it, and I think he should be able to hold this off with relative ease.
This is actually kind of a scary push here. Yep, a great block on the ramp to try and zone everything out. But, oh, I guess the Zergling count's a lot better for Cyril than I expected. It's just no Zergling speed at this point. So Cyril should be okay. He's got enough to zone that off, but it's a lot of drone production that gets delayed, and that can cause some problems down the road. Right now, though, 22 to 26 workers, but Cyril somehow able to hold on to the mineral advantage, at least for now. But look at all that gas for Trap.
I mean, Trap is oversaturated, right? So he's not getting as efficient mining right now. And Cyril does have that second hatchery, so he has more larvae. Will be able to start making a lot more workers a lot more quickly, because Trap did delay his natural base by quite a bit here. Cyril needs to be careful for these adepts, though. Almost getting in there. Oracle harassment also the next step of the plan for Trap right now. Phase number 3 of the harassment aggression.
Okay. So now the path needs to wander for... Oh, I was like, no way he lets that go. The path needs to now wander for Cyril into when are we going to try and take that third base? It looks like we got a drone going out right now. Going to get a nice surround on these adepts, and the adepts don't have shades.
Oracle. Oh, that is such a clutch Oracle right there. Coming in just in the nick of time. All those adepts in the zealots would have gone down, but ultimately that one Oracle saving the day. Adepts still, you know what, having an opportunity here perhaps. Are they going to finish? No, they are not. Still playing it safe.
At least for right now. Trap is going to get out to a 5-minute Nexus, so that's a rather normal timing. We're going to, after all the shenanigans here in the beginning of the game, I think we're going to just buckle in for another long ZVP. I love it.
Yeah, that third Nexus, I mean, it does feel a little bit early with all of the stuff that has been happening so far. Like the gold Cyril very quick on the draw right there with turning one of those drones into a sport queller. That's the one drone that came out of the gas guys to being like, oh wait, we had to leave this location? Oh shoot. And yeah, this third base, because Trap is being so aggressive, does look like it will have to get cancelled. So major success there for Cyril, but immediately, oh my dear lord, Trap, he is still across that map getting a ton of drone kills right now. That is some massive damage right there. 9 works for a forced cancel of a third base. I think Trap is going to be okay with that one overall.
Yeah, the question then becomes what the trade value is for that. So canceling off that third base, how many drones should Trap try to get on the backside of that? But I feel like 9's a pretty good trade. Getting up into that Forge tech, throwing down the Twilight Council as well. But this Oracle's got a ton of... I thought it had more kills than that, only 4. I was just like, it's got a ton of kills. Like, how many is it? How close to 10 is it? Not very close.
I mean, if those were Ultralisk, that would indeed be a ton of kills, but unfortunately, just a little brother. Okay, a couple of Zerglings here once again trying to come in here, but the 3 Oracle play from Trap, the follow-up, I mean, he's not being as aggressive with it, but he is keeping that third base safe and secure for the moment. Against those Zerglings. There is a lay attack on the way here for Cyril, though. And, well, maybe able to get himself in a new attack. We are seeing that ranged upgrade, so I'm expecting Hydralisk here.
Yeah, we're going to easily see Cyril start wandering into that Hydra Roachling Bane. Although, I don't think we've seen a Baneling nest as of yet. So maybe it'll just be Roach Hydra at this point. I mean, that's not a bad composition in of itself. But right now, it's just Roaches in production. We'll have to see if he wants to add those Hydras into the mix as well. But a Dark Shrine coming down for Trap. We'll start seeing Archons getting added into the mix, but also the Sneaky Boys doing their sneakiness.
Yeah, you know what? I think it is quite something, actually, that we're seeing Cyril not going for Banelings here again, right? This is the second game in a row where he's just... Where's it even a third game in a row? Like that first game, I'm not even sure if we saw Banelings over there either. But anyway, this seems like a big statement in a sense, right? Saying that, you know what, we've been incorporating Banelings for so long in the ZVP matchup, and you know what, we've been, even after the nerf, we've been doing it for a while, and then suddenly he steps away from it, right? So very, very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like Trap's in a pretty good position, all things considered right now. Doing a nice job of holding Cyril back. It looks like it's just going to be lots of Roach Ravager at this point. No increase in the tech at this point. No Hydras, no Banelings. To your question, we did see a ton of Banelings in game number 1. So
all right.
There was a lot happening there. But it's just going to be Roach Ravager as it sits right now against a largely typical ground force out of a trap. And the Dark Shrine has been spotted. I don't think we're going to see Swarm Host, at least at this point. We do have the Infestation Pit that is done, waiting to see if we're going to get Swarm Host or a Hive tech. But right now, just going to be aggression, trying to push Trap off of his creep. But look at that army count.
Swarm Host.
Is it going to actually be Swarm Host? I love it.
It is. It's not just one either. It is, in fact, 7 of his brothers joining in as well. That's no longer a misclick, I'm pretty sure. 11 of them. I mean, if it was still a misclick, I mean, oh dear, that would be embarrassing.
13 of them, so that he's going to do a hard commit into this. I was just going to say, it's like, wow, Serral was dead even in supply with Trap, and then all of a sudden exploded. Well, now we know why. So +2 on those Locusts is going to be incredibly strong. I mean, we're going to see Nexus after Nexus just fall like crazy. But Trap's going to just push on forward here, senses that something might be up. It might be the right time to get in onto this army. Force fields are going to help zone everything out and force all of these Roach Ravagers back. This base is more than likely going to fall, but some great biles get on top of those valuable units. He's not able to target that down. 9 drones have gone down. Finally, this army is going to get pushed backwards, and that base will fall. But here come the March of the Swarm Hosts.
Yeah, Serral realizing he is going to take damage there, so doesn't want to use all of those Locusts, right? He needs to do damage himself as well to kind of equalize the score again. So he moves across the field here with those Swarm Hosts. It's kind of interesting that he's not incorporating Nidusworm with this as well at the same time. But yeah, let's see. Oh, that is not a great target, is it? That's just a couple of gateways that are pretty much cannon fodder there, specifically made to soak up damage as much as possible.
Well, picking off one of those gateways is actually going to be able to open the door here. And the second gateway will fall, and this is a wide open venue. But look at the harassment on the right-hand side. This is a little bit better damage. 6 probes going down. The main army is trying to push forward here, but Trap unable to really maneuver. And now Serral's, he's just going to win with those free units, just killing base or unit after unit.
Yeah, it's a very interesting style here again from Serral. A little bit of a unique flavor once more. Okay, gets those 2 Archons as well. Trap not paying attention with the War Prism. Archons yelling at that War Prism, please, please pick us up. Not quite being able to get away in that situation. Roaches and Ravagers just pulling away whenever it's necessary, allowing a lot of maneuverability for these Swarm Hosts, right? Because of these Roaches and Ravagers preoccupying the army and then coming in from a flank with these Locusts on the backside. This could shut down any potential for Trap. Ooh, okay, saves the day with that overcharge there. Trap is not sitting still though either. He will be moving across the field here with those Zealots. Does not want this to go this easily for Serral right now. But man, is he taking a bunch of damage from these Locusts. Oh, if he gets that. Tell me he doesn't get that. Oh, don't tell me he gets that. Oh my god.
2 hit points. Isn't it just a bit like...
Oh, well, it's going to go down now. It's going to go down now.
Isn't this just a bit of a flex here? Like, I was not supposed to lose that game number 3, so I'm going to beat you as Swarm Host. And now Serral picking off that Robo Bay, denying more of that tech and more of those upgrades, getting up into what will be his late game army just because he wants to wrap this up. More Roaches in production, that Hive tech on the way. And now these Swarm Hosts can come home and actually fight as a part of the army composition. But where is the army on the left-hand side? Everything is just going to queue up on the right hand. Those Locusts not going to be able to join in on the fight very effectively. And now suddenly all of these high-tech units do get picked off. The range on those Ravagers will be able to help. Don't buy all your own units, but Trap is in a bit of trouble here.
That was a massive fight there for Serral, even with a lot of those Locusts moving the wrong way because of a single Adept. I'm not quite sure if that was Trap's intention, but anyway, Trap looking a little bit desperate right now. Moving further forward, Serral looking like he may be able to take this one right here, right now, and be the first person to advance in this main event towards the absolute playoffs right now. And it is exactly that. GG is called. Cyril takes it. And Trap falls down into the deciders match. Not out of it just quite yet, but Cyril secures himself here, redeems his position. The hoodie came off, and he made a showing for himself. You gotta play twice as well as soon as that hoodie comes off. And you know what? Trap never was wearing a hoodie, so he never had the potential to take it off. Unfortunately for him.
Is that like the same moment in like Dragon Ball Z where they start like taking off all of the extra weights on their arms and legs, so so they can power up even further? You haven't even seen my final form. And
he actually has weights in his sleeves that are just like, so he's slower than actual, and then when they go off, he's even quicker.
See, I thought it was weird when the sweatshirt hit the floor and the camera's just like, I just thought it was an earthquake in Finland, but no, it was actually the weight of pressure being just shed off of Cyril. And Cyril's going to advance out of our Group A in first place with a 3-1 win over Trap. So very well played by both of our opponents. Trap, of course, not completely out of this just yet. He's going to move down to the decider match where he's going to wait for the victor of our next matchup, our elimination match between Maru and Mana. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, it's going to be more StarCraft 2 right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. You guys are watching the King of Battles International Championship. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back right after this. And welcome back, everyone, to Group A of our main event here for the King of Battles International Championship. We are just set and ready to go for our elimination match. It's going to be Maru versus Mana, a TVP. We're getting all sorts of matchups today here, Kozan.
Oh yeah, we are. And here we have the newest edition. It's not a best of 5. In the bottom left side, we have the Polish Protos. He's in the blue. He's from Team Liquid. He is the one and only Mana, the underdog.
And spawning into the top right, our Red Terran, playing for Jin Air Green Wings. Make some noise for Maru.
Right. I think everybody loves an underdog story, but I feel like we're still going to have more people cheering for Maru here for some reason.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I don't understand. Can you explain that to me a little bit?
What? Are you kidding me?
What? I mean,
you don't think Maru has... You're being a little bit sarcastic right now, right?
No, I would never do that to you. I mean, Maru's no Cristiano, the Mana Slayer. I mean, so I think Mana's in the clear right now. He's like, I don't have to play against him at all. Like, I can handle. Give me Maru every time. No, of course.
Wait, this is double gas, by the way, with a proxy barracks. I just have to mention this. This is it's going to be interesting. Is this? I mean, is it 1-1-1 being proxied? I don't think it will be. I've not seen that in such a long time. Maru just wanting to make it short, it looks like. Nice and sweet. I mean, he still has another best of 5 behind this if he does manage to win this. Mana, I mean, it's going to take him a while before he scouts this, unfortunately. I mean, it is starting to get late here in Korea after all, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I see it less as that, and I see it more as like a respect thing. Maru probably feels that like, nah, I'm way better than Mana, but I don't sleep on Mana. We don't sleep on Mana or Mana or however you want to pronounce it, because if you do, he's gonna make you pay. But this does look like it could end up being into a Marauder Rush with that amount of gas. Right now it's going to be a Reaper, so not getting the Tech Lab just yet. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. But there is a factory back at home, so I think this will be relatively okay. But this is a bit annoying here. That Reaper going to get right on in, and the SCV helping out, securing the kill.
I got it, boys. Don't worry about it. It's going to get another one. Come on. The Brawler SCV. Yeah, close enough. 3 probe kills so far. Not too shabby. But, I mean, also, he gets, of course, a nice scout here on what is happening in Mana space, right? He sees the double gates. He sees the lack of a second pylon. So he shoots... all his alarm bells should be tingling right now. His Maru sense going off like crazy at the moment. He's making a starport still, and he's got a Cyclone on the way. There we go. Should be good. Should be good. Did not know about that proxy robo though. So he may be expecting this to be the Void Ray, because that is just the main thing everybody's doing at the moment, right? So let's see if he goes for a Viking as well, and then we are pretty certain. But even then, that's gonna help out as well against the War Prison.
Oh, the proxy robo. It's immediately gonna get scouted, but I still think this is quite an interesting position to play from. He is going to get a chance to see that it is a warp prism. Excuse me, my brain wasn't working for a second. But he's going to be prepared for it. He's got SCVs ready to go. The Cyclone's going to be able to zone this out. And now, without being able to get that high ground vision, that's going to make it difficult for Mana, but he should be able to get up here. Now has the high ground vision. The Reaper grenade actually doing a nice job of pushing this off to the left-hand side, but the micro will be really, really strong. Mana needs more of those stalkers up on the high ground, though, but the bunker will be able to secure this.
It's not a bad start for Mana there, I would say, right? He's making some work happen, but the longer this keeps going, the harder it's going to be for that War Prison to provide that high ground vision and such. Ooh, okay. Immediate pickup, actually, as soon as that Cyclone got a lock on right there. Siege Tank is available now as well. That Immortal needs to help out quite a bit, but yeah, it looks like Mana, his attack is falling a little bit short right now. Vikings also having trouble staying staying alive against those stalkers, I suppose. But, I mean, doesn't really need to go out hunting at the moment, right? He just kind of needs to stay at home, needs to lock the door, ensure that that War Prism does not just fly above his siege tank all of a sudden and drop 2 Immortals on his head. That's the one way I can really see Maru kind of getting into trouble here. But ultimately, I'm not expecting that to happen.
So this is kind of an interesting predicament here that Maru's being put into. The War Prism gets sniped. Oh, that is the last thing that Mana needed to happen here. He was doing a really nice job. He actually supply blocks Maru, but now that kind of slows everything down. Mana can continue to zone out the natural expansion while Maru's trying to reclaim the ramp here, but now all of his aggression's gonna have to stay put. But Maru's just gonna get that second base just built up in the top, but Dark Shrine back and behind. I think this is gonna stay aggressive.
Yeah, definitely seems to be the case. Raven already out here for Maru though, so he's a little bit psychic somehow, some way. He knows what's coming. Raven overall though, a great tool in the TVP matchup as well. I would say, you know what, I'm a big advocate for the Raven overall. I love it in pretty much every single matchup. I think it's a great unit with a lot of value, and you know, especially with a robotics opening, right? You can quite easily just kind of shut down some of those very, very expensive beefy units. Or the War Prism as well, right? Just Interference Matrix or War Prism as it's trying to load back up again with those units.
Yeah, that's actually a really good call. I feel like the Raven's also looking for that observer, and we saw Maru scanning into his main base at one point, and for that explicit reason as well. But now the robotics facility is going to get picked off. Maru's going to push across the map, and what does Mana have back at home? He hasn't started building any shield batteries yet at that natural, and I think that he's waiting a little bit too long to get that done, but he might not have a good sense that this is coming. It is, in fact, now going to be completely scouted. DTs in Maru's base will be the response, and it will be a matter of how much damage can he get done and can he hold. And I think that's going to be a tall order for our Polish Protoss.
The Raven does get picked off here, trying to throw down those auto turrets, but a quick retreat from Mana. Mana getting 5 kills with those DTs. Not the greatest amount of damage, but you know what? At home, he's holding on very, very nicely. Those siege tanks in a lot of trouble. Looks like they will all be picked off. The DTs also withstanding, holding their ground. That's going to turn them into an Archon. Will it be able to be picked off here by Maru? Okay, yeah, they should be able to. Well done indeed. Another DT shows up though, and you know what? I think Mana may have done it. I think he may have done it, honestly. Looking at the work account right now, looking at the armies to play is a little bit frightful. Don't look at that. But looking at the work accounts.
Yeah, Mana just needs to push this off, and Maru doesn't have any staying power at this point. So he's going to have to go home. He's not going to be able to stick around. And yeah, now, like you said, it's a 20 worker advantage here for Mana. Smiling. He's able to get his third base out, and Maru hasn't even landed his natural yet.
Maru was smiling. He's like, wait, is this happening? Am I going to lose game number 1 here? Oh, it is a rough one indeed. He's remaking that Raven right now. He needs to against the amount of DTs that are continuously harassing him. Maru's in trouble. Maru's in actual trouble right here.
Yeah, well, and I don't think Maru needs to panic. It's the first game of a best of 5. If for some reason he can't squeeze this one out, he's got at least 2 more games to play, and he can dial things up. But I think Maru might have to play more standard, or if he's going to hit with those aggressive timings, he's going to have to be more deliberate about it. But here comes a follow-up push. I mean, this is scary for Maru. Maru's just reinvested in army. He wants to push across again, and Mana's been building workers. He's still up 20 supply and worker count, but again, Mana doesn't have that much to protect.
Yeah, even bringing some of these SCVs around. I mean, Mana continuously, like, he's being so cost efficient with these stalkers. He picked off that Raven before as well, remember? And now, also being able to pick off a Liberator just like that for free, pretty much. Coming in here with that Archon tanking the way. He doesn't need shield batteries, guys. There's no need for any of that stuff. Look at this, once again, holding this off without any problem. And suddenly, even the army supply not looking all that fantastic anymore. GG is called. Mana takes game number 1 here versus Maru.
If you sleep on Mana, He's going to get the best of you, and he thrives in that scrappy playstyle. And we saw both of those on display here in game number 1. So very well played to Mana, our Polish Protoss player, getting up 1-0 in this series where I think a lot of people might have just written him off as an 0-3, but we're going to be moving on the light shade here for map number 2. The question is, Kozan, can Mana keep this up?
You know what? If he keeps playing like that, who knows? Who knows, right? Perhaps he will be able to keep this up. He's been doing pretty darn amazingly in the other matches as well. I mean, the PvP versus Trap was a little bit of a hard one, right? But it looks like he has recuperated. It looks like he is not going down under the pressure right now versus a Terran player that everybody considers as, you know, one of the top dogs of StarCraft 2. Let's see if Mana once more will be able to take another point. I mean, he just needs 2 wins. He just needs 2 wins, right? Oh, my dear Lord. What an upset would that be? My God, that would be amazing. Mana not only being able to you know what, just on the tiniest of margins get himself qualified, but now also right here in this best of 5 versus Maru doing pretty darn well. In the bottom right side, there he is, that Polishman in the blue. He is the Protoss from Team Liquid. He is Mana.
Spawning in the top left, our red Terran looking to even it up. Playing for Jenny or Green Wings. Give it up for Maru.
Maru. Mana. Oh dear, he's going again.
He is. I guess he feels confident trying to run this specific this build proxy, but yeah. I don't know. I kind of like what Mapu's just pointing out there. He's going to be able to have that opportunity to bring that barracks up into the main base, and Light Shade's mains are so large that it'd be very easy for Maru to sneak that in there. And I just want to make a quick point before we keep going. We've got 4 people in this game, or 3 people in this game with 4-letter M words: Mana, Maru, and Mapu. Holy cow! Don't goof that up and try and say it 5 times fast.
Maru, Mana, Mapu. Okay, nope. Never mind. Yeah, once again, going for the exact same builds here. It looks like for Maru, Mana this time around is scouting a lot earlier, going across the field once more with his probe as well. And people said that, you know, if the game gets scrappy, Mana should have a small edge here. And once again, this game is starting to look like it's going to get scrappy here.
Yeah, and Mana knows that this is another proxy, and it's actually not even that fast of a build back at home. So now that factory is going to go down. It looks like the Reaper's going to stay on the low ground, at least as it sits right now. But Mana already going to be cheeky as well, dropping his own proxy across the map. I wonder, we'll have to see what comes out of it.
I'm secretly hoping it's going to be the Void Race this time around. He's just going to mix it up. There is that Stargate. We already have a engineering bay. Oh, no, wait, that is on the other side of the map. Maru, let's see how much he's gonna get done this time around with that Reaper. We did get a Zealot first, so theoretically, you know what, the Adeptal Stalker is a little bit slower, but he doesn't get anything here. Doesn't seem like he got anything. All right.
So now Mana's going to be forced into trying to clear that out, which is fine. But I think the proxy Stargate's going to be really interesting here. Probably going to see an Oracle. It's a matter of what Maru's going to have to defend this. A couple of more Reapers will make this more difficult to try and zone out. It's not going to be impossible. It's just going to be annoying. It's going to be a Void Ray. We keep seeing this. I guess I got to get out of my brain that it's going to be a default Oracle every time, because we're seeing more and more Void Rays every single series.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that we're not seeing as many shield batteries just quite yet. Okay, it does get scouted right now. There is a shield battery on the way as well. 2 Reapers, though, in the main base of Mana, absolutely wreaking havoc. Getting 6 worker kills so far. That's going to slow down the overall production of shield batteries and such for Mana by quite a bit.
Well, we're going to have to see if the cheeky plays of Mana can come in clutch here for him. Cyclone will be available in that main base to pick this off, but it doesn't get any hit point damage, only shields, and that shield battery will be able to help.
Well, you mentioned it before, right? The main bases of in Lightshade, absolutely massive. And this is going to help out Maru quite a bit with the overall micro. A lot of movements capabilities for those Cyclones here. And Mana, let's wait and see. Okay, oh yes, he's getting a Phoenix as well. I love this. I love getting the Phoenix with this. Of course, the Void Rays are going to be poking in. The Cyclones want to move backwards from those Void Rays, of course. That's their biggest benefit, right? The micro potential. And if you just pick them up, say bye-bye to that micro potential. To be fair, though, Maru doing the right steps right now. He's getting himself a Viking in the mix as well. Just very, very important to spam out those Vikings. That's the best way I've seen people hold this. But, oh, God, he's going to lose the Viking, isn't he? Oh, no. Okay, it is okay. Just loses the single. Oh, no, he is losing the Viking. Oh, God. Oh, God, this is abysmal. Oh, no. Maru, is he actually going to die a second time here? A second Cyclone does show up. The Void Ray does die as well as the Phoenix. One single Void Ray remains, but it's getting it's looking rough. It's looking rough rushy here.
Yeah, but I think Maru's doing okay, all things considered, because right before this all happened, Maru was able to pick off the probe with the Reaper. So now there are no backup shield batteries. Mana had nothing to retreat to, so he had to stay aggressive and get on top of that. So so I think Maru is in an okay spot. Granted, both players are going to be able to pivot here, but I think Maru's going to be able to be the one that comes out ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, honestly. I got a little bit worried with the Cyclone and the Viking going down, but Maru with another Cyclone coming in and just kind of barely being able to help himself to a nice situation there. Cleaning up the Void Rays and the Phoenix. That was incredibly important. And yeah, as you said as well, those shield batteries just kind of non-existent right now in that in the place where you would want them. And I think overall that may just be a little bit too far for the shield batteries to really be utilized fully in that spot right there, right? There's still a significant amount of dead space, and then there's a significant amount of space overall in the main base. So it's a very, very difficult place overall, even if you did have those shield batteries there to make a push like that work.
So now it's going to be Mana trying to pivot off of a very, very large commitment into an all-in, trying to get that Void Ray shield battery rush to go. But I mean, he still could hang on here. He is going to get into charge. Charge is a little over halfway completed. The robotics facility being built back at home. It's going to be a little while before Maru's stim is completed, but it's going to be that army count we need to keep an eye on. 22-12, and Maru's got the worker lead, and he's going to have mules. Yeah. So Mana's got to find a way to hunker down. He's going to try and do it by picking up a third Nexus, but Maru's in a really, really good spot here, and I think he's only going to continue making that advantage greater.
Yeah, he definitely should. It looks like he is planning to get himself somewhat of a two-base timing attack right now as well. He's starting to collect all of his stuff. Could just be that he wants to build a third base on location as well, but you know what? Seeing how aggressive Maru has been so far, I would expect him to start sending stuff across the fields here. Perhaps also grab a third base on location. See, it's only now starting that +1, right? So we'd expect him to still get somewhat of a backup here in case this push doesn't work.
I think this push is going to work just fine. A good force field will zone out one of those Cyclones, but it's not the Cyclones I think Mana needs to worry about. It's going to be these tanks and Marines, because Stim Pack is now complete. Although the tanks are not going to siege up just yet, they are going to get some good damage done on everything. But yeah, Maru is just going to shove on. GG is called. And we are even to back up 1-1. My question still remains, Kozan. I think it is going to come down to whether or not Mana can hold the aggression that he had against Maru, and it right now showed in game number 2 that if Mana's going to bring the heat, Maru is able to stay in the kitchen with it, so he'll be able to deflect that as best as he can. We're going to be going to Oxide for game number 3. What do you expect to see from our two players here now that we're all tied up 1 apiece?
Well, we're basically in a best of 3 situation. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. Honestly, Mana surprised me really in that first game, being able to take that one, which seems rather comfortable as well, right? He brought something a little bit unique into the mix as well. That Warp Prism, maybe Maru not quite certain how to respond to that, but yeah. Overall, incredibly well done there by Mana. He needs to incorporate something else like that, I would say, right? Try to just catch Maru off guard. Try to bring something that Maru may not have seen all too much, perhaps, but at the same time, right? How much has Mana been practicing that?
Well, he's known about this group for a few days now, so hopefully he's done some prep, thinking that hopefully he would encounter Maru at some point. Windows. These need to be cool for like 5 minutes. Spawning in the bottom left. Play for Team Liquid, our blue Protoss player. Give it up for Mana.
And his opponent's in the red, the Terran from Korea. He's the Jeanette Green Wings player. Give it up for Maru.
Oh, my computer is like slowly trying to work against me. First it was malware bytes, again, not sponsored yet. And now Windows is like, hey, I have some cool things to say. Let me tell you.
Updates.
Yeah, I was going to say next thing it'll be like the middle of the screen. Windows detects that you have updates that need to be done. Let's do it right now. It's like, no, come on. So we give another proxy
Is this
Rex.
the new matchup, by the way? Yeah. Where Maru just continuously proxy Rexes. I mean, I was getting a little bit frightful. Is this in fact Maru when seeing him play against Cyril? But you know what? He's bringing it again. It's definitely him.
Yeah, this is definitely classic Maru play, and Mana's got to find a way to deal with this. He's getting across the map with a probe, so it is going to possibly be a proxy v proxy, but I think he's just going to try and get in and scout once again. The question is, how is he going to respond at this point? I believe with this map, I haven't quite looked. I think it's someone for the All Protoss subreddit that posts every season the proper way to wall off against Reapers. I actually can't remember if that's Gemini or not, but I think that is actually a full wall off with just those 2 buildings. So a lot of the maps don't require a big wall for Reapers.
Very cool. That is quite useful. All right, yeah. You would assume that somebody like Mana already has this completely figured out as well, right? Should be the case. This is a very brazen bunker right here, just being like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna start building this. You know, Zealot can either try to chase my Reaper, or it can try to prevent this this bunker from coming up. And yeah, that's a great call right there. Oh, the Reaper nade almost getting himself caught a little bit right there. He who digs a hole for somebody else eventually falls into it himself.
That's deep. That's deep. I think I want to like paint that on my wall behind me and put my green screen down so we can all see that. But here we are with the bunker. So
Such old saying.
Is it really? That's cool.
Yeah.
So now we see a little bit more normal TVP affair. We've got the bunker right on top of that second base. So now Mana's going to have to find a way to deal with that. But right now, those Reapers are going to get on top of the pylon. That's going to make this a little bit more difficult. No shield battery to be able to support on the bottom side. So it's going to be a robotics facility immediately along with another stalker to try and shut this down.
The second base for Maru still not on the production tab, though. He is... I'm wondering what he's going to go for. So far we see the starport with a tac lab.
Is he going to get enough DPS to shut that down? Oh, the Reaper grenade actually picks off the stalker, and I think this might just leap on forward here. The bunker's going to just barely survive. No, finally gets picked off. But I mean, this is a lot of damage done. Just if anything, trying to hold down this base. And right now, there's a Hellion, there's a Reaper. Finally, they are going to get pushed off. Mana will be able to secure that. But that's a lot of units lost.
It is, yeah, but also for Maru, right? He did lose some of those Reapers, and he delayed his command center significantly for this. And it's a little bit similar to the game number 1, where Mana, although he's not across the map, right? He's not also trying to do some damage, but ultimately Maru trying to do a lot of damage in the early game, not quite succeeding, and Mana just being a lot earlier with that second base. And yeah, I'm digging Mana's position here again.
Yeah, I mean he's held pretty well. It's always the follow-up though. The follow-up is what we got to be careful with. And here comes the units. 3 of those probes immediately going down. A good pull on the rest of that line. He should be okay now that he's got that warp prism, because the warp prism will be able to help ferry all of those stalkers forward. One cyclone's not going to be enough to shove that off. Good scouting information from that barracks, and we'll have to see if Maru can play with that late CC and get that worker count up to a place where he feels comfortable. Right now, dead even with workers.
Yeah, I mean, you should say that is, in fact, of course, a little bit of an advantage here for Maru. What is happening here with these units? That warp prism. Okay, well, I mean, he's cleaning up some stuff, but at the same time, oh, this is probably the case. Why this is happening? Oh, he's losing so many probes. Maru just kind of activated his Maru-ness and just cleaned it up right there with a small amount of units. Mana going across the field there at the wrong time. GG. Maru taking game number 3, putting himself ahead again here and putting himself on match point as well.
Some say that stalker will be stranded on that ledge for the remainder of eternity. And will just live there, living out the true Protoss saying, cold is the void between the high ground and the low ground. And that was just actually very clinical by Maru of okay, so you got a quick one off on me, fine, but I'm still the proxy god, and the moment you blink, I'm just gonna make you pay for it. You want to defend me and push me back across the map? Sure, I'll take 1 liberator and kill your entire mineral line. So
I wanna see a version of this map right now where there's like that stalker, but then with an old gray beard, and you can't move him anymore, but it's just on that ledge with a little campfire there and a sausage in his hand, trying to do a barbecue. Just stranded for all eternity.
Yeah,
that would be good.
That's gonna go down in the deep lore for like when we ever get a StarCraft 3. That's gonna be in the deep lore that there was one ancient stalker that passed on the wisdom of the hierarchs to the new generation, and some say he lives in a place between. And we would all think like, oh man, maybe he's like caught in one of like the warp gates and whatnot, the space in between Ire and nope, actually just a ledge on a cliff. The space in between.
Yep. Exactly. Has to shoot down birds in order to gain some food. Hopefully to...
We're going into a game number 4. Maru's on match point here. It's going to be on Death Aura. I don't know, man. I want to believe that Mana can squeeze out a game number 4 and take this all the way to game number 5, but Maru's just playing really good right now.
Yeah, Maru stepped it up again, right? That game number 1, definitely a surprise, but straight afterwards, we've just been going by the regular book. Anyway, here he is again. 1 point on the board. I mean, he needs 2 wins. It's the blue Protoss from Poland. Team Liquids. He is Mana.
Spotting in the top left of Death Aura. 1 win away from moving on to our decider match. Virginia Green Wings. Give it up for Maru.
That was well timed. That was well timed. Going across again, man. Yeah, it does feel like, this man is just a little bit fearless, isn't he? Ultimately, he knows that Mana should have a good idea that this is coming again, though, right?
Oh,
imagine being Mana right now, and you're like thinking, "Geez, he can't do that again, can he? He won't do it. He won't do it a 4th time." Really?
No, I think he absolutely will. The question now just becomes where to scout, because I mean, just even take a look. That probe is drifting really far left, not even going up to the main base. Mana's just looking for it, but unfortunately just not looking in the right place, and I don't know that he's actually going to get there in time. Unfortunately, the authorities are coming to lock him up as well, I can hear in the background. But we just have all sorts of fun non-StarCraft sounds just to keep our listeners engaged here.
It's the ambulance. I already called them for Mana here. I mean, we'll have to do something about this.
Yeah, Maru's saying, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yes, hello, police. Yeah, there's this Korean boy that is just, I don't know, he's just murdering this Polish man right now, and Oh my dear lord, he's doing it again. Oh god.
Good stuff. That's okay. Before people start getting upset, well, just talk about the game. Come on. We're looking at the same thing boiling up here. It's the same kind of harassment. The upside here for Mana is it seems like he's trying to position himself where he'll be able to defend that natural a little bit more cleanly. He's getting that shield battery down, but it's going to be once again more Reaper harassment coming up here in the main mineral line. Now Stalker will be able to help zone this out. This didn't get as much damage done as it did in game number 3. This shield battery, though, is going to be very, very important to help anchor this down.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's actually a good thing to skip the Stalker, or the Zealot, sorry. Just go straight into the Stalker. Second Reaper is coming in as well, though. For all.
He's going to pull the probes to help deal damage here. I think that's an interesting call. Especially since they
the shield battery overcharge, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so. But I just would love to see those probes not get caught up on each other. Two of those probes already going down, but it will clear up the bunker. So that's at least, I guess, it was. I hate to say it was worth it, but it was at least worth something.
Yeah, he probably was oversaturated in his main base as well, right? So kind of sending those probes to do something. Actually, no, he wasn't. All right, well, interesting. Twilight Council on the way, though, for full mana, and he takes minimum amounts of damage so far. He's ahead with a reasonable work account right now. Ooh, even catching one of those Reapers on the retreat.
They got him.
But a Hellion drop. A Hellion drop here, Rushy. Nice, 3 of them. Enough to one-shot.
Well, and tomorrow's credit here, I mean, he's now come up with a couple of different opening cheeses here. It's always started with Proxy Reaper, which surprises nobody, but now going to try and get on top of Mana's mineral line with these Hellions, which will be very, very strong. It's just a matter of whether or not Mana's going to see this, and he is already posturing those Stalkers on the right-hand side. So he'll be in an okay position. A couple of Stalkers being used at the natural location. Now getting the scouting pylon, but will it be enough? He will be able to see it. Can he stop it from happening, though? A couple of good lineups here. Is able to disrupt the pathing, but 6 of those are immediately going to go down, and that's a lot of damage. I think it's 8. 8's really good, all things considered.
Yeah, gets out of there as well with a lot of his stuff, right? So overall, equalizing that work account right now. He's got a second base himself, and he's got a Liberator on the way also. So you know what? Overall, Maru, if you're kind of on an equal standing with Maru, people always say you basically should consider yourself behind.
Well, Mana's got a feel behind right now. I mean, just even playing against Maru in general should feel like playing from behind, as he's already down a little bit. I mean, the amount of minerals is pretty close, but think about the 500 minerals and probes that could have been mining longer and longer. So that adds up over the course of time. So don't let that initial number throw you off. Maru's in a really good position here. Mana needs to try and find a way to punish Maru by either getting that Liberator off of his side of the field or being able to move across, but instead he's just going to probe up, he's going to let Blink get finished, and he's just going to prepare for the next push.
Yeah, I think Maru here repaired those 2 Hellions, and now he's coming back at it again. No Reaper with him this time around, though. And that Liberator still posturing on that right side. Looks like he's going to send everything to the right side, actually. Robotics Bay on the way, but also, look at that! 4 barracks. Well, net production tab just now, 2 only remaining. Maru is once again going to go off of a very, very aggressive 2-base timing.
It's just a matter of what he can get done here, because this happened here in game number 1, but he's so much more prepared for it this time. This Liberator will get picked up. It will be also a follow-up on the Hellions. Now, there's only 2, so those Hellions will not be as effective. In fact, they don't get that much damage done because of the shield battery as well. So, all in all, a pretty good defense here by Mana.
Yeah, I'm very much liking it. Of course, I wouldn't call him in a favorable position just yet. If he does hold this attack that will be coming up for Maru in, I'd say, like a minute or so, then who knows? Maybe. But right now, It's looking rough, especially since we have that Raven as well already in use, right? So that's gathering up energy at the moment. He is making sure that he's going to have as many interference matrices as he may require versus those Colossi that are being produced at the moment.
All right, so it's mana across the map now. Oh, he just does not have enough army
Get
here. He's
that
gonna
Raven sniped, Maru. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna feel good about getting that Raven, but he's got to be very careful. He is down significantly in army count, 59 to 43. He needs to run. He needs to get out of here because all of these units are going to be able to get on top of him, but he should stay ahead. He just needs to find a way to stop this once it shows up at his front door. What does he have for warpins coming in?
I feel like this is exactly what he needs to do, right? He needs to slow this down. He needs to pick up whatever he can with the mobility advantage, kiting the army backwards. And I'm very impressed with Mana's Micro right there, being able to pick up quite a couple of valuable units, not losing too much himself. And now, with Extended Thermal Lance also just finishing up here, he has a bit of a better chance, right? Imagine those two Colossi, they would have been interference matrix immediately, and he would just going to be standing there, right? Not much else to do, but now I think he has a solid chance of holding this. Oh, but this position is rather dangerous, though.
Oh, the Artosis pylon goes down, though. It's a big blink forward on top of the tanks, but now it's the bio in the main base that just can't be dealt with. The recall is going to try and pull everything up, but the damage has been done. He's lost 13 workers, and more damage incoming on the way. And a lot of his production is just kind of halted right now, as he's not able to use one of those warp gates, and those mines are just going to get so much damage.
Yeah, I like the scan there from Maru, realizing there is an observer above him and being able to shut that down, allowing those Wither Mines to just recharge nicely on top of this location. No charge yet available. That concussive shell is doing absolute miracles against the Zealot heavy composition of mana at the moment. Still has those harassment units as well on the bottom right side, of course. Looks like they may have been slightly forgotten about, perhaps, but more harassment on the left side as well. That third base gonna get pressured as these Stalkers in the main base already in a lot of trouble. I think we may be having another victory right here coming up for the Red Terran player from Korea. 9 more probes in the third base. The main base still having those Wither Mines there as well. Mana is being absolutely pulled apart here right at this moment in time. GG, well played. Maru is the next winner here, and he will be able to stay alive, stay afloat. Mana, unfortunately, not quite having it, and will be the first person here to be eliminated. And yeah, that means we're going to go into the next one, of course. The decider match in a little bit here. Maru versus Trap, ATVP. Another one on the way.
And it's unfortunate. It's not surprising by any stretch of the imagination that that Mana is the first person to be eliminated out of this Group A. Yeah. But I think he gave a good fight for what it's worth. He played really well, did a nice job against Trap in his first game, and showed some pretty decent games against Maru as well. So we got to give him a hand. He has done a really nice job playing and gave us some great games. But unfortunately, first one eliminated out of Group A. That is going to set us up for our decider match. It's going to be a Jin Green Wings team kill here. Kozan, Trap versus Maru. Only one will be able to advance with Cyril into the playoffs next weekend. And we're going to have to find out who right after this break. You guys are watching Group A of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, our decider match between Maru and Trap to see who moves on. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the decider match here in Group A for the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. Caught myself. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We've had quite the Group A here, seeing some high caliber StarCraft 2 happening, opening up with the match of the century, and now getting ourselves into a position where we could potentially line up the stars once again and see Maru advance and give us hope for a potential Cyril Maru Grand Finals in the main event. But he first has to get through his opponent in Trap. Any quick thoughts here, Kozan, before we jump in?
I think Trap 3-0. 3-0. Calling it now.
Really? Okay.
I'm hoping to cast the curse this one.
Oh, I get it. Okay. I got nervous there for a moment. But we will have to find out if the curse is real. We're jumping into Pillars of Gold, spawning in the bottom left. Our red Terran player playing for Jin Air Green Wings and Team Anime. Give it up for Maru.
His opponent in the top right side, also playing for the Jin Air Green Wings. Ooh, it's the Blue Protoss. He is the one and only. He is Trap. Okay. All right. Righty. You know what? Actually, I want Trap to have a clan, or how do you call these the pictures next to the command centers?
Oh yeah.
How are they called?
I don't know. I'd call it like a clan picture or a clan tag.
The clan. Yeah. I want Gemini's face on Trap's clan tag right there. That's what I want. Instead of the anime face, just the.
I love it.
We need to have it.
I think that's funny.
Yeah, it's kind of the vibes, like, you know, where instead of the fan being the stalker, suddenly Trap turns out to be the stalker of Gemini, where it's like it's like showing up at his house, calling him every time. And you're like, oh, hey Gemini, how are you doing today? You're a really cool Gemini. Thank you for being so awesome. Thank you for being my friend and fan.
Oh. I am going to be interested to see how this series plays out. So it's going to be a best of 5. So we've got quite a few games to push in. These two are teammates. More than likely they practice with each other pretty frequently. So it's going to come down to if they've got stuff up their sleeve that maybe they haven't done a whole lot of with these opponents, if they're going to make decisions based on assumptions, like, oh, I know when I see this, Trap's usually doing this, or Maru's usually doing that. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because it seems like we're already moving down that path here with Trap throwing down a proxy pylon. More than likely, I imagine this is probably going to be a proxy Stargate. It's going to be a proxy Twilight Council. Okay. So
You've got okay some foolery notes again, Rushy.
You know, I don't even know if I would call that tomfoolery at that point. I feel like the Stargate makes the most sense. It is rather far removed, but the probe's already left, so it's not like we're gonna see a Dark Shrine go down on the proxy. It's possible we could see it go down in the main base. Could be Adept Glaives, perhaps. But there's
Stalker pressure.
It'll be interesting. Okay, it's just going to be Blink. It's just going to be Proxy Blink. Interesting. I like that. It's just going to be, I think it's going to be a lot of seeing those types of things in this matchup where, okay, I need to do something slightly different so that way you can't make blind assumptions of me.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I like the way you put that, right? Because, as you mentioned, they play a lot together, so doing this type of stuff, yeah, definitely makes sense to me. Trying to just not make it obvious, right? And Maru, well, for certain it is not quite obvious for him at the moment. He's making a Widowmine. He's sending the Reaper Hellion Squadron out to scout, trying to figure out if he can get any information here and put the pieces of the puzzle together. We're gonna have to wait and see that. Goes that Hellion rather earlier than the Reaper, but gets into the main base. Ooh, nice block there with those 2 probes. Not bad at all.
right, so Reaper is going to swing on in and try and get a little bit more damage done as well, but we're not going to see anything major there. I'm having a difficult time trying to read this, at least here. It's a couple of Widow Mines that are going to be added into the mix. Already going to have an observer on the field. There we go. Now I feel a little bit better, at least looking at this. We're going to go into that robotics bay, immediately jumping up to that disruptor and Colossus tech. I think this is going to be okay. More times than not, we've seen Maru play lots of bio in the TVP matchup, and it seems fair for Trap, again, to make that assumption based on what he knows about his teammates. So we'll have to see if that actually comes true and Trap's read is correct.
Trap actually tried to get that Widowmine to shoot before he actually went into the assimilator in order to save that probe. Just barely not quite being able to make that micro work, though, unfortunately for him. But there was a nice little attempt, right? So if he does go into that assimilator a little bit earlier, the Widowmine resets and will try to target something else. And then he's a little bit further away from home, and now this way. Nice stuff overall. Anyway, Trap though being very, very defensive so far with those Blink Stalkers. And Maru also not being all too aggressive. The Widowmine drop, sure, you know what, didn't quite get too much damage done though, of course. And yeah, I think this is just these two players really respecting one another, you know?
Yeah, I would agree with that. So we're just seeing kind of a slow build up, and with Maru not getting all the harassment that he was hoping for, I think he just wants to be like, okay, I need to play slow, at least for the beginning, get my army built up. He's got Stim Pack on the way. He's got that +1 combat shield. He's going to have a really strong bio force to be able to push out here, and he doesn't need to force the issue before that, I don't feel. That third base coming up as well, just now finishing for Trap, so he's going to get that populated. And that army advantage starts to lean in Maru's favor, and that's going to time out really well with this push, where all three of these upgrades are basically going to finish all one in a row.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he's not quite across the map, though, as those upgrades finish up, so buying a bit more time for that extended Tumulance and such to finish up here for Trap, as well as get closer to the charge upgrade. Oh, but Trap actually moving forwards. Perhaps he saw the game between Maru and Mana, where he continuously did lose that Raven. Oh, that's some nice force fields here, using that ramp area.
Yeah,
I think he may have lost that Raven there.
Yeah, very good connection there. But that's just going to force Maru to drop on in, and he goes right on top of that robotics facility, picking off the building. So no more Immortals, no more Colossus at this point. He's going to have to rebuild that if he wants those units once again. So kind of forcing the issue here, Trap, making Maru make some big plays. So a little bit of a punishment there. Armory going to come down on the backside for Maru as well. And it's just going to be more of those robotics facilities. He can't afford to just lose his one and only going forward.
Yeah, he needs to catch up a bit on that production, of course, as well. Once 2 cycles instead of just the 1. That was a very big brain move as well there by Maru. A little bit of a chess maneuver, right? Where he saw, all right, you're strong on this side. You have to be weak somewhere else, and quickly just picking everything up and sending it into the main bases. You will not be able to just, with 1 or 2 blinks get over there. So cool outmaneuvering that from Maru. Will he be able to make more of that type of moves? Will he make more of those moves right here? I don't know. Those stalkers are still there. Maru, you better scan ahead this time, because you can't just keep losing Medifex filled with units.
Well, that Raven is dangerously low as well, and I don't know if he's trying to keep that just as a little bit of bait for those stalker shots, but yeah, does get that scan off, sees those stalkers, isn't just going to blindly engage forward. We'll try and just heal up and re-engage elsewhere. But now Trap's going to get out to that 4th base in the top right-hand corner. Observer will see that that Bioforce is moving around and repositioning. So Trap's got to be careful. Here comes a really nice Zealot run by into the 3rd base. Will chase all of those workers off and gets a little bit of economic damage here. Does he have anything to deal with this Doom Drop in the 3rd base? It doesn't look like at this point he does. So Maru will have some advantages here. Also has the army on the right-hand side to engage as well.
Yeah, the army of Trap has left the main base, so he did have a little bit of an opportunity. Maru not quite getting that advantage, though. Is going to prioritize here on the left side of things, and that is a nice pick-off right there. He is wiggling himself in between these two places, gets the Nexus even. That's a big pick-off right there. Now trading all right against these gateway units as well, picking off more of those probes. Oh my god, that's a lot of probes going down.
What a gutsy play just to go right up the center and take out that third base. Really, and he grabs 19 probes on top of it. And Trap hasn't been able to harass off of this at all. All of those Zealot run-bys have been largely mitigated. And now Maru's going to be sitting on the top side of the fourth base. He's picked off 7 more workers. He's getting on top of all of Trap's economy. Now Trap almost has to go all the way in, but this isn't an engagement he necessarily wants to take. But the Colossi are ready to go, and they've got extended thermal lance, and they are shredding away.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice fight there for Trap, not gonna lie. A lot of those SUVs there trying to make something work. Another base does well for Trap, though. This is his moment. He needs to make this work. Maru's army supply, I mean, it is pretty large right now, but where is it? Where is that army? It just doesn't feel like this is the 90 army-ish supply that he has available. There's a lot of it still on the other side of the map right now, trying to get those picks off. This has just turned into one hell of a dirty game overall. There we go, Maru crossing the field, looking toward the base trade. Gonna send his main production buildings somewhere else, trying to get them to safety. Disruptor and a Colossi here, though. I don't know, Rushy. I don't know. Is this going to be able to work out in the favor for Maru still?
Well, I mean, there's an age-old philosophy. You never base race a Terran, and right now, that is exactly what we're looking at right now. Maru already has one of his orbital commands floating. It's about at the 9 o'clock position. He doesn't have a whole lot to be able to engage that, and if a couple of those buildings get pulled into dead space, it's going to be very difficult for Trap to deal with that. But a good recall pulls most of the army back home. We'll be able to shove all of the forces of Maru out of his main base. But now we're kind of looking at two players that are just kind of limping along here. 68 to 56 isn't that giant of a difference, but Trap definitely in a good place army-wise as long as he can get his economy back up and running.
Yeah, I like the army composition of the Terran usually in these moments, especially when it's gateway heavy, when it's facing against. But he's facing against those 3 Colossi, so even with all these medeffects, healing is going to be a very difficult thing to do. He's gonna have to try and get out of here. This is a lot of stuff for Trap still, and he just is shaving off so much of the supply from Maru. I think we may have ourselves a first victory here for Trap, who managed to make it work. GG! And the Jinna Green Wings player takes the first victory.
Well, it was a bold play that took down a bold player here, and Trap dialing up the right amount of aggression and knowing exactly when he needed to get back to his main base, and holds on for his game number 1 victory. I would not be surprised to see these two ping pong back and forth all the way to a game number 5. But we're going to have to see what these two players are going to cook up for us in game number 2. Was hoping. I always hope that the timing of my talk leads us into a new map. And it's going to be Lightshade getting in here. What's your call here, Kozan? We gonna see more continued aggression out of both of our players?
Yeah, I would assume so. Right at the start of it, we didn't quite see a lot of the stuff that we saw between Maru and Mana. Being a little bit more careful here and there, not quite going for that aggression. Who knows though? Who knows? Maybe Maru will ramp it up as well against Trap. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Only these two really know, don't they?
Yeah, that's true. They might not even know exactly right in this moment. They're just now dialing it up here as we hit the countdown for game number 2. And it's like, okay, how do I want to do this out? Lightshade's a new map. Yep. Where do I go? I can only imagine what not only their physical APM is. We don't have to imagine, we know, but the mental APM that goes in as well. How do I big brain my opponent in the next match? And we're going to figure out exactly how they decide to do that as we jump in here to game number 2 of this decider match. This is one of them going home at the end of this event. It could be this person spawning in the bottom right for Jinair Greenwings, our red Terran player. Give it up for Maru.
His opponent in the blue, in the Protoss. He is, of course, the Jinair Greenwings as well. Oh, give it up for this boy. He is a Trap.
I mean, it's crazy to see this as an elimination or a decider match, I guess.
Yeah.
Where both of these players could easily go deep into the playoffs, but instead, we're going to send one of them packing.
Either of these players you would be surprised with. Yeah, ultimately Trap won the tournament. Or yeah, ultimately Maru managed to win the tournament, right? Wouldn't all be a crazy statement overall. If you look at the lineup, oh yeah, okay, they have some pretty good shots here. Now we do have a star-studded lineup. Still remaining, of course, as well, but still, right? You wouldn't be too surprised with both of these players at least making it to the finals. And yet here we are, one of them in the round of 16 will have to go home, and it's all because of that pesky little Finnish boy. And once again, making everything difficult for these Korean players.
It's fun. It's fun to watch this all play out. Both very, very good players here, and I agree with you. Both of these players could easily just run the tournament down and come out the victor, and no one would look at that weird. So,
yep.
I think if you look at Trap and you don't see a contender, I mean you haven't been watching StarCraft in the last 3 months. I mean, Trap has been in the top 4 of many events and has made a lot of runs, so he's playing some very good StarCraft right now.
It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time until he's the GOAT of Protoss, if he's not already. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Both these players, once again, going for the macro openings, by the way. Trap, where is his tech going to be taking him? Already making a shield battery at the moment. That's a very early on shield battery, actually.
Where's that shield battery at? Oh, it's in the main. Okay. Yeah. That doesn't seem super unrealistic, especially since we actually don't have a proxy here in this particular game. So that Reaper's going to show up a little bit later than normal, but it still manages to get 2 probe kills before that shield battery goes down. That's insane.
Oh, the Marine got the other one as well. I was like, wait, how did he get 2 probe kills? But apparently a scouting probe also came into the natural there. Why did Maru actually cancel the reactor on that bunker as well? It's like a couple, or the barracks. There's a couple of things here occurring where I'm like, why is this? Is this?
I guess
why
he wanted
these decisions being made?
I guess he wanted a little bit more damage coverage for the defense here because he's absolutely needing it, having a difficult time getting his natural base secured. This one Adept is getting a lot of damage done, but some great Reaper shots will give himself enough time just to finish that off. And now it feels like we're going to maybe transition into a normal-ish game. Maru not out on the map with a proxy, not getting anything incredibly crazy back at home. More than likely just probably going to see that Hellion drop, but what has he not scouted? He has not seen the Phoenix, and the Phoenix can get on top of the medevac. That's going to really put Maru in a rough spot.
All right. So I think this is what happens, right? Trap trying to get a bit more aggressive with the double adapt openings, sending them across the field, and then the shield battery is there to hold off against the Reaper, right? Because he does want to send those units across the field. Maru seeing this and then deciding to cancel that reactor there because he knew that this aggression was coming up. Something like that. I don't know. All right. Anyway, triple Hellions in that medevac, and a tech lab on the starport as well.
The Phoenix are not going to be able to connect, so both players going to dive into mineral lines, trying to find as much damage as they can. And I mean, Mars main seems to be a bit open here, but this is going to be difficult to try and protect against. Immediately, a recall has to happen, so those Phoenix are going to get brought back home. This is a one-way trip for both of these units, but 6 probes do go down as a result.
Yeah, not bad at all, not too shabby. Will try his luck in the natural base here as well, but ultimately not gonna find anything else. Yeah, very close to getting another probe, but ultimately It's going to have to make do with 6 of them going down in that situation. And yeah, puts the work account at an all right pace, right? It's looking all right for Maru. Now, something we saw from Maru in the TVC is that he did keep going for the quick third command center. This has become more popular, not just in TVC, but also in TVP as well. But so far, Maru, I mean, to be fair, we did see him versus Mana where he continuously proxied, but ultimately, we've not seen him make that quick third command center at all whatsoever in this series either, so... It's interesting. It's interesting to see him still kind of going for the 2 base timing attacks, right? Even though it kind of fell out of favor, people not that much of a fan for it anymore. Looks like Maru is one of the advocates still that this is the way to do things.
Yeah, and I feel like Maru is a pretty structured player when he wants to be. I mean, even a lot of his proxies still feel like they are very timed out, and okay, I know exactly what I'm going to get at this specific point. And his we'll call them macro builds are probably no different as well, where he knows exactly what he wants to accomplish and just stays on top of it, regardless of what his opponent is trying to accomplish on their side of the map. And at this point, Maru's just running it down. He knows that he's got a really strong timing attack with this biotank push that was going to happen here in the 7 to 8 minute mark. And Trap's just going to try and respond as best as he can. Extended Thermalance coming out. He's going to have a Colossus. He's getting more of those upgrade paths, getting a Twilight Council and a Forge. It's going to just be more of the same standard play here out of Trap as well.
Yeah, it looks like it, right? He did not get that Twilight Council as quickly this time around, so he was a little bit less safe against the drop harassment. But even, you know what, considering how well he held all of that, pretty darn good stuff. He did have the Phoenixes helping out, of course, though, as well, but... Yeah, we're gonna have to see how much damage really is gonna happen here from Maru off of the 2 base. I think, to be fair, it has a bigger chance to do damage in this case because we did have the Phoenix opening. The Phoenix is not that fantastic in these straight up fights, more so just there to hold off any type of harassment. And yeah, here we go. 73 army supply, by the way, versus 50 right now. So in a heads up fight without too much being picked off anymore for Maru, this should be a pretty good one for him. But already straight off the bat, as I say that, a Colossus whittles away against those Marines, catching quite a couple of them. Setting up shop on the top side here. Quite interesting movements from Maru. I suppose in the middle there's quite a thick, or a small, not a thick, choke point there. Anyway, here we go. Those siege tanks getting closer and closer to a good siege position, and there it is. Now Maru wants to just kind of heal up his units once more. He only has 2 medevacs, so that is going to take a while, but we are really good place overall for Maru.
Well, Trap has to be careful that he doesn't let Maru just storm on into his natural. Maru can get a really nice concave here on the main army if Trap allows him, and it seems as if that's the case. He might have to recall to reposition, but instead, it looks like Trap just wants to engage this head on. He's backed Maru onto the ramp, which is probably the best place for him to go, but so many Vikings will pick all of those Colossi off. All of the AoE goes down, and Maru evens up the series 1-1. Very, very good play.
Great targeting from those siege tanks as well, all firing at those Colossi. They were the main threat, and yeah, as you said, very well sniped. Maru being able to tie it up, and yeah, it's a best of 3 now once more. You know, this overall a little bit reminiscent of the previous TVP we saw just of Maru, right, where he lost the first game and suddenly looking pretty darn impressive. But then again, to be fair, that was with Trap getting himself the Stargate, getting a ton of Phoenix, then getting the Robo, and then getting the Twilight Council as well. So really kind of in a way spreading himself a little bit thin on the overall technology, right? Spending so much money in technology and then just not quite having that much on the field anymore that could withstand such a push. And still a valiant effort, but ultimately Maru being able to take advantage of that one.
Well,
here we go. Oxide.
We're coming into Oxide, one of the more bannable maps in this pool right now. But we'll get to see what these two players get to bring in. Remember, one of these players is going to be eliminated, and one will be advancing forward to our playoffs next weekend. Spawning in the top right, our red Terran player, playing for Jin Air Green Wings. Make some noise for Maru.
And in the bottom left side, the blue Brothers fighting for the Jin Air Green Wings. Also, he is known as the one and only Trap.
Okay, so just to be clear, because I've seen this a couple of times, people are commenting, wait, Maru's not on Jin Air Green Wings anymore, despite the casters saying it over and over? Well, apparently it seems to be a running joke right now with a lot of the Korean players to use the Team NV clan tag because it has a classic anime waifu for their clan picture. So,
yeah,
this is not a team change. Maru's still with Jin Air Green Wings, but a lot of the players, we were seeing that throughout a good chunk of the qualifiers.
Yeah, there's a lot of the Koreans that are right now in Team NV. Just I think it may also have to do just with trying to find good practice partners, perhaps. I know they are kind of in these groups together, right? The Koreans, they like to play together with the same kind of friend group in a sense. And then I know a lot of them as well are, of course, in the into the clan team as well, where they are chilling, having a good time together, and trying to get good practice partners going as well with that one. But yeah, don't worry about it. Maru's still the Jin Air Green Wings boy, as he's always been. That would be crazy, honestly, to put Maru off of the team. Like, he is the guy, pretty much, right? The Jin Air Green Wings guy next to Rogue and Trap. It's pretty cool, actually, how they have like this really stellar high-tier Terran player, really high-tier stellar Zerg, and a Protoss as well. Kind of like a Pokemon Master, but then, you know, a StarCraft 2 team.
That's fair.
Trying to get all the races. It's not that difficult. You become a StarCraft 2 master team very quickly. Just with 3 players, pretty much. First Reaper here, turning on the pressure. Looks like he may be able to get a probe, but decides to move out in order to save the Reaper's life for now.
I think
Trap going for the Twilight.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure that Maru got a scout off on the Twilight Council. I don't think he dodged forward just far enough. So it doesn't necessarily know that this is coming down the pipes right away. But once again, Maru deciding to keep everything back at home. I think he was just waiting for that proxy to lose, and then once it finally did, he's like, all right, fine, I guess I'll play a normal game. Like, whatever. Especially against his teammate in Trap.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to, right? I don't think either of these players will really be caught off guard. So maybe, you know what, overall, because they do practice so much together, maybe they just don't want to really cheese the other one out, right? Maybe it's a little bit of safeguarding the friendship in a sense as well. Yeah.
Why make friends when you can make StarCraft 2 games? What? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, the door's gonna be left wide open. He tries to get a full wall off with buildings, but unfortunately the Adept was not holding the door. So one Hellion's gonna get in here and just be a nuisance. So does get a scout off though. We'll see the incoming blink tech.
Almost getting those 2 probes as well. But you know what? Blink is gonna be pretty good against these Banshees with the cloak coming up. We also have that robotics facility, of course, so let's see if that is going to be a observer first. A little bit of a supply block here, actually. And it is a observer. Yeah, there we go. So Trap should be in a pretty good spot against what Maru is doing, right? He is he's getting all the pieces on the board that he kind of needs to counteract whatever is coming at him for now. Maru's, by the way, here we are, a quick third command center as well, by the way. So what's going on about him still going for the 2 base timing attacks, but looks like he is it's a little bit of a mixture, right? Bit of both.
going to be a quick move out to that third Nexus as well as the robotics bay. So Trap just trying to get as many tools in his arsenal. He's going to need to be ready for the Banshee cloak that is just now finishing up, but we don't even have any Banshees across the field, so nothing that's going to immediately jump on top of it. Is he going to see the Observer, though, and scan for it? Right now, it's just going to be very, very quiet. I'm hunting for information, and he is going to get a chance to see the third base incoming. Here comes the double Banshee push. A little bit later than maybe Maru was expecting, but still going to be something Trap has to look out for regardless.
I don't think that Observer actually saw the double Banshee, although he is moving that other Observer backwards. So maybe he is starting to suspect something like that to be the case. But yeah, these two Banshees here may have a good opportunity. He's making actually another Observer. Yeah, he must know. Okay, he must have seen him. Even recalling this one. So he's gonna have an Observer at every single base. Let's see how well Maru, his control will be with these two Banshees. Slipping on by on the bottom side for now. There we go.
Alright, so damage has been done. Six workers so far, but where is the Observer? I mean, obviously we can see it. Oh, there it is, hanging out over top. So that will get shut down. It'll be 6 workers at least for right now. And yeah, once again, Maru's just going to try and line up this tank bio push that he's been comfortable with. It is a double engineering bay on the backside, but I don't know. There's no upgrades at this point. And he's actually not going to push. He's just going to try and clear out for the third base and posture up. So Maru looking to continue the long haul in this game.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, right? Because he did start up those 2 engineering bays. We'll be able to now get the +1/+1 as well. Overall gonna be okay. But, you know what? He's gonna have to face off against quite the Protoss bulk of unit sets moving across the field right now. I think he should have this, right? This feels relatively safe for Maru. He has a nice line of siege tanks. If the Stalkers do try to blink on top of this, they will get themselves in a bit of trouble. Gets the 1 siege tanks, 2 siege tanks take its place though.
Yeah, that should be pretty decent coverage, at least for right now. A couple of those choke points will make it difficult for Trap to get in on top of this without a large number of charge lots to boost on forward and really take out the tank coverage. So Maru just going to continue swinging around to the left-hand side, trying to cover all of those entry points and to make sure that he doesn't get brought into a bad situation. But Trap, for all that it's worth, is going to do everything he can to keep that pressure on. Because back home, he is getting the gravitic drive. That warp prism speed upgrade is working into his Colossus count a little bit deeper, and is also going to grab a 4th.
Yeah, Trap not quite being able to get what he wanted there, I suppose, but kind of verifies the amount of stuff that Maru has. Doesn't really extend into it either, right? Just kind of poking away at 1 siege tank and losing maybe like 2 Stalkers or something like that. Nothing too significant. Maru here. Maru getting himself the Ghost Academy as well. Starting to prep up Vikings on the way. I'm digging Maru's position at the moment. He's been quite defensive. And Trap is trying to take the advantage with this, right? There's that 5th Nexus as well now on the way. He's starting to get his own upgrades as well. And also getting that late-game army composition with the Disruptors. Have you seen a lot of Disruptor micro from Maru? Or micro NT the Disruptor?
Oh, I feel like Maru just has pretty decent micro with his Marines and his Marauders in general. So I imagine that specifically the Disruptor play is not going to be anything major for him to deal with. I think where it could get interesting is if Trap wants to start zoning out that micro with those force fields. I think that can be a tough place for him to try and play from, because I think Trap is very clever in that regard. So we'll have to see, but it is going to be more Disruptors. Maru needs to make sure that he is on point. To the people that are worried about the ping, right now both of them are playing on Korea. So if anything, both of their micros should be as good as it can be for an online tournament.
Were the people worried about the ping?
Oh, I mean, for Maru versus Serral, it's like, can we even count this as a legitimate game? It's not live in person.
Oh well. Yeah, I mean, sure, but then again, I mean, this is the best that you're gonna get in this moment in time. You know, this is if you want Maru versus Serral, and to be fair, they both played with the about the same amount of ping overall, so there wasn't a real advantage for either of them. 2 more command centers here on the way. Maru's playing very greedily here. He's looking to just kind of absorb Trap's momentum here, perhaps. Like a Tai Chi kind of guy. Couple of Zealots here in the 3rd base. The main base as well, of course. A lot of Zealots there as well, now being warped in. Trap unleashing the power of the Zealots and getting on top of the Ghost Academy here. That goes down. That would be a pretty big deal, actually. It's gonna have to be rebuilt here. It looks like indeed is gonna... Well, no, he moves away from it. Oh my god, Maru get the repair. He gets it. Getting that repair. What a man.
So he picks up 9 workers, but he leaves the Ghost Academy to burn, and I think that was too bold of a play. Trap just needed one more swipe on it, and he could have shut that down. So Maru's going to be able to repair that back up. That is not going to be an issue for him, and more than likely it will be more difficult for Trap to get that deep into Maru's base next time around. And so Maru just continues to secure himself and fortify. He's kind of tanking up here at this point. He has that full maxed out army just about, and yeah, that was kind of a misplay by Trap there, not sealing the deal.
Yeah, I agree, man. That is, you know what, just a little bit of extra value that he could have gotten. Maybe anticipating that Ghost Academy to burn down, right? So ultimately trying to eke out a bit more overall value by targeting something else. Let nature take its course in a sense, but yeah, not quite being able to make it work. Anyway, Trap behind this, by the way, he is getting the fleet beacon. He did create a couple more of those Stargates at the same time. Maru got himself that fusion core on the way, right? Also starting up the air weapon upgrades. So I feel like we are definitely in it for the long haul here. These guys need to be wary. They need to stay here for a while, a little bit longer, because you know what? They are both committing for the late game composition, and we're gonna have to wait and see which one of these micro is going to be able to take point, or who's going to be able to outposition their opponents.
I think it's just going to come down to some sheer Air Force power out of Trap, because carriers are on their way 3 at a time. We're probably going to see Trap starting to engage against Maru to efficiently trade out some supply here, so he can slowly remax out on those juicy carriers, grabbing those air weapons as well. And the DTs are going to start making an appearance here, start forcing some scans and some towers out of Maru as well. Trap just in a very good place economically, and I think he's going to start pulling apart Maru however he can to start bleeding him dry economically.
Yeah. Really, again, Maru being the defensive player, right? It just seems like that is the way he wants to do things. We've seen this happen against Serral as well. He was just very passive overall. It's not really the Maru that I'm used to be seeing, right? Sometimes it more so feels like he is the Terran player that gets so aggressive that sometimes you're like, wait, is he killing himself? Oh no, wait, I guess this does work. All right, well. Very well. If you have the micro, you can make this stuff work apparently. But instead, we're seeing him very, very defensively, and kind of the opposite of what I'm kind of expecting sometimes from this man.
Ooh, Kozan, we've got nukes on the way, so those ghosts are going to start being used for more than just their EMPs on shields. We're going to start seeing those outer bases start getting assaulted by the Cloaky boys and girls. More carriers on the way for Trap. Getting on top of a little bit of the bio, but a good scan will take care of all of the Dark Templar, at least for right now. But I love the disruptor count here. 7 disruptors are going to start working away on the forward forces here, getting on top of these tanks and starting to blaze a path for Trap as he tries to advance forward.
Some harassments on the top middle base there for Trap as well. Looks like it gets cleaned up relatively quickly though. Probably some Dark Templars. And my God, the afterburners there isn't that the upgrade for the Medivacs? You don't see that one every day.
Oh, it's been a while.
Quite interesting. What's it called?
That's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Right, there it goes, that little ghost boy. It's like, all right, well, where do I go? He looks a little bit silly with this skin, actually. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Like he has a big straw on his back.
Rapid reignition system.
Ooh.
That's a fancy one that we don't see a lot of, but here goes the first nuke. It's going to start working down on the fortifications of a Trap. But for the most part, not going to do any major damage if Trap's able. I mean, Trap's got 5,000 minerals in the bank. He just replaces what he needs to. But it looks like Mara's going to try and follow up here by moving on down, and the Liberator's going to start sieging up to aid in this attack. Pretty good, but at the same time, that top left side also being taken by Trap right now. So Maru's going to have to make some moves over there as well. Let's see that Nexus does fall. There is a big surround coming in though for Trap if he does set up with those disruptors. Okay, no. Maru not gonna get caught off guard with that sensor tower, of course, immediately realizing what is happening there. He's not taking any risks, but there are those carriers. You were in fact worried. We have 11 Vikings though already available here for Maru. Looks like he's gonna be okay against them for now. This is still providing more and more damage across the field. I'm just curious to figure out how Trap is going to start moving this forward, because these Liberators and tanks are doing a really nice job of preventing the push. But here comes yet another base that's going to go down to Maru. This bio's been largely ignored, and now that's 2 Nexi down and almost 20 workers killed. And he's going to get out with most of it. Run! Run away! Those carriers are out to get him, though. Oh, it just stims the Marines forward. It's going to try to get right underneath him. Gets another one. Man, the value this man gets in this game is rather stupendous. We'll be able to help him out to another one of those carriers into the ground. Lovely stuff. 5 carriers, though. 5 carriers at the same time being produced right now. And Trap's still having a bit of a bank as well to facilitate more of the bad boys. And Trap's got to rebuild those Nexus, though. And he's got one up here in the top left-hand corner. And even though Trap has a pretty sizable bank, he doesn't want to go for a long portion of this late game without trying to rebuild that economy. But I suppose that third base is rather low. He's only got a couple of mineral patches left. He might just want to invest in trying to get those resources elsewhere and save himself the trouble. So Maru doing a nice job, though, of keeping Trap economically uncomfortable. He's not in a bad spot, but now he can't feel as good as he was 5 minutes ago. It's more carriers on the way, and at some point, Trap's going to have enough carriers here. He should just be able to shove forward, but again, he's got to be very patient. He doesn't want to accidentally throw all of his units away to a whole bunch of Marines, because Marines, pretty good, but now it's going to be the natural under fire. Man, whoever made that the nuclear missile thing coming out of the Ghost Academy, well done to that person. Oh, that's a big empowerment as well, so it's going to be difficult to replace the robotics facility units for a moment. It's going to have to remake those pilots immediately. Another nuke goes down, though. Oh my God, is he just planning to blow up the entirety of the production facilities here for Trap? Very well may happen. Yeah, it's a good way to win the game if you just don't allow your opponents to ever build units ever again, because that's a lot of robotics facilities. That's a great way to get more of those disruptors and colossi out onto the field. But I think at this point, I think it's going to be largely carriers, but Maru's going to continue nuking as long as Trap lets him. More nukes absolutely everywhere here. Trap trying to make something work on the other side of the map, but Maru, look at that army of Maru. He's pretty much fully committed to the air terrain right now. He's got mostly Vikings and a ton of Liberators right there as well to help out the against the ground forces, right? Give a place for those Vikings to return to. Where are all these nukes coming from? Are you kidding me? Okay, you canceled that one, right? That must have been a cancel. My dear Lord.
Okay, he's just going into overdrive. Mapu's getting tired here, Maru. You need to be careful with those. How many nukes you really are sending out here? Oh, he doesn't see it. Okay, now he does.
I was gonna say the probe pull was in time there. He's gonna lose 2, but that's not a consequential number. It's a matter of just trying to figure out how he needs to engage, because look at this, he's so sieged up. So many missile turrets, the tank coverage is pretty good, and some good EMPs are gonna get on top of these carriers and allow those Vikings to get a lot of damage done. It's hard for Trap to try and engage in more than one spot at this point, because there's so many pieces to this defense that are very deadly for Trap, and it's more kills on the backside here. Liberator gonna pick up 14 worker kills, and Trap's having a difficult time trying to advance forward. Maru continues to dig his heels into the sand.
And this game is absolutely nuts right now, Rushy. I am quite excited to see what is going to happen here, actually. Those carriers still absolutely terrifying in a way, but those Vikings one-shotting, of course. Taking out 3 of them right now. And those are heavy blows right here. Oh, he's going to get a 4th. Yes, he is. Stalkers, though, underneath. Liberator's not in the neighborhood, so Maru will have to move backwards. But that was a big blow right there, especially considering, as you mentioned, those probe numbers are faltering. So there's not that much remaining here for Trap in the way of economy.
Yeah, Maru's done a really nice job of keeping Trap contained in terms of what he can and can't get done on his production cycles. He's still got plenty of minerals, but at this point, it's the gas that he really needs to get on top of. It's just so uncomfortable to see Dark Templar not cloaked. Just weird.
Yeah. It feels
weird.
very awkward, doesn't it? It's like, oh god, it's like an old man in his underpants. I don't know.
That is a vision right there. This is a big
2 nukes
push forward.
Right underneath the carriers. Okay, Trap has to move backwards. Those nukes are getting closer. Move away, those Vikings. Maru, what are you doing? All right. Keeps everything safe. Cancels the nukes as well. More harassments on that bottom right side, though. Again and again, Marauders and Marines manage to wiggle their way in here. And more nukes coming in as soon as Trap tries to move forward. He is just being bombarded by nuclear armaments. And, well, honestly, right now, it's actually preventing Maru from engaging this army here. There's only 3 carriers remaining, Rushy. And how many Liberators do we still have? Where did they go? We had so many of them. Did they all get bigs off already?
Well, he's building 6 at a time, and that is going to be a huge anti-armor missile getting on top of this army. So much orange into this army count. There are too many Vikings and nothing to help protect those carriers. So yeah, that carrier count now down to a very, very sad looking 2 amount, and they're not even full on interceptors at this point. And now we have a fresh wave of Liberators to help guard on the ground. This is going to be one last push here for Trap, but Trap doesn't have the steam to deal with this. All of this Protoss army is going to get cleaned up. Maru, with a very, very convincing hold here, should be able to walk away with game number 3. And there it is. GG is called, and Maru 1 win away from advancing on to our playoffs next weekend. Well played.
He's doing it. He's doing it. He's getting him closer to, you know what, following up with Cyril, of course. May still be a little bit upset about what happened there, that he did not manage to advance as first place, but you know what, making up for it right now versus his teammates. Trap, a very, very stellar Protoss player, but just coming up a little bit short there in the late game versus his teammates, Maru.
Well, and it felt like Trap, as the game went along, things just weren't going in his favor, and I felt like he was making some poor decisions. And then at the end, you get to the point where you've lost so much, and you realize, like, I'm sitting 160, 170 supply. Like, I have to push. I've got to get some damage done. I can't get any of these run-bys to stick. I can't get any of the rest of this to go. And you take a risk, and unfortunately didn't pay off for him there. So now he sits down 1-2 against his opponent, who's ready to advance on forward, and he's won quite a few games to get it done. And for the most part, doing it off of losing the first game and then pushing forward. So we'll have to see if Maru can close one more out, potentially our final match of the day. maybe we'll get lucky and see a game number 5. But folks, we're really, really glad that we've been able to bring this opportunity to you to see Group A. But of course, we are only just beginning. But let's get into game number 4, excuse me. Spawning in the top left, our red Terran player playing for Junior Green Wings. 1 win away. Give it up for Maru.
His opponent in the blue. He is also a Junior Green Wings. He is the Protoss. And he is going to have to get 2 wins in a row. It is Trap.
Yeah, you can kind of see the look on Trap's face right now. He didn't expect to get shoved into this position, and on Death Aura, I mean, this could be a tough map for him to try and overcome.
Who do you think, by the way? Like, because he must have gone through either Serral or Maru, most likely, right? So who do you think he would like to play more so against?
Oh gosh, like between Serral and Maru?
Yeah, who do you think he would have preferred as the matchup here?
Oh, I mean, that's a tough call. I feel as if God, I don't even know that I have an opinion. What do you think?
I think he would have preferred versus Maru, right? He just knows him better. Overall, the Koreans, I don't know if they're a little bit jokey about it, but they continuously are about, like, Serral telling everybody, like, no, I don't want to play against Serral, right? We saw this as well in the what was the Caster Cup called again? But where continuously that team league with the casters, all of them were saying, like, all right, yeah, we know we're gonna have to go up against Serral, but nobody of my team wants to play against him. So yeah, overall, right, this is still kind of the best case scenario, I believe, for Trap in a way. But yeah, Maru making it work so far, making some great moves, getting himself the 2-1 right now. But then again, we saw Trap take game number 1, and that was also quite a reasonably sized macro game. So maybe we're gonna get another victory here, and then it's all to play for again, right?
I guess I like the way that you talked about that, because I don't know if I had an active opinion about it at the beginning, but then I think about the kind of the state of PvZ right now, and I know a lot of Protoss players are really, really sweating anytime they have to go up against a Zerg player. So yeah, I guess I would agree that it makes a lot of sense for Trap to want to take Maru on, even though Maru is such a very talented player, and there's a lot that goes into playing against your teammate, somebody that's probably your practice partner as well. But I would say it probably pales in comparison to, well, yeah, I have to play not only against Zerg, but Serral, who is kind of in his own category.
Oh, that's a nice pickup on that SCV, by the way. Yeah, but now, yeah, actually, like, I'm putting this up as what if scenario, but I mean, he did have to play both of them, so I mean, that is just incredibly rough. It's just testament to how great the players are in this tournament overall, in this Group A, just to start things off with already making things quite difficult. All right, anyway, the state of this game right now, we have that Oracle starting up behind it, a Twilight Council coming up as well, some Adepts trying to make some stuff happen, and Maru going for a Widow Mine Pressure, trying to get some damage done that way. May want to consider hanging about in his own base for a little bit longer with those Widow Mines in order to try and catch those Widow Mines, the Oracle of Gods.
Well, the Adepts are doing a better job in the wall, at least up front. Oh, I cannot believe that somehow blocked Maru out. But good timing by Trap to protect his Adept and protect his mineral line. But he's going to have to do it once again. It's a triple Widow Mine drop on the way.
Triple Widow Mine drop, and you know what else? Actually, this Oracle losing all of its energy pretty much to those Hellions, right? Just running away. Getting out of dodge, but oh, this is pretty nice. 2 Adepts right now, being able to facilitate a bit of damage. Oh, this Widow Mine. Come on, Burrow, get him! Ah, good pull away there from Trap. Overall, yeah, killing more than double the amount that Maru managed to get done, so well done. Look at that work account right now.
Yeah, the worker count is heavily in Trap's favor right now, 43 to 30, but it's always that army supply. I mean, Maru very rarely falls behind overall supply. If he's not investing heavily into that worker count, he is making sure that his army count is healthy and ready to go. So it's a pretty good balance as it sits right now. And Maru's okay doing that because he knows that he's investing a lot into trying to kill off these probes, this is going to get a lot more damage done. 7 probes now goes down. Oh. So now all of a sudden that worker count's almost dead even.
Yeah, making it work, right? If it's not the first one, Maru will get you with the second one or the third one or the fourth one. Whichever, how many tries it takes, he will make it stick. And just like that, getting himself into an alright position again here once more with another Widowmine. Is Trap even expecting another Widowmine at this point? I don't think he is. A little bit late with the pool, but oh my god, he is pretty darn good with those pro pools, isn't he?
Yeah, Trap's been on top of it right now. I would actually lean into saying that he's expecting those Widowmine drops, because that's about the one thing that when he asks the question, like, what could kill me right now, that's very high up on the list. So good blink up with the Oracle, providing that high ground vision. Those Stalkers should be able to work into the backside of these gases and now be able to blink forward. That tank's going to go down, and now there's a lot of exposed ground here in the main base of Maru. Maru's going to pull all of the workers to try and join the fight club here, but some workers on the opposite side of the map are trying to go down for Trap, but they're holding on. Maru not able to connect with those mines just yet, and so far Trap seems to be whittling away his opponent and doing some decent low damage economically. 11 workers gone down, but 13 probes as well.
Yeah, both of them taking some significant hits here and there, going back and forth, trying to bloody the other opponents a little bit more so than they themselves are getting bloodied as well. Pretty much we're in a fairly equal state right now, where neither of these players at a significant disadvantage. Perhaps a slight one towards Trap, right? Slight advantage towards Trap, but not by much. Not by much at all.
So right now it looks like Maru's going to try and dial up the bio tank push that he's been wanting to do. He's going to make some slight adjustments though. Looks like concussive shells on the way, as well as that combat shield and +1. It's going to hit a little bit later, but look at Trap throwing down 6 gateways right now. He's going to want to maintain his aggression now that he's got his third base on site, and Maru hasn't even gotten his command center out yet.
Yeah. I mean, he does have the 3 command centers here, but yeah, I don't know if he is gonna try to move across again. Like, I was expecting this the previous game as well, and then he just kind of stayed backwards, right? Set up defensively, and I'm wondering if we're gonna see something similar here again, because it worked out so great for him the previous time. Nice snipe on that tank, by the way.
Yeah, what a beautiful snipe on that tank. It takes a lot of the teeth out of this push, just even taking one tank off of the top. So Trap's going to be able to blink out and not lose a whole lot of stalkers, but the value that he gets on that is very, very important. And nice little zealot run by here to lay things even further. So now Maru is forced to basically step back and secure his third base, when in reality he may have wanted to get out and try and pressure Trap. But right now looks like it's going to be Psystorm upgrade on the way, and Trap's going out to his 4th base, and he's in a pretty decent spot, all things considered.
And there he goes. Maybe a little bit more of a harassment force. Does see that Warp Prism as a big call. Immediately sends his units in for a defensive push into the main base as well. Sends those other units back for the 3rd base defense. Great overall crisis management there from Maru, sending absolutely everything the right way. Well done indeed. 3 barracks about to finish up as well here, so the production for both these players is going to be quite significantly improved pretty darn soon.
I kind of like the split here with the mines on the top side. Maru setting up yet another double-pronged attack, but Trap is doing an amazing job keeping him back at home. Another warping of zealots here with the warp prism, just continuing to be a pain in the neck of Maru. And Maru getting deflected once again. The army on the bottom left-hand side getting discovered, getting pushed back and away, so he'll have to withdraw and heal back up. But Trap is now going to be the one on the offensive. He's moving forward here. That third base is a little bit exposed.
Yeah, he is sandwiched, of course, between two Terran armies, but the Terran army is a little bit desynchronized still. Let's see if Maru will be able to set up a good flank and get both those sources engaging at the same time. Widowmine's not too shabby, actually. Getting all right trades there. Ultimately, yeah, Trap just moves backwards and engages this force on the bottom side right there. Will be able to look pretty darn good on that one. Maru trying to just gain as much value as possible here.
I like the Blink Stalker staying on top of this force here. He's actually really close to picking off one of those medevacs, and he will actually get it. It's going to be a big charge forward here. He's getting a lot of these units in position. The fourth base of Maru going on site now. It looks like Maru trying to drop in that main base, but not going to be able to do that. Psystorm's ready to set and go, and I think he's just in a position where he's going to try pushing on forward. There's tons of energy for Storm right now, and that's exactly what's going to be happening. More of that bio trying to stream out of that main base. But here comes the army of Trap. More of these Storms are going to coat this army and soften everything up. But Maru doing a really nice job of trying to hold everything off. But here come the SCVs getting pulled off of the line and used as fodder. And now all of a sudden, Trap is in a position where he can push on forward. I mean, this is completely exposed. The army counts are in the favor of Trap, and he's doing a really nice job of picking off workers here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This is going to be a final push right now for Maru, trying his hardest with all the units that he has. The medevacs are low, the Marauders and the Marines are low. GG is called. Trap manages to tie up the series once more, and it's all to play for once again.
Absolutely great timing calls by our Protoss player. And again, I said it at the beginning, I could see our players ping-ponging back and forth, and now we find ourselves in a game number 5. The winner advances on to the playoffs, and I think there's a lot of people that would love to see the hype for a potential Serral Maru Grand Finals stay alive.
It would be pretty cool.
Maru would have to, he's got to win. He's got to get through Trap, and it'll be interesting to see what we dial up here. We're jumping into Romanticide for game number 5.
Romanticide. Your favorite map, right?
Yeah, it's just a cool map. I like the color scheme. I think the map design is really neat. We're really fortunate to still have some awesome map creators creating new things for us every season and keeping not only the meta fresh, but just the game fresh in general. So it's going to be game number 5 here. All the marbles onto the table. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Romanticide. Our red Terran player. 1 win away from advancing. Virginia Grunwings. Give it up for Maru.
His opponent's in the blue. It's the Protoss, the Jina Greenwings as well. He is, of course, the one and only. He is Trap. It's like a drum roll.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many R's are in the word trap there? Dang.
About as many E's in the word neeb.
Ooh, okay, and that's a lot of E's. So I respect
it. It is. Another cool thing, by the way, is usually if these players, from the same group they advance, they will be put on opposite sides of the bracket. So, yeah, if we do want a Maru Serral finals, this is a good way to have things start off right. Yeah. They won't be meeting each other in the quarterfinals and kicking one of the other one out. They won't be meeting in the semifinals. They will be meeting in the grand finals if both of them get there, of course. But already seeing Maru struggle here, it is quite likely. It looks like that Trap is going to be able to move onwards here as well. Maru there, again, at the start of every game, he's just like, let me just show everybody I don't need to use my hands for this.
Yeah, I think like most every game, he gets into his barracks building and he'll just stretch and just like, all right, this is just another day at the Terran salt mines, and
grab a big water bottle and just...
He's got his his hydro flask, and he sets it down and just
Absolutely. All right, so both of them once again going for the quicker bases. Maru did try to be a little bit more aggressive that previous game, not as defensively set up, but yeah, kind of getting punished there for it a little bit, right? Trap, just this overall movement in his positioning on that map was absolutely stellar, being able to safeguard his forces quite nicely and getting the most out of the overall positioning there. That is one tenacious SCV right at that moment in time. It's like, all right, I know it got scouted, but if I just keep microing, maybe it's going to be okay. And that's exactly what happens.
Well, it was Maru against, who was it in the qualifiers? Was it Zest, I believe? Or maybe it was Bjorn versus Zest, where the proxy got scouted, and then they built the supply depot to block off the workers from killing off that SCV. I can't remember if it was Bjorn or Maru, but it had a very similar vibe to it, where he was just able to manipulate the map to his advantage as much as possible. But very quick.
That was really cool.
Very quick shield battery here will protect that mineral line. More than likely, yeah, it's already been salvaged, so that bunker won't stick around.
It really is something like that. It's either Maru or Beyond that they would do, right? Just a little bit of extra micro where they just send the SCV off of the barracks, and then they're just like, all right, let me just get some extra HP in between me and the enemy here, and try to get this out. Ultimately, I remember that it didn't quite work, but still, it was very cool to see.
Okay, so it's going to be a Twilight Council. For our blue Protoss, also grabbing the robotics facility as well. So it's going to be more Blink Stalker, more of that standard PvP that we know and love at this point.
Yeah, the Blink Stalker opening, of course, one of the the most regular openings overall. It is the meta at the moment, I would say. It's been for a while. Most of the Protoss, I mean, you would have to open up with Stalkers, whether it be, getting aggressive with the Stalkers or playing defensive with the Stalkers. Both have a option, but so far we've seen Trap just kind of being more defensive with them overall.
And that didn't surprise me, especially against an aggressive opponent like Maru, who is constantly trying to fly 2 or 3 medevacs into your main at any given point with Hellions or Widow Mines. I mean, this is just really smart, adaptive play for the Protoss player. And this is a one-way trip for these Hellions, so they need to try and get as much damage done as possible. 6 kills, all things considered, after the medevac got picked off right away. That's pretty decent damage.
Yeah, great overall surround there with those probes holding off the Hellions. It's very important that the Hellions, of course, kind of manage to get the same angle, right? Otherwise, you're only getting like maybe the shots off on 2 probes that are the same in the same cluster. If they all shoot from the same angle, of course, that's when you really start getting those high probe kills counts. But ultimately, when you do manage to split up those Hellions like that with the probes. It seems counterintuitive, but ultimately you kind of slow down the overall amount of AoE damage. Oh my god, the kill on that observer there, just barely being able to keep those Stalkers out of his main base.
Oh, is he gonna get that bunker? No, the bunker gets repaired just enough to stay in the game. And now with the tank on the low ground, that should slow down Trap's initial aggression here. He is in an okay position, both army and economically, so not a bad place for Trap as he is trying to keep his opponent on the back foot. Third base coming down, charge on the way as well. But Maru is just spinning on forward. He's getting that 1-1 going into Stim Pack, so we're more than likely going to see that that bio tank timing that we've seen in a couple of games this series.
Yeah, and you know what? He's making those other 2 barracks right now, indeed, and 3 more K-base on the way. High Templar Archives also getting constructed for Trap here, so kind of liking that overall. It's going to keep him a little bit safe here. It's a nice follow-up from the Twilight Council, right? Keeps you safe. Oh my dear lord, that is a brave blink right into that main base right there. Does not quite get that siege tank though, but a valiant effort. And delaying the 3rd base here for Maru by quite a bit. It's still just floating there. Okay, now it's finally going in again. That one SCP repairing. making things rather difficult here. Been getting a lot of Marines right now. These Stalkers definitely very much worth it. Getting a Marauder as well. This is some high-class Stalkers right here. Proficient killers.
So it's a very, very quick Psystorm coming out for Trap. He's going to stay on top of this Bioforce. The third base is now secured here for Maru. And we just kind of continue to spin ourselves forward. That 1-1 and Stimpak's going to finish up. So actually that Psystorm is going to finish up almost perfectly in time. So Trap's going to be ready for anything Maru's got coming his way. Maru might be better served just trying to secure that third base and getting out to a fourth. But instead, he is just going to continue with that timing. He likes that 8-minute push. And it feels like Trap's going to be ready. It's just a matter of whether or not he has those High Templar warped in and how much energy they have.
Looking at the production tab, we already, they have that Ghost Academy on the way right now. It looks like Maru kind of figured out what is happening here and immediately went into a quick Ghost Academy. So very well spotted, very well reading the situation here from Maru. Not taking too much damage from those storms just quite yet, but needs to be careful, of course. That's a scary one. Oh,
I love the interference matrix on that warp prism. So now those storms are not available just yet, but they will be in a moment here. The bio is able to position and pivots to create a little bit more of an angle for them to work from, and he doesn't just immediately get stormed and lose. But Maru has a pretty decent grip of that ramp. Trap's going to have a difficult time if he wants to try and get up there, but 2-2 on the way for Maru as well. He's just going to continue getting those upgrades in his advantage, and it's more bio, more headed on the way.
Yeah, more Widowmines as well. And there's the first Ghost right now being produced. No, Storm drop here. That's going to be a lot of SCV kills. Oh my dear lord, 10 of them just like that in the blink of an eye. And they are gone. Maru may want to consider investing a little bit into those missile towers there. Just to safeguard that area a little bit more. So it's going to go for a big drop himself as well here, it looks like. But that is with Trap on his front door. So this is going to be dangerous. It looks like it's going to get scouted. Okay.
I think
Maru
it's even better. I was less worried about Maru getting scouted and Maru not realizing he was going to fly over the entire army of Trap, because Trap blinks once and he kills all of those medevacs. But fortunately, he does hang on there.
That's what I would get for as well.
Oh, that's fair. But it is very, very concerning here for Maru. He is trying to move out, wants to get across the map. There's just no harassment happening for Maru on Trap's side of the map. And meanwhile, Trap's able to get all the harassment done that he possibly can here. That fourth base is now going to move out on site, and both players just going to kind of back up. I think Trap's in a position where he should be able to start zoning out Maru just a little bit harder. He should be able to warp in and get himself towards the top of his supply.
Yeah, but you know what? I still wouldn't count Maru out just quite yet. He is setting up rather nicely. He's getting the Liberators again. Would like to see the weapons upgrades for the Liberators as well starting up right now, and just get himself towards that late game composition again, right? So needs to be careful, right, on the overall army composition of Trap as well. He is continuously scanning and making sure that he knows what is up. Actually, a little bit surprised with how long it took him to move that army elsewhere, but all right, there we go. It's absolutely everywhere.
Storms go down and soften up a good chunk of that army. Some good EMPs on top of those Zealots. The Zealots are not going to be able to aid in the harassment here and actually get caught up all behind those Stalkers. Planetary Fortress is able to finish up as well, and that makes this a very, very poor engagement here for Trap. Unfortunately, he waited just a couple seconds too long and gets a lot more damage dealt to him because of that Planetary Fortress, and it was an unfortunate charge as well, getting caught behind those Stalkers.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Maru led up the chase there. There was not that much Storm remaining, just one single High Templar that did come in at a later point in time, but not much reinforcements there for Trap. But you know what, you got to be careful with these places, right? If you overextend a little bit and suddenly you get storms, you get disruptor shots, that's gonna be it, right? That's gonna be it. That could be a GG, and alt she roads very unfortunately, but I guess the same could be said for a good EMP or a good stim right on top of those units off of Trap right now, who is being pressured rather heavily. Maru, is he going to try to clean up these rocks here to allow his bio a little bit more safety when pushing through a choke point like this? I mean, those storms are so incredibly strong when he's lumped up like this. But this may be a final moment here. Oh my dear lord, Maru just barely not having enough, I think. But he's trading out very, very well. And a lot of the tech, the heavy tech units here for Trap getting picked off. So, you know what? Kind of setting the reset button on a lot of the units here for Trap.
I mean, it was... oh, excuse me? Oh, cute. I love it. Using the targeting on that. That's creative. I mean, they just absolutely traded out almost dead even. The income advantage, I mean, just goes back and forth here. So there's no clear advantage, although Trap does have a significant worker count. I mean, mules are really good. I mean, that distance is still just about the same. So economically, they should be relatively close. But, I mean, looking at Trap's mineral income right now, he clearly has the advantage at that point. But it's going to be upgrades and a unit count that starts to spin for Mario as he's got his 3-3 on the way. He will have his flyer attack, or I guess his ship weapons attack, to be perfectly clear. And it's more Liberators in production as well to help with that ground siege. I think Mario should be able to gear up and put himself in a good position to continue to engage it. But he's got to be able to get out to this 5th base. If he doesn't, that's going to be difficult for him to try and hold.
Yeah, I fully agree. And Trap is kind of walking away with that base count, isn't he? That is looking rather scary. May even be able to pick off this command center as well. Looks like that is a definitive yes. Maru, he just doesn't have much of a bank. 4 bases versus 7, pretty much now. That's a problem. All right, here's the problem.
And this is where Mario can start to slip if he's not careful, because he wants to try and at least keep even with Trap on that economic value. Trap's units are just so efficient here, and this is going to be a big engagement. Some good EMPs go down on top of these stalkers, and it will soften up that army and make that a little bit easier for him to engage. But the Liberators help with that ground force. Trap making the most of it, though, and he's trying his best to engage on top of all of this bio. All of the Colossi do get picked up. Most of the units do have to run away, but here comes the charge lots to help aid. But unfortunately, the big units are mostly gone. So while Maru is kind of hanging on, he should be okay to push this back off.
Yeah, oh my god, that was a massive snipe there on the War Prism. During that fight, there were 4 High Templars in there still, and they got shot out by the, I think an EMP and a couple of Vikings shooting at it as well. Very, very tightly played there by Maru. If those High Templar managed to get 2 more storms off, this would not look like this anymore. That would have just been GG, just like that. And Maru staying alive, staying afloat for now, and being able to secure that base. A very, very important moment in this game right now, where Maru is starting to get a little bit aggressive here all of a sudden. I don't think he has the units to do so, but you know what? He is a brave little Terran boy, so here we go.
Yeah, but more than anything, he doesn't want Trap to be able to sit back and remake all of those valuable army units. So the more aggressive he can get, the better, but he has to be careful. He doesn't want to put everything out in the open and allow himself to get blinked upon by these stalkers. So the Liberators will help in that endeavor, being able to at least create some choke points and protected points for Maru. And those EMPs are impeccably timed, so that way these stalkers just don't have the shields they need to stay around in the fight.
Okay, Trap does manage to squeeze himself through that little choke point. Maru trying to collapse on the tail end here. Massive storm landing on a lot of the Marauders and the Marines. Not that much remaining here anymore for Maru. Will he have enough? Okay, does manage to once again barely squeeze himself out through a victory. This game is absolutely insane, Rush. It just keeps going back and forth between these 2 players where you're like, all right, well, is any of them going to get a clear advantage now? No, they are not. How many times can they trade with neither of them actually getting ahead? Is it finally the time here? Those Zealots running forwards? No, it's not. Running into those Liberator zones. This is absolutely maddening. These guys are playing their absolute hard outs once again.
Yeah, but I'm looking at that army. I'm looking at that army count, 96 to 56. Maru is in such a great position here. He's able to shove on forward. Those Liberators were the heroes in that last engagement, and Trap unable to defend that forward base, and it will fall. And now Maru can continue to push forward. His units continuing to stream across the map. These Liberators are 100% the MVPs of this engagement.
Yeah, not that much in the bank and remaining here for Trap. He wants to get a couple of High Templar or anything. Oh, nice blink underneath the Liberators. Does manage to pick up some of them, but the Marauders heavily punishing those Stalkers, trying to move forwards here. It looks like Maru may have done it. GG is called, and we have ourselves another victor here. I almost said champion. It felt like that, honestly, but Maru, what a man. What a game there, right? And it kept going back and forth multiple times when it really got close to an end. But ultimately, Maru being able to pick it up, the second place that we will allow somebody to move forwards through in the into the playoffs. So following up after in Cyril's footsteps, getting himself qualified for the playoffs as well. Very well done.
Yeah, outstanding play by both of those players, duking it out, and it could have gone either way for both of those players, but Maru going to advance second out of Group A and will be joining Cyril in the playoffs that will be taking place next weekend right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. Just a... And it's difficult because I agree with you. I mean, we look at that kind of matchup, and that could have very easily been a semifinal match. That could have very easily been a grand finals match. And it's unfortunately the decider match for the Group A. So that just means that we have lots more outstanding StarCraft on the way. And it's only going to get better from here, folks. I mean, we've got some great names lining up the remaining groups in this main event before we get to our playoffs. Of course, Group B will be taking place tomorrow, starting at the same time right here on our Twitch stream. You're going to see TY, Clem, Euthermal, and Ragnarok. It's the Terran Terrors of Group B. And Alpha X's own Ragnarok going to try and squeak out as well, but we will see at least one more Terran advance through out of Group B. Is there any particularly exciting matchups you're looking forward to, Kozan?
In Group B in particular, I think TY versus Euthermal could be very cool. Clem versus Ragnarok, I think it's going to be a day filled with TVT overall, but ultimately, it should be pretty darn cool. It should be pretty darn amazing. Of course, we have Clem, we have Euthermal, TY, Ragnarok, two great Koreans and two Europeans. So, you know what? Again, actually, that is the same as we had today. Continuously, actually. We have two Koreans and then two non-Koreans in each of these groups. I just noticed. That's pretty cool. But anyway, yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I think Clem overall, you know what? It's a little bit of a bummer for him, the TVT matchup, of course. Famous, not the greatest for Clem. And to be in a group with Euthermal, he is known to be taking him out a couple of times already before. I'm pretty certain we saw Euthermal being able to beat Clem in one of the qualifiers as well previously. And TY, well, he is known for his TVT as well. So Clem, he could be in trouble here, man. He could definitely be in trouble. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we absolutely will, and we won't have to wait very long. Fortunately, it will be starting up tomorrow. Our Group B coverage of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. Of course, I would be remiss to sign off today before taking a chance to pay off one of our bills, because we have some amazing sponsors that are helping us put on this event here at AlphaX. Of course, it's a $30,000 prize pool, and we wouldn't be able to do it without help from one of our sponsors in Strive Biltong. Also, Matcherino as well. Those two teaming up to create a special opportunity for fans of this tournament. They're offering 20% off all products on Strive's website using the code ALPHAX20. For every 5 purchases with that code, Matcherino will donate $25 directly to the prize pool. And for every 30 orders, $100 extra will get kicked into our prize pool. Strive and Matcherino said, hey, $30,000, that's a great prize pool, but it could be bigger. It could be more. So please do consider checking them out. But of course, 2 lucky buyers will also stand a chance to win an Alpha X jersey, hoodie, or jacket like the ones you can see on screen right now. So please do consider checking out that code, supporting Strive and supporting Alpha X here as we host more great StarCraft 2 events on our stream. So thanks to Strive and Matcherino for sponsoring us, and check out some of those delicious and healthy biltong meat snack treats from our friends at Strive. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. That's going to be the end of our cast today. Kozan, any final thoughts before we sign off?
Well, I've been Kozan. This has been Rushy. We love you. Thank you so much for watching, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
All right. And with that, thank you, everyone, for joining us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for Group B of our King of Battles International Championship. Have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care.